Just concentrate, Chevalier said, watching Emily as she sat cross-legged on the bed. Emily shut her eyes and breathed deeply. She let her shoulders relax, and then her arms. The room was entirely quiet, even though she was very much aware that 15 Heku were currently watching her. Emily opened one eye. Chevalier sighed. I am sorry, this is embarrassing, can I just try this alone, she asked. No, you can, try again. I am not getting anything. When I shut my eyes, all I see is, well, the insides of my eyelids, she said with a smirk. You aren't, concentrating. Damon said, frustrated. You aren't, helping, she snapped at Damon. Damon growled, she can, do it? Emily's eyes narrowed, you are getting on my last nerve. Heku blood or not, you, re-immortal, and too weak to undertake this task, he said to her coldly. Emily launched off of the bed, catching Damon off guard. She slammed into him, knocking him to the ground. He brought his hands up defensively as Emily crashed her fist into his nose, shattering it. Damon hissed just as Emily felt strong hands against her waist lift her off of him. Calm down, Chevalier said, laughing. He held her as she fought to get free. Let me show him just how weak I am, she roared. Sorry he called you weak, Malith said, watching her, amused. No, I am not, Damon told them, and stood up to readjust his nose. Did you want to feel the burn or do you just want ashed quickly? Emily threatened, pulling at Chevalier's fingers to get loose. Emily calmed down. Damon, get lost, Chevalier said, still grinning. The image of Emily flying off of the bed onto Damon made him want to laugh. Emily screamed at him as he left, masochistic, psychopathic, maladjusted Heku, you belong with the unstable Encala. Chevalier cut off her words by wrapping a hand around her mouth. Damon spun and started back into the room, but was stopped by Leonid's hand on his shoulder. The elder looked back at Chevalier once as he led Damon away from Emily. Are you done? Chevalier asked, still amused. He was glad Emily couldn't see his face. She would be extremely upset that he found this funny. Anyone else think I am weak? Emily scowled as she looked around the room. None of the Heku would look at her. Some were turned around, but she could see their shoulders move as they laughed. Chevalier finally set her down on her feet. Get out. Everyone just get out. Chevalier nodded to them and her room emptied out. She sat down on the bed, still angry. Emily laid back on the bed and looked up at the ceiling. She watched the intricate pattern of the tiles as she slowly calmed down. The Heku bowed to her as she walked along the corridor. She could feel the swish of her robes as she walked. She studied the golden statues and the paintings of Heku along the walls. The carpets and drapes were all blood red. We're about ready to begin, she heard someone say from behind her. Emily. What are you doing? The voice came from far away. She walked down the hallway after the Heku. She could feel the excitement in the air. She opened the door and walked into a round room. We're a little early. I'll go see what's taking the others so long, the Heku said, and left. Emily was alone in the room. She looked at the walls and ran her fingers along the runes etched into them. She followed along the runes, tracing each one. She could feel the stone under her finger and the grooves that formed the ancient text. Emily, what are you doing? She heard again from a distance. Emily turned when other Heku walked in. They were wearing dark blue robes, and each bowed to her. She moved to the outside edge of the circle alongside the others, then saw the mortal brought into the room, and he looked around at them, afraid. Mortal, do you know where you are? She saw a Heku say to the man. He nodded, yes. Do you know what is about to happen? She could feel the excitement building. Yes. Do you do so willingly and without coercion? Yes. Proceed. Emily felt herself walk forward. She saw the robes against her hand as she reached out. She was in a long black robe. She could feel the hiss escape her lips as she brought her teeth to his neck and punctured his flesh with her teeth. The blood flowed down her throat, and she could taste the thick, salty liquid. She was aware of other Heku doing the same and had an urge to rip them apart, to protect her kill. She controlled the urge and drank deeply as the man screamed. Emily, stop, she heard the voice say to her. Her instincts told her to stop, and she felt herself pull away from him. Emily tore at her wrist, ripping open her own vein, and she watched as her blood poured out, and the mortal brought his lips to it and drank. It took some force to pull away from the mortal, and as she did, he fell to the dirt floor weakly. Emily picked up a stick. She could feel the hardwood under her hand as she began to draw runes into the dirt. The mortal began to go into seizures as she proceeded to etch around him, delicately carved runes older than time itself. Emily, stop, now, she heard a voice behind her, but she couldn't stop. She brought the stick up high above the convulsing mortal and plunged it deep into his chest. She watched as the blood poured out of him and ran into the runes. Emily looked up as the ceiling began to glow. She heard the gasps from the Heku as the mortal fell silent. He can't be dead, she whispered. Chevalier caught her as she fell and cradled her in his arms. He was looking around the room at the sacred Heku runes painted on the walls. The gathered Heku were too stunned to speak. Chevalier, Kyle said, looking at Emily. He looked down at her and a trickle of blood fell from her nose. Chevalier looked around the room again, and the shaken faces of the Heku turned to worry as they looked at him. She just performed the ceremony, Frank said, looking at the runes fearfully. I know, Chevalier hissed. I watched it. We'll have to kill her. A mortal can, no, Damon said, growling. Chevalier turned and glared at him. You'll have to get through me. She doesn't know how to perform the ceremony, Kyle said. He seemed to be the only Heku in the room not completely shocked. Damon turned to him. We saw her. We all did. She still doesn't know. I am guessing there are some very confused Encala right now though, Kyle laughed, and the other Heku looked at him, astonished he could find any of this amusing. This is very serious, Kyle. A mortal cannot know about the ceremony. She can, see the runes and live, Damon said. Kyle shook his head. Don, you see? She did it? I know she did. We saw it, Malith said to Kyle. Chevalier nodded. She was seeing the ceremony through the ancient. Somewhere, in some Encala coven, the ceremony has just failed. The mortal died. Leonid smiled. She's done it? She's found a connection back to the ancient. Get these runes off of the walls and the floors, Chevalier said, and carried Emily out of the room and into Kyle's room. He laid her down on the bed and wiped the blood from her nose. She did it, Kyle said proudly. Chevalier nodded. I just wish it hadn't been during a ceremony. It was a little creepy to see her doing the actions to feed. I will admit that, Kyle said, sitting on a chair beside them. I am amazed at the details. She painted those runes perfectly. Most Heku can do that, Chevalier said, impressed. Do you think she'll remember it? I don't know. I guess it depends on if the ancient knows she was there or not. I taste blood, Emily said softly, her eyes still shut. We'll fix that, Chevalier promised, and reached out when a Heku brought a glass of orange juice to him. Emily felt the glass against her lips, so she opened her eyes and took the glass, drinking. She gave Kyle the glass and crawled off of Chevalier's lap. I bit someone, she said, wrinkling her nose. Chevalier nodded. Yes, we saw. I couldn't, stop. It wasn't, you. You were the ancient, you did it, you were able to see through his eyes. Chevalier kissed her forehead. Gah, I still taste blood, it's salty and thick, ugh, nasty, she said, shuddering. Kyle laughed, some of us like that. That taste is making me sick, she said, putting her hand on her stomach, and Chevalier was pretty sure she was turning a palish green. What would you like to eat? Chevalier grinned. Bleach. Kyle laughed, is it really that bad? Emily covered her mouth and ran into Kyle's bathroom. He was glad he had it fitted with human necessities, just in case. I'll take that as a yes, Chevalier said, raising an eyebrow. Maleth and Leonid came in and looked around. Where is she? Vomiting, I do believe, Kyle said, smiling. Is she okay? Maleth asked. Yes, she can, get the taste of blood out of her mouth. It made her sick, Chevalier chuckled. Leonid sighed and sat down in a chair. Curious, Maleth said, and leaned back against the wall. Is her room ready? Kyle asked. No, the room's Aaron, washing off, we are getting some paint, Maleth explained. They won, wash off? It was just child's paint she used. Yes, but ancient runes don't want to disappear, Leonid explained. Kyle nodded. I'll take that, Chevalier said to the Heku that carried a tray into the room. Emily emerged a few minutes later, still pale. Here, your lunch, Chevalier said, pulling the dome off. Emily sat down and started eating the spaghetti and garlic bread. She looked up when she felt the others watching her. What? That smells awful, Kyle grimaced. I asked for extra garlic to get rid of that gross blood taste, she said, taking another bite from the garlic bread. Maleth sat at the table by her. Child. I am sorry. Emily, what do you remember? About what? The ceremony, she asked, taking another bite of spaghetti. Yes. All of it, I guess. She shrugged and took a drink. Can you write the runes for me? He asked, and handed her a notepad and a pen. She shook her head. I doubt it. I don't remember exactly what they looked like. Maleth smiled. Very well. Blood taste is gone, she said, grinning, and took another bite of garlic bread. I can imagine preferring garlic over blood, Kyle chuckled. Emily held up a forkful of spaghetti. I dare you. Chevalier turned and looked at Kyle. What? Me? Eat that? He asked, narrowing his eyes. Take one bite, if you can keep it down. I'll announce to the cavalry your awesomeness, Emily laughed. And if I can, keep it down. I could use a pedicure, she said, wiggling her toes. Kyle took one step closer to her and smelled the spaghetti. If I were you, I would just walk away now, Chevalier laughed. Maleth and Leonid watched him curiously. Kyle quickly took the entire bite of spaghetti and stood up. As he chewed, his stomach turned and he fought the urge to spit it out. He shut his eyes. The soft mushy texture in his mouth was excruciatingly disgusting. Chevalier watched him, amused. Good right? Emily asked, grinning. Kyle just thought about control as he swallowed the mass of gooey spaghetti. It became too much, and he ran for the bathroom. Pedicure. Emily yelled and laughed. Shall we get back to business? Damon asked from the bedroom door. Party pooper, Emily said to him. Damon's eyes narrowed. Kyle came back out, embarrassed. You win, that's way past disgusting. Now that the fun is over, shall we try to get Emily back into the Encala Palace? Damon asked, stepping into the room. Emily walked over until she was toe-to-toe with Damon. Chevalier stood up, ready to pull her off of him again. She motioned for Damon to bend down to her level. He frowned and bent down so he was looking into her eyes. Yes. Emily looked into his eyes, and opened hers wide. Go jump off a cliff. Damon stood up and frowned. What was that? Chevalier shut his eyes and shook his head. I am going to get that down, Emily said, leaving the room and heading into her own room to change. Damon turned to Chevalier. What was that? She's trying to use the Heku mind control on you, Chevalier said, and grinned. On me? How absurd, Damon sounded offended. You really could stop fighting with her, you know, Kyle said to him, sternly. She needs to learn some respect, Damon hissed, irritated. You'll lose. A fight against her? I doubt it. Would you two stop it? You, worse than Emily, Kyle, Maleth said, annoyed. When will she try again? Damon asked. Chevalier watched behind Damon as Emily stepped out of her bedroom, pulling on her riding gloves. She blew Chevalier a kiss and headed down the stairs. I am guessing, later, Chevalier said. Why not now? Damon said. She has other plans, Chevalier said. I worry about this council. You all let that mortal walk around like she owns the place, he growled. Maleth raised an eyebrow. Most of us don't have a problem with her. If you could see clearly, you would see that she is necessary. Necessary, I understand. She needs to be taught control and respect through punishment, he said bluntly. Chevalier stood up angrily, and Kyle held him back as he started to jump at Damon. You will not speak about my wife like that. Damon nodded. He wasn't in the position to take on an elder. You will find, Chief Enforcer, that almost every Heku that has met her will fight you over comments like that, Leonid said coldly. I say we get her back and try again while the ability is fresh in her mind, Damon suggested, changing the subject. I say we let her be. She's out riding and will be much more pleasant if we leave her alone for now, Chevalier said. Sam ran into the room quickly with Alan in his arms. He looked terrified. What's wrong, Sam? Chevalier asked, taking Alan from him. Tell him, Alan, exactly what you told me, Sam said. Chevalier looked at Alan and smiled. Fireman talking again. No, the bad man was talking, Alan said, tears welling up in his eyes. Kyle frowned. Bad man. Alan nodded. What is he saying? Chevalier asked the toddler. I don't want to say, he's mad. Alan was crying onto Chevalier's shoulder. Tell them, child, Sam said, patting Alan's back. Alan looked up. My daughter, he said, still sobbing. You will pay for his death. A life for a life. Who is the ancient's daughter? Maleth asked, confused. Chevalier handed Alan back to Sam and blurred down the stairs, with Kyle close behind him. Damon shrugged and followed them, along with Maleth and Leonid. They appeared in the stables as Chevalier looked around. Putra was in her stall, but the smell of blood was strong in the area. Kyle moved stall to stall and disappeared into one of them, gasping. Chevalier appeared at the door and looked down at Emily. She was sitting on blood-covered straw, doubled over, and clutching her stomach. Chevalier scooped her up and yelled for the doctor as he blurred into the castle. I am so sorry, the doctor said as he stepped out of her room. She lost the baby. Chevalier sat in the hallway with his head in his hands. How is she? She lost a lot of blood, but I have her sedated. She wasn't very far along. This could have been worse, the doctor said sadly, and then walked down the stairs. Chevalier stood up and walked slowly down the stairs. Heku guards moved quickly out of his way as he walked toward the prison. Kyle sighed and went in to sit by Emily on the bed. He took her hand and pulled another blanket over her. She was pale and cold. The smell of medicine on her masked the weakening pregnancy scent. Kyle sat with her as he listened to the sounds from the prison. Guards asked Leonid and Malith if Chevalier should be stopped, but they were told to leave him be. Screams echoed off of the walls as Encala prisoners were cruelly tortured and torn to shreds. The worst was the Encala elder. Kyle tried to ignore the agonizing screams as he was tortured for hours before Chevalier finally lost control and tore him apart. Sam whisked Alan by the bed quickly when he went to lay Alan down for the night. Kyle watched them silently, still holding her cold hand. As the night passed into morning, Emily began to stir and mumble in her sleep. Kyle whispered a message to Chevalier that she was waking up. Chevalier appeared in the doorway. His clothes torn, and covered in blood. He hissed when he saw Kyle holding her hand. "Don, let her see you like that," Kyle whispered, ignoring the threat. Chevalier disappeared and returned 20 minutes later, showered and clean. Kyle stood up and blurred from the room, shutting the door behind him. He yelled at the guards as one of them headed into the room. "My orders were that she's not to be alone with a single Heku," the guard said to Kyle. "I am giving you new orders, leave them alone," Kyle snapped at him. "The order came from the elders, step down," the guard said. "You'll have to kill me to get in that room," Kyle said angrily. Emily opened her eyes when she heard the shouting and then looked at Chevalier. He sat down beside her and took her hand. "I am sorry," she whispered. Chevalier shook his head. "It wasn't your fault. We'll get him, I promise you." Emily sat up, grasping her stomach and winced. Chevalier put an arm around her to help her up. She took the orange juice from beside the bed and drank some. When she tried to stand up, he stopped her. "I just need a shower," she said, and he let her up, alone. He nodded and left the room so she could have some privacy. The shower served a dual purpose. Not only did she still smell like blood, but she was testing to see if she was strong enough. She had a plan that was already set in motion. Emily slipped on a t-shirt and jeans, ignoring the pain the movement caused. Her shoes were the hardest, but she bit her lip and emerged from the room fully dressed. The 15 gathered Heku looked at her when she stepped out. "Are you going somewhere?" one of them asked her, and she nodded. "Emily, you can leave," Chevalier said, taking her hand and trying to lead her back into the room. "I can. I need to go to the store," she said, and slipped her purse over her shoulder. "Anything you need we can get you," he said, frustrated when he saw her set her jaw. "I am going," she said. "Doctor!" Chevalier called, and he blurred to them. The doctor looked shocked when he saw Emily about to leave. "You can go, you Aaron, well. I am too," she said, irritated, and started down the stairs. "I'll go with you then," Chevalier told her. Emily turned to him. "Stay here, make plans for an Encala attack," she said to him with an icy chill. He looked closely at her. Her words seemed to have an underlying meaning, but he couldn't quite place it. "You, and you," she said, pointing to 2 strange Heku guards. "You, coming with me?" The 2 guards got an approving nod from Chevalier, and followed her out to the Durango in the garage. Emily climbed in, again ignoring the pain, and drove out of the city. "Give me your cell phones," she said, holding her hand out. The guards frowned, but handed her the 2 phones. She rolled down the window and threw them out when they crossed a bridge. The guards' eyes grew wide as they saw them splash into the water. Emily got onto I-80 and passed the city. "Where exactly are we going shopping?" one of them asked when the last exit passed by them. "How fast can you run?" she asked, ignoring his question. "What do you mean? Is that a hard question?" "How fast can you run?" she snapped. "I don't know, 30 miles an hour or so. A lot faster for short distances, one of them said, looking at her nervously. Emily stepped harder on the gas and sped toward the west. She ignored all of the questions the guards threw at her. She drove through the day, pulling over to the side of the road just as the sun set over the horizon. "Give me your wallets," she said, holding out her hand. "Why?" one of them asked. "Do it," she snapped, and they both handed over the only money they had. "Now get out," she said, watching them. "No," they both told her. Emily turned to the one closest to the door and let go one small piece of her abilities. He screamed and grabbed his chest, and then scrambled to get out of the Durango. The other followed him. When Emily spun out back onto the interstate, the door shut hard with the momentum. "He's going to kill us," one of the guards said, watching her go. "Yes, he is," the other agreed, and began the long run back to Council City. Emily drove through the night and then left the interstate and pulled onto a dirt road and stopped. She slipped out of the Durango and walked a ways off into the desert. "I am here, come and get me," she hissed into the wind. Only a few minutes passed before someone placed a blindfold over her eyes and secured her hands behind her back. She was put into a vehicle and could feel as it sped off. "You swear the blindfold will keep us safe?" one of the Encala asked. "Yes, the elder told us that if she can, see you, she can, turn you to ash," a weak voice said to him. They drove in silence. Emily wasn't sure for how long, because of the blindfold, but she was relieved to be out of the car when they finally stopped. A rough hand took her arm and led her into a building. She heard hisses and hushed whispering as she passed. "Where does he want her?" a cold voice said. "Put her in a cell until we are ready. Keep her eyes and hands bound." Someone hissed. Emily was thrown into a cold cell, and she felt around with her foot until she found a bed, then sat down to wait. "I am sure she's fine. She has 2 guards with her. She probably needs to be alone," Chevalier said as the night drew on with no word from Emily. Kyle nodded, but continued to pace. "I hope so." Sam brought Alan in for bed. "Good night," Chevalier said, picking him up in a hug. "No, it's not," Alan mumbled, his bottom lip pushed out. Chevalier smiled. "What's wrong?" Alan shrugged. "My firemen quit talking. They are broken." "I am sure they will talk again when Mommy gets back," Chevalier said, kissing Alan on the cheek. "She's not coming back though." "Yes, she is. She's just upset right now," Kyle said, trying to fight the feeling something was wrong. "Yeah, I guess," Alan sighed, and put his fireman on the floor when Chevalier sat him down. "Good night, son," Chevalier said, mussing his hair. "What will he do to Mommy?" Alan asked Chevalier. "What will who do to her?" "The bad man." "The bad man doesn't have Mommy," Chevalier said, but the first pangs of panic began. "Yes, he does, that's where she went. To get the bad man." Chevalier knelt down by Alan and took his shoulders in his hands. "What do you mean?" "The bad man, the one I told you about. She went to him," Alan said, looking into Chevalier's eyes. "How do you know?" "He said so." He was laughing, and then the fireman quit talking, Alan said. Sam took him into the bedroom. Chevalier turned to Kyle. "She wouldn't, Kyle sighed. "Yes, she would." The 2 guards who left with Emily appeared beside Chevalier. "Sir, she left." Chevalier growled, "You let her go. She used her powers on us, took our cell phones and wallets and then drove off. We got here as fast as we could," one of them stammered, afraid of the elder's wrath. 2 days passed before Emily was taken out of the cell. Her stomach growled angrily as they hadn't fed her. "Where to?" someone asked, taking her arm. He wants her prepared for the swearing in, someone answered. Emily was pulled forward again. Stay here, someone ordered her, and she felt the hand leave her arm. She listened carefully, but couldn't hear anyone. She jumped when the door behind her opened, and she could hear voices. Just as long as you don't take her blindfold off. She can see you or she will kill you, a female said. It's about time we get this child. The elder had me make this dress months ago, another female said. Yes, Vaughn is going to love it. The Heku pulled her clothes off. Emily didn't talk to them, and didn't fight them. They ended up cutting her shirt off because they were afraid it would pull the blind off, and they also weren't sure how to get it off without freeing her hands. Emily winced slightly when the cold hands touched her as they slipped a piece of soft velvet around her chest and fastened it behind her. It felt like no more than a strapless bra, but again, she didn't complain. The skirt was also soft, like velvet, and fit obscenely low on her hips. She could tell it was no more than 2 strips of material, and could feel the air against her exposed thighs. Someone began to tug her hair into a bun, while another placed a coiled armband on both of her upper arms. The Heku women talked irritatingly about nothing important the entire time they got Emily ready for the swearing in, and she said nothing to them. Finally, we meet again, the ancient said when he was alone with Emily. She stood still, not answering. She felt his dry, rough hands trail down her face, and finally rest under her chin. You look so much like my Elizabeth. You killed my baby, she hissed at him. It was a male child, of no use to us, he said coldly. Besides, you killed my mortal. He was to be a general when he turned immortal. She listened carefully as he walked around her. You, shorter than your mother, more muscular though. She felt his hands move across the contours of her abdomen. Emily jumped slightly when she felt a light scratching on her thigh. I expect full obedience from you, child, he said, and she could feel his breath on her face. You cannot turn enough of the Encala to ash to make it worth your pain if you try. Obedience will be enforced through punishment. Do you understand? Emily nodded. You turned me to ash once, as a child, you were too, he said, still walking around her slowly. Quite painful, I assure you. Luckily, I wasn't alone, and the Encala were able to revive me. Emily heard the door open and the ancient speak. Vaughn, I was waiting for you. I am sorry to have kept you waiting, a deep voice replied. This is my daughter, Emily, the ancient said. Let me look at her, Vaughn said. Emily's skin crawled as she felt his eyes on her. She is beautiful, Vaughn hissed, and Emily felt his hands run from her waist down to her exposed thighs. She's just a little thing though. Do not underestimate the Winchesters, Vaughn, the ancient said, amused. Emily fought the urge to pull away when she felt Vaughn run his nose along her chin to her neck and inhale deeply. Soon you will be mine, child. We will be expecting a female child soon, the ancient said, pleased. I don't think that will be a problem, Vaughn replied, and then kissed her roughly. His hand wound around the back of her neck. Emily didn't fight, didn't try to get away, but she also didn't return the kiss. You'll have to wait until after the ceremony, the ancient laughed. I'll have that ring off of her finger by midnight, Vaughn said, and his hands followed down the curve of her back. Emily felt the blindfold loosening and the sudden brightness made her squeeze her eyes shut. She opened them and let them adjust to the light. The ancient was still in the room. His skin was pale and cracked with age. He smiled at her, and his blackened teeth shone. Vaughn was a hulking Heku. Emily didn't even come to his sternum. He was extremely muscular, and only wearing a kilt and cape. He was looking over her body and smiling. Behave, child, and this will go easier, the ancient reminded her. Release my hands, she said softly. Emily's feet left the ground as Vaughn put his hands under her arms, and lifted her up so she was even with him. Look at those eyes, he said, grinning at her. His breath smelled like decaying flesh, and Emily's stomach turned. Yes, I always loved her mother's eyes, the ancient said sadly. Vaughn moved his face to her neck and ran his tongue along the pounding vein. Tonight, child, he said, and set her back down. Can we release her hands? Yes, yes, it's her eyes we have to worry about, the ancient chuckled. Vaughn moved behind her and released her hands, and then wound his arms around her shoulders. Emily's injured shoulder screamed, but she forced the pain down. It's time, the ancient said. I will see you in there. He left quickly, leaving Emily and Vaughn alone. Vaughn began to kiss Emily's neck and shoulders as his hands ran lightly across her exposed skin. You will love me, child. I promise you that. Not now, not now. Get going, Vaughn, she heard a female Heku say. Vaughn chuckled and pulled away from her, leaving the room quickly. Emily was left alone, and she looked around the room. There was a single empty closet, but the door had a mirror on it, so she stepped in front of it. She was right about the feel of velvet. Her outfit was blood red and stitched with tiny, sparkling jewels. She tried to pull the skirt up higher. It felt like at any minute, it could fall off of her, but it wouldn't move. You can do this, Emily, she said to herself, and then moved away from the mirror. Come, child, someone said, and she turned to the Heku at the door. He was a stern-looking older man, balding and withered. Emily stepped toward him and he led the way. She followed silently, watching the hallways as she walked past. He stopped in front of two large stone doors. You walk down the aisle to Vaughn. He's been sworn in, now you just need presented to the council, he said to her. Emily nodded. She'd done this once before, and was dreading the judgmental eyes on her. As the doors opened, the great hall fell silent and all eyes turned to Emily. She saw Vaughn standing on the platform at the other end of the room. Emily began the slow walk toward him. The hisses and inhales from the crowd made her want to run, but she held her course, focusing on the ancient, her ultimate target. Vaughn smiled broadly as she approached him, and he reached out and touched her waist. I present to the council, Emily Winchester. There were more gasps and soft muffled voices as the news shocked the gathered Encala. Step forward, child, one of the Encala elders said. Emily stepped up onto the stairs, ignoring the empty elder's chair. Are you, in fact, one of the fabled Winchesters? He asked her. I am. And do you hold their powers? Yes. Again, a murmur ran through the hundreds of Heku in the audience. Will you show us? Yes, she said to him. He smiled. Turn around, child, pick one. Emily turned to face the Heku. They avoided her eyes, and began to shift uncomfortably. She didn't care who she picked. Tonight she hoped to turn most of them to ash before she was killed. You, she said, pointing to an Encala that looked a lot like Vaughn. He stepped forward and bowed at the elders. Do it, child, the elder said, leaning forward. Emily looked at him and the Heku turned to ash in an instant. She ignored the panic that started in the audience, and turned back to the elder. Impressive, Emily, your mother never could do that, the ancient said, smiling proudly. Calm, the elder said, motioning for the audience to be quiet. Do you then, Emily Winchester, agree to take Vaughn as your mate, and to break the bond you have with the Equities? He asked, smiling. I do not, she said, turning her eyes to the ancient. Suddenly, a blindfold was placed over her eyes, and her hands were bound in front of her. You do not have to agree, child, for it to happen, the elder told her. A blindfold, she asked, smiling. It's merely a precaution. We cannot have you attempting to kill one of us, she heard the ancient say. So the blindfold will keep you safe, she asked. We have studied the Winchesters carefully. We know of your weaknesses, she heard Vaughn say at her side. Emily was pushed roughly to a velvet wall, and her hands were pulled up. The binds were attached to something far above her head. She felt a hand on her back, and then hard lips pressed against hers. She fought to keep her anger at bay. She would need it soon enough. I expect none of this attitude tonight, Vaughn said, pulling away from her. Now for the last bit of news, Vaughn said. Tonight I make Emily my maid. You are so wrong, she said, smiling, and she suddenly felt the eyes on her again. Obey, child, she heard the ancient hiss. You were wrong about something, though, Emily said. Her skin broke into goosebumps at the thought of what she was about to do. Her heart also sank. She knew that tonight, she would die. She only hoped that Chevalier and Alan could someday forgive her. How dare you speak to us like this, she heard Vaughn say sternly. Blindfolds? Emily asked, ignoring him. What are blindfolds to the daughter of an ancient? Everyone grew quiet, and Emily smiled. The fury, the rage, the pain, every emotion Emily felt was suddenly pushed outward. Images flashed through her mind of her father, of Chevalier, and little Alan. She could hear the screams echoing off the walls, and the feeling of exhilaration flew through her, making her stronger. She felt the world begin to spin, and a trickle of blood dripped onto her lips. The pain of the last few months and the loss of the baby re-energized her, and she sent the emotions it brought toward the audience again. Emily had no idea if what she was doing was working. She waited for the pain of her limbs being torn from her body, but it hadn't happened yet. She could feel the terror and fear in the room, and the screams were growing fainter. She pushed the fear, the horror, and the anger outward, wave after wave. Her ears began to ring so loudly it drowned out the sound of the Heku's pleas for the burning to stop. Her legs grew weak, but she continued to push as her heart beat so hard it felt like it would jump out of her chest. She finally fell back against the velvet wall when her strength gave way, but a newfound anger hit her. The anger that she was being forced to leave Alan without a mother, and she drew more emotions from it and continued her assault on the Encala. The sounds all stopped. Her rapid breathing was all that she could hear. There were no more shouts, no more pleadings, and the silence was eerie. Emily fought against the binds on her wrists, but was unable to free them. She ran her head along her arms and pushed the blindfold off of her eyes, then looked around the room, and felt an enormous sense of relief. All she could see were the ashen remains of the Encala. The elder's chairs were empty except for the swirls of ash. She scanned the rest of the room and nothing moved, nothing made a sound. Emily felt the pounding in her head as she waited for more Encala to come. She would wait for death. The world was still spinning and the blood continued to drip down her lips. An alarm sounded from far away and she knew the deaths had been discovered. They would come for her now. She was ready for death. The pain in her head was growing worse and her injured shoulder sent painful stabs down her back and arm. She suddenly looked up at her hands. The pain was causing her to sweat and the binds were slipping. She pulled and wiggled her wrists and was finally able to free them. She fell against an elder's chair and got to her knees, then quickly looked through the piles of clothes, and found a small bag. She scooped up the ashes on the chair of the ancient, and then took small amounts off each of the council's chairs. She then attached the bag firmly to her wrist. Emily got unsteadily to her feet and walked out of the great hall. Her bare feet were covered in the ash of the Encala. She used the wall for support as she scanned the long hallways of the Encala's palace. The entire palace was quiet. The only thing she could hear was the far-away siren. Her hands ran along the blood-red walls as she walked along the corridors. Her bare footsteps seemed noisy in the silence. A door slammed off to her right, and she heard heavy footsteps fill the palace. "Find her," she heard a strange Heku order, and she turned toward the sound. She wasn't going down without a fight. Emily put her hand against the wall to steady herself. The pounding in her head became stronger and she shut her eyes for a second, trying to regain the control. She wiped the blood off of her lips with a curtain, but a steady stream continued to flow. She felt a tickle in her ear and found blood forming. She knew this was it. The attacks on the Encala were going to kill her. "Looking for me," she yelled, and the sound of her voice echoed off of the walls. She heard the footsteps stop. "I killed your elders. I killed your ancient," she screamed, ignoring how it made her head spin. "I did it in the name of the Equities. If you don't like that, then I dare you to come and get me," she roared, and smiled when the footsteps came closer. She braced herself for one last fight. She felt the anger in her again as she thought of her home at the palace. She saw the shadows of the approaching Heku and readied herself to fight them. She knew it would be the last time they would kill her. Emily gasped when she saw the green capes of the Equities. She frowned, her mind whirling with confusion as a hazy cloud covered her thoughts. She watched as over 50 Heku in green stopped and stared at her, their eyes wide. She saw someone pushing toward the front, and took a step back when Chevalier and Kyle appeared from the gathered crowd. Her mind tried to grasp why they joined the Encala. Chevalier had heard her yell, and immediately changed course to find her. As he pushed through the guards, he froze and looked at her. Emily was leaning against the wall. She was pale and her eyes were dazed. There was blood dripping down the side of her neck and from her nose. She looked up at Chevalier, and the whites of her eyes had turned scarlet. Kyle held out his hand to hold back the guards. "Don't move," he whispered. She's confused. "We don't need her turning us to ash, too." "Emily," Chevalier said softly, not moving toward her. "Are you here to kill me?" she asked, her words slurred. Chevalier shook his head. "No, Emily, we're here to help." "Why then, why would you join the Encala?" We're still Equities. "We came to get you," he explained. "But I killed your elders." She's not making sense," Kyle whispered. "Too much killing," Chevalier sighed softly. "Emily, listen to me. We're here to take you back to the palace, to Alan," Chevalier tried again. "This is mine," she growled, holding the small drawstring bag in her hands. "We won, take it from you," Kyle said. Emily turned and stumbled away from them. She knew she had to get away. She couldn't clear her mind enough to ash any more. They were going to kill her, but she had to at least try to run. How could Chevalier and Kyle join the Encala? She was mad at them for it. Mad that they would bring Alan here to live after she died. She felt a hand on her shoulder and turned. "Emily, we're not going to hurt you," Chevalier said, and he put a hand against her back to steady her. "How could you? How could you join the Encala after what they did?" she asked as a bloody tear spilled from her red eyes. "Emily, we're Equities," he said, and wiped the tear off of her cheek. "I am an Equities," she whispered, looking toward the other Heku gathered. "I know. So we're enemies now," she mumbled, her words still slurred. He reached down to pick her up, but she jerked backwards against the wall. "I won, Mary Vaughn, just so you can lay a claim to me," she hissed. "You don't have to," he said softly, trying to catch her eyes and lock her gaze. "You can kill me if you want, but I am dead anyway." "I die in Equities," she whispered, and ran her fingers through the blood coming out of her ear. "We have to get out of here," Kyle whispered, too softly for Emily to hear. Come on Emily, Chevalier said, walking backward down the hallway. Come on, follow me. She frowned and took an uneven step toward him. You, a traitor. I know, now come, he said sternly. You, all traitors, she yelled, scanning her bloody eyes across the green-cloaked Heku. Keep coming, come on, Chevalier said, holding his hand out toward her. Emily pressed her hands against the sides of her head. I can, think. She's pretty bad off. Do you think she can still ash us? Kyle whispered softly. I don't know, Chevalier said, watching as Emily walked slowly toward him, leaning against the velvet walls of the Encala Palace. As they stepped out into the sunlight, Emily saw the large helicopters sitting on the lush green lawn. She felt the cool grass on her feet and looked down to see bloody ash caked on them. She looked up at the Heku again and wiped the last of the blood from under her nose. She saw the Heku begin to pile into the massive helicopters and wondered how they could leave the ground with that much weight. Keep coming, you, almost there, Chevalier said when she stopped moving. He stepped up into the helicopter and reached down for Emily. Give me your hands. Emily looked up at his hands and took them. She felt her feet leave the ground and reached her foot up to step into the helicopter as Kyle grabbed her around the waist to help her. Her exposed leg faced Chevalier, and he looked at her outer thigh and glared, then pulled her the rest of the way inside. Emily sat in the chair and looked around, confused. She couldn't remember where she was. The cloud on her mind was stopping her from remembering. She felt hands buckle her in, and she fought against the restraint. Leave her, she's too weak to get out, Chevalier said as one of the Heku guards tried to take her hands. Get us out of here, Kyle ordered, and the helicopters took off up above the Encala city. Emily eventually leaned her head back against the seat and shut her eyes. She was suddenly feeling extremely tired. During the ride back to Council City, Chevalier was able to study her. Other than the blood he noticed before, she looked okay. His eyes were continually drawn to the signs the Encala had put on her to ensure their claim. Did you see her right thigh? Kyle asked. Chevalier nodded. I did. It's not inflamed. I think it might be ink. They had enough time for a tattoo, Kyle said, making sure not to look at her for too long. We'll find out later, Chevalier growled. How is Damon taking being called a traitor? He'll get over it, Chevalier said. He couldn't help but smile. I think her loyalty impressed him. Kyle just nodded and watched as the helicopters parted. Most landed on the outskirts of the city, while theirs circled the palace and landed on the helipad. The helicopter engines fell silent, and everyone looked at Emily as she slept. Is it safe to pick her up? Kyle asked, raising his eyebrows. Chevalier shrugged. I have no idea. If she ashes me, just revive me quickly. As Chevalier's hands touched Emily, her eyes jerked open, and she grabbed the bag on her wrist. This is mine, she yelled, and then glared at him. He continued to pick her up, and jumped out of the helicopter, landing softly on the roof of the palace. The doctor was waiting by Emily's bed when Chevalier stepped into the room. He watched, concerned as Emily was laid gently on the bed. She was gripping the covers tightly and panting. Her red eyes were watching everyone around her. The doctor reached down to take her pulse, and barely brushed against the leather bag. Emily grabbed it and sat up. This is mine. The doctor nodded. I won. Take it from you. He looked curiously at Chevalier. She's not making sense, he whispered, too softly for Emily to hear. She's confused, almost in a daze. The original Winchester died by killing too many Heku at one time and Emily has her record beat. The doctor nodded and whispered back, this will be easier if we can sedate her. Malith and Leonid walked in and ordered all of the extra Heku out of the room. They looked at Emily and forced a smile. "How are you, Emily?" Leonid asked her. "I won, join you." "I am an Equities," she hissed at him. "How could you join the Encala?" The doctor was quickly preparing a strong injection. Leonid frowned. "I don't care what you say." "I won, Mary Vaughn," she said, trying to get up, but Chevalier held her down. Emily screamed when she felt the pinch of the needle, but jerked away too slowly. The doctor was able to administer the full amount. "How could you?" she asked. Her words were soft and garbled. As soon as she was sedated, Chevalier pulled her skirt away from her thigh and bent down to look at the runes. The other elders hissed when they saw it and grew furious. "My God," the doctor said, taking a step back. "I think it's ink." "I don't think they were able to tattoo it yet," Chevalier said. He brushed it with his finger, but it didn't come off. "It may have to wear off over time," Kyle said, bending down to look. "Armbands, too," Malith said, touching the coiled serpent around Emily's upper arms. Chevalier nodded. "That's easy enough to get rid of." He reached over and slipped the leather pouch off of her wrist and opened it. It's full of ashes. Kyle frowned. "That's it? Ashes?" Chevalier nodded. "It's important to her." "I am guessing it's the ancient." The doctor stood up after he examined her. "There's no physical damage. No one knows enough about the Winchester powers to know what effect this will have on her in the long term." Chevalier sighed. "So we wait, see if she dies." The doctor nodded. "I am sorry, that's all I can say. We can take her to the hospital." "I know," Chevalier said, taking her hand. "Ulrich's first daughter, Elizabeth, died by killing a few hundred Heku. There had to have been close to 1,000 in that one room, then the servants and guards." Kyle nodded. "The entire palace was turned to ash. The reports have come down." "Emily also wiped out over half of the city," Malith said softly. "Leave us. I have to get her out of these clothes, they disgust me," Chevalier said, picking her up. He cradled her limp body in his arms and carried her into the bathroom. With one hand, he filled the tub and gently took the red velvet off of her. He tried to avoid looking at the ancient runes on her thigh as he sat her down in the water. Supporting her with one hand, Chevalier began to gently wash the blood and ash off of her. He had to change the water 4 times before he was able to clean it all off. After he washed the blood from her hair, he pulled her from the water and dried her off on the bed. He looked around and found a simple white nightgown and slipped it on her. Once the covers were pulled up over her, he sat down by her side. "You can come back," he whispered. Kyle, Malith, and Leonid came back into the room. Kyle smiled. "That's more like it." Chevalier ran his fingers over the golden snakes curling up her arms. "Did it come off?" Malith asked, and Chevalier shook his head. The doctor came back carrying an IV set up. "I have an idea." Chevalier looked over at him. "She won, keep it in." "She won, have a choice," he said, putting the supplies down. "My suggestion is a medically induced coma." Kyle frowned. "For how long?" "I say 2 weeks. Though when the blood is gone from her eyes, we can try earlier," he said, looking at Chevalier for permission. "She won, wake up at all for 2 weeks." "No," the doctor said, and when Chevalier nodded, he inserted the IV catheter and started the slow drip. "Get the word out. Find out how to remove an insignum qualitas off of a mortal," Chevalier said. "I am on it," Kyle said, blurring from the room. "The V.E.S are requesting an audience with us," Malith said, watching Emily sleeping peacefully. "Now." Chevalier growled. They will be here in a few days. In the meantime, Leonid said. We would like to know what happened in the palace. Everyone was killed. Emily is the only one left that would know, he said, watching her sleep. I do hope she remembers that we are equits when she wakes up. Malith said softly. Chevalier nodded and smiled. It wasn't just you two. We were all traitors, and she made sure and let us know that she's an equits. I never really thought she considered herself one of us, Leonid said. Neither did I, Chevalier told him, and kissed her forehead softly. Chapter 10, Peace. The council was seated in the council chambers as they waited for the Chevalier to arrive. Emily was 4 days into her 2-week sleep, and everyone was anxious for her to wake up and fill in a lot of blanks from the Encala attack. As the door opened, the council looked toward the arriving Chevalier. All 3 of the Chevalier elders walked in quietly with their entourage, and stood before the equits. Malith stood, skip the pleasantries and ask right out, why have you summoned us? The tallest Chevalier elder stepped forward, thank you for honoring us with your presence. Damon looked at Chevalier, and he shrugged. We have come to your beautiful home to ask for a treaty of peace, the Chevalier said. Don, we need to be at war to require a peace treaty. Malith asked. No, we don't, We just want to ensure that what happened to the Encala, be in the plans for the Chevalier, he said, smiling. We did not attack first, Malith said, his eyes narrowing. Oh, of course not. We know you would never do that, the Chevalier said quickly. Unless you are planning an attack, then there's no reason for you to fear us, Damon said, not standing. We cannot help but fear you. The rumors from the Encala are terrifying, to any Heku. Rumors? Malith asked. Yes, we have heard what your army did to the Encala palace. We don't know the reasoning, but would like to see that kind of destruction avoided, another Chevalier elder said. Our army? Leonid asked, smiling. Their path of annihilation was horrific, and the Encala are in ruins. We are not here to judge your actions, but to try to negotiate a treaty that will ensure that we are not next, he said nervously. We have no plans on attacking the Chevalier, at this time, Damon said, watching them carefully. Will you not sign a treaty then? Promise us that, in the future, we will handle things civilly, and not with wanton destruction. We are a civilized faction, Leonid said, irritated. I am so sorry. I was not implying that you are not, the Chevalier elder said, fidgeting nervously. I am getting the impression that you are in a panic over something you, V.E. done, though I can, quite figure out what, Chevalier leaned forward. Nothing, we assure you. Have you been to the Encala palace? Damon asked. The Chevalier elders glanced at each other uneasily. What did you do? He asked them, and stood up. We just wanted to help, the tallest Chevalier elder said. Explain yourself, Leonid growled. With that kind of mass death, it left them without any leadership, without even one Heku among them that could revive any of those that were killed. Let me guess, so you decided to do it for them, Damon scowled. We had no choice, he said, taking a step back. We cannot have only 2 factions. It's never been done. How many did you return? Chevalier asked angrily. We were only able to revive one of the leaders, the rest were, well, not complete enough to do. Chevalier smiled as he thought of Emily's little leather pouch. When the equits did not respond, he continued, we were worried. The Encala were left with no leadership, no laws, or anyone to enforce them. The only reason we helped was to keep the Encala from turning feral. Oh yes, I am sure that's the only reason you did it, Damon growled. Who did you revive? Malith asked them, frowning. It was their chief enforcer, that, all, the Valle answered. Oh, so the one Heku that could revive more, Damon snapped. We did, know who it was, we just saw one untouched, shall we say, set of remains, and revived him. What other assistance have you given them? Damon asked. That is all, we swear. They are still an opposing faction, after all. I find it unacceptable that you went behind our backs, after our attack, and revived one of their leaders, Chevalier said angrily. We don't see it as going behind your backs. What were we supposed to do? Allow the Encala faction to fall into ruins and leave all of their Heku without any kind of direction? The Valle elder pulled at his collar nervously. Yes, that is exactly what you should have done, Damon said, leaning toward them. You act as if the attack was unprovoked and out of line, Chevalier hissed. I stress that we do not think that. We know you would never attack without reason. However, the Valle said, glancing at the other elders quickly. Yes. Damon said. It seemed a bit harsh, shall we say. The Encala are claiming over 1,800 deaths in their city. We do not judge, but that is the largest attack of our kind, ever. Again, warranted, Chevalier said to them. Then to take, the Valle elder shuddered, parts of them, so they could not be revived. We do not feel that was the proper thing to do. Proper? Damon asked, sitting back down. Yes, that also has never been done. Your punishment had been dealt. Something like that could take hundreds of years to recover from, but by taking what you did, it could be thousands before the Encala are stable again. I see, Malith said, glaring. We do see your point, but as you do not know the reasoning behind the attack, we feel you should not say that to us. You are right, we apologize, the Valle elder said. There was an awkward silence in the council chambers as the Valle looked at one another and nervously stood before their enemies. Was there something else you wanted? Damon asked, after a few minutes of silence. We, the smallest Valle elder stepped forward after glancing at the others, we feel it would only be fair, you know, in keeping with the peace, if you would share your new ability with us. Leonid looked at Malith curiously. We don't know what you mean by ability, please elaborate, Malith said to them. It is obvious to us, that the Winchester ability has been passed to the Equities. That puts you with an unfair advantage, and we feel to keep peace in the factions, it should be given to each of us, he said, smiling. I see, Malith said, sitting back in his chair. It would purely be used to keep equality among the factions. How would the ability to kill one another quickly, and in great amounts, be of a peaceful nature? Damon asked, truly curious. It would be similar to when the mortals discovered nuclear weapons. Because each country had the same power, it was never used, the Valle explained. Oh, well of course, let's call Emily down and have her share, Damon said, grinning. The Valle turned and looked at the others and then back to the Equities. So you understand and comply? No, Damon said. I just figured a dimwit idea, warranted a dimwit response. The Valle wrung his hands nervously. We don't feel that this is an unintelligent request, it is fairness, for peace. Yes, I heard your excuse. Shall we vote then? Malith asked, looking down the row of Equities. The Valle watched them anxiously. All in favor of sharing our newfound ability, raise your hand, Malith said, watching the Valle instead of taking count of the Equities votes. Please, think of the peace, we could all cooperate, and the ancient wars would end. 1. More of you vote yes, the Valle asked. The entire Equities council looked over at Damon, whose hand was raised. Chevalier rolled his eyes. I am sorry, the majority vote is no, Malith said, ignoring Damon. Please, talk to them, reason with them to see your side, The Valle asked Damon frantically. Wait, wherein, we voting to turn these Heku to ash? Damon asked, frowning. The Valle all nervously took steps toward the door. No, you misunderstood, Malith said, laughing. We were voting to share that trick with our new friends here. Oh, sorry, Damon said, lowering his hand. We see now, there is no chance of peace, the Valle said nervously. We are at peace now. We will not consider us at war until you have done something to provoke it, Leonid said. May we ask the lady then? If she will bestow the gift on us, the tallest Valle elder asked. No, you may not, Leonid said coldly. You speak for her now? Does she not have the ability to answer for herself? Yes, she does, but no, you may not ask her. Very well, we will take this as an act of aggression. He tried to threaten the council. Oh. Chevalier asked, suddenly interested. We won, attack, but you can see how we will need to protect ourselves. By all means, he said, grinning. After a few minutes of silence, the Valle filed out of the council chambers nervously. That was interesting, Damon said, leaning back in his chair. 1,800, Leonid whispered, looking at Chevalier. She's paying for it, though, he reminded them. You said the original Winchester died by killing a few hundred. Yes, Sam was there. Leonid frowned, does Emily know that? Yes. The realization hit for the rest of the council. Emily went into the Encala palace, fully expecting to die. How is she? Malith asked. The Heku were all anxious to hear about her, but her room had been sealed, and Kyle wasn't letting anyone in or answering any questions. We don't know. We won, until she wakes up, Chevalier said. And the mark? Leonid asked. Still there, it doesn't seem to be fading, Chevalier answered with a hint of anger in his voice. Are the bands still on her arms then? Yes, which means whoever they were for is alive. Great. It's not my place, I understand that, but Chevalier, you need to feed. You are looking pale, and you have to be very thirsty, Malith suggested. I am not leaving her. Then let us bring a donor in. To the palace, he asked. Mortals wherein, allowed to enter the palace. We will take precautions. No, I will go soon. Malith nodded and pushed his chair back. The council slowly left the chambers, and Chevalier went back up to his room. Kyle was standing outside of the door. The doctor is in there now, he said to Chevalier. Chevalier nodded and opened the door. Both he and Kyle looked as the doctor bent Emily's left knee, and pushed her leg toward her chest. They blurred to Emily's bed and Chevalier threw the doctor toward the wall. He crashed against the stone walls, and Kyle pinned him to the floor. What do you think you are doing, he hissed. Stop please. If we don't exercise her muscles, they will atrophy, the doctor said, his eyes wide. Do what? Chevalier frowned down at him. Her muscles can go unmoved for 2 weeks. I was simply exercising them, he explained quickly. Get up, Chevalier said angrily. You can read about it if you wish. I can bring in medical journals. Mortals can lie still for too long, or their muscles weaken and can become useless, the doctor explained, standing up slowly. Show me, Chevalier said, taking the doctor's arm roughly and pushing him toward the bed. The doctor walked through how to exercise the major muscles in Emily's arms and legs, and then changed out her IV and left quickly. V.E. turned it off. She should wake up in a few minutes, the doctor said, stepping back to watch her. Be ready to sedate her again, Chevalier said. I can do that for much longer. It's not good for her body. I don't care. If she is still dying, we need to buy more time, he hissed. The doctor nodded, her eyes are clear, and she slept for 2 weeks. I think that should be enough. Chevalier and the doctor watched Emily in the quiet room. Kyle was outside of her door still, and they could hear him pacing nervously. After a few minutes, Emily began to stir. She blinked a few times and then opened her eyes. She stared at the ceiling for a while, and then turned her head to look at Chevalier. "Good morning," he said to her softly, afraid to even touch her. She turned to the doctor and looked at him. "How are you feeling?" the doctor asked her. Emily flexed her hands stiffly. "You will be a little sore for a few days, it will pass, I promise," he told her. Without any warning, she reached over and ripped out her IV. "Emily, no," the doctor yelled, and quickly turned it off so it wouldn't drip all over the floor. Chevalier chuckled. He was relieved to see a sign that she was still his Emily. Emily watched Chevalier expressionlessly. "How are you feeling?" he asked her, touching her cheek softly. "I am at the palace," she whispered. Chevalier nodded. "Yes, you, home safe. Are you mad?" He smiled. "No, I am not mad. I killed some Encala," she said hoarsely. "Some?" "Yes you did," he said, grinning. "I had a bag," she whispered, her voice not quite working yet. "It's right by you." "We did, take it?" "I am thirsty," she whispered, and the doctor smiled. "That's a good sign. What would you like?" "Anything," Chevalier asked her. "Just orange juice," she managed to whisper finally. "Your voice will clear soon," the doctor assured her. Emily looked at him, and then turned back to Chevalier. He already had a glass of juice in his hand. Chevalier slid an arm under her shoulders and helped her sit up. She wrapped her stiff fingers around the glass and drank most of it at once. He laid her back down, and she reached up and ran her fingers along the bands on her upper arm. "Take these off," she whispered, frowning. "I can, yet. I'll get them off soon, I promise," Chevalier told her. "Why can you take them off?" she asked, pulling at them weakly. I'll explain later, okay. Are you hungry?" Emily nodded. "Nothing heavy," the doctor said. "Toast is good." "Okay," Emily whispered, and reached her hand down to scratch at the runes on her leg. Chevalier kept his face even and pulled the covers back up. "How mad are the Encala?" she asked softly as her voice slowly started to come back. Chevalier chuckled. "I am not sure mad is quite the word for it." She frowned. "I shouldn't have done it. I wasn't thinking straight. No one here is mad at you. We all know what you did, and no one's sorry about it," he said, taking her hand. When her toast was delivered, she tried to sit up to swing her legs out of bed, but she wasn't able to move them. "Why can't I move?" she asked, scared. "It's okay, you will just be stiff for a few days," the doctor said. Chevalier put his arm around her again, and lifted her up, then slid her up so she was sitting beside him. She took the toast and ate one before speaking. "How did I get back here?" she asked, picking up a second piece. "We went to the palace and brought you back," Chevalier said. He promised himself that he would tell her anything she wanted to know. "I don't remember that. That doesn't surprise me." Emily absent-mindedly scratched at the runes on her thigh again, and ate another piece of toast. Her juice had been refilled, and she reached for it and took another drink. "Where's Alan?" she looked around the room. He's with Sam. V.E. been trying to keep him away. Seeing you asleep upset him, Chevalier said. "How long?" 2 weeks. She frowned. "I slept for 2 weeks. We kept you sedated. I'll explain everything when you feel better, okay? She nodded and scratched at the runes again. She pulled up her nightgown and looked at her thigh. What's that? Something else I will explain later. We're still working on getting it off. It won't wash off. No, he pulled her nightgown back down. He felt fury rising in him at the sight of it. I hate that I can't remember anything after she said, and sighed. It may come back to you later. I am not sure, the doctor said to her, and then bowed with a smile and left the room. Can I get you something? Anything you want, just ask, he said smiling. I want on your lap, she said, turning toward him. He lifted her gently and sat her on his lap. Her arms wrapped around his neck, and she leaned against his shoulder, and he smiled. I don't like it, Chevalier said. She's only been awake for 4 days. Stop talking about me like I am not here, Emily said, scowling. I am doing it. I'll be there, Kyle said. I said I wanted Emily at the interview so you could get a feel of how they handle her, he said angrily. She wasn't available. I interviewed them, it will be okay, Kyle assured him. Get this off of me, Emily growled, pulling hard at the bands on her upper arm. You can pull them off. I told you that, Chevalier said. Why not? You keep saying you'll tell me later, later, she looked at him. Tonight, okay. I promise. He smiled at her. Chevalier had been dreading when he would have to tell Emily about the runes. The armbands, he wasn't so worried about. He knew they would come off, but so far, no one could figure out how to remove the runes. Sure, she said, and whistled. Ford came running out of Alan's room and Emily turned to leave. Just be careful, Chevalier called after her and Kyle as they headed down the stairs. The first thing Emily did when she got to the stables was to check on Putra. She stepped into the stall and wrapped her arms around the mare's neck. I missed you. She smiled and kissed Putra on the nose, and then slipped a bridle on her. There have been some changes, Kyle said, looking to see if the recruits were coming. Emily stepped out of the stall, leaving Putra inside and shut the door. What kind of changes? Emily asked, walking slowly down the long row of stalls. Kyle moved with her. First of all, you no longer have a personal guard. Really? Kyle shook his head, nope. Okay, what else? Emily stopped and looked at him. So the 13 current cavalry members won't be here, they will be on normal duty, Kyle explained. Stop it, Emily said, batting behind her as she felt a horse smell her hair. Kyle grinned, this will be our last round of recruits for now, 7 of them. I handpicked these ones, except for one. Stop it, Emily said again, and swatted the nose of the horse that was nibbling on her hair. Kyle had to fight to keep from laughing. Which one? She asked. Frank is going to be team lead on this one. Emily smiled, good, at least one of them won, be afraid of me. Excuse me. Emily spun as the horse kept picking at her hair. She put her hands on her hips when she saw it was Chevalier's pesky Arabian. When did he get here? She asked, irritated. 2 weeks ago, Kyle said, laughing. And damn it. 2 stalls down. Emily heard the recruits coming up to the stables. Go do your thing. I have business with this horse. Kyle chuckled and walked out of the stables to start the training. Emily could hear him greeting the Heku, and she grabbed a bridle and went into the stall with the huge Arabian stallion. Line up, Kyle said, and watched as they followed his order. I want to go over a couple of rules again. First is, of course, you listen to Emily. I don't want to hear any she's a mortal. Crap. She's in charge of these horses, and you will listen to her and obey what she says, Kyle said sternly. The recruits all looked nervously into the stables when they heard a loud crash followed by Emily's, "Damn it. I's back here. She knows what she's doing," Kyle said, fighting not to laugh. "No touching. That rule applies even in situations where you may find it polite to do so. Nothing will get you killed faster than laying a finger on her. Understand?" Kyle continued. The new recruits all nodded. "Usinovich," they heard Emily scream, followed by another loud crash. Everyone looked into the stables again when they heard a stall door slam open. Emily was leading the Arabian out of the stall. He was bridled and saddled. The stallion yanked his head back quickly, and she almost fell into him, but caught herself. She used all of her body weight to pull back, and the stallion finally followed her. The Heku cringed when they smelled a trace of fresh blood, and Kyle turned to them quickly and glared, not saying a word. The new recruits all fell back into formation, eyes on Kyle. He turned to look at Emily and shook his head. She had blood on her right arm that was dripping down to her elbow. "You okay?" he asked. "Manners, that's what he needs," she hissed, and walked past them. They watched as she tethered the Arabian to a post. He reared back and she dodged just as he tried to kick her. "Oh, that's it," she yelled, and flew past the guards into the small storeroom in the stable. She came out with a long metal stick. Kyle frowned. He couldn't imagine her having one, let alone using it. The training was unexpectedly halted as they all watched Emily. She stormed to the Arabian and stared him in the eyes. "You want to mess with me?" she asked him, gritting her teeth. The stallion reared back again, but dropped and whinnied loudly when Emily stuck the stick against his chest for a split second. "Try again, boy, I dare you," she hissed. The Arabian shied away from her, obviously not happy. She walked back to the new recruits a little calmer. "Hold this," she said, handing the stick to one of them, and went into the storage room again. She turned suddenly when she heard a loud thud, and saw the recruit lying flat on the ground. She walked over to him and knelt down, immediately breaking the no-touching rule, and took his face in her hands. "Are you okay?" she asked him. He scrambled nervously to his feet. "Yes, am." "What happened?" she asked, picking the stick up off of the ground. Emily turned when she heard Kyle laughing behind her. "Electricity, Emily," he wanted to know what the stick did. She turned. "The cattle prod dropped you." He nodded, embarrassed. "This?" she asked, touching it to her leg. She did, even wince as she was shocked slightly. He nodded again, even more embarrassed. The recruit standing beside him was laughing hysterically. Emily walked to him and touched the cattle prod to his bare arm, then watched as he hit the ground. She said, looking at him. He got to his feet slowly, no longer laughing. "I have to try this on Damon," Emily said, running for the palace. She was lifted off the ground as Kyle wrapped an arm around her waist and picked her up, taking the cattle prod out of her hand. He carried her back to the stable. "Let's not." The recruits were watching, eyes wide. They knew the orders were that no Heku was to touch the elder's wife, yet Kyle not only touched her, but picked her up and took something from her. Kyle set her down and put the cattle prod on a high ledge. "Damon better hope I don't find him when I have that," she said, smiling sweetly, and then she turned to the recruits. "Hello, I am Emily," she said, and reached her hand out for the first in line. He looked at her nervously, and then glanced at Kyle and nodded to Emily. "Good to meet you, am." Emily went to Frank. "Did you get the no-touching lecture?" He nodded and smiled. "I'll bet you dinner that half of you will break that rule by the time training is over," she said, putting her hands on her hips. The recruits gasped and nervously stepped back. Not me, she said, rolling her eyes. I'll find you donors, geesh. Kyle leaned against the stable shaking his head. Deal? She asked Frank. Deal, he said, grinning. Okay, first rule, never stand behind a horse, she told them, pacing in front of them. If you want me mad, the easiest way is to mistreat your horse, understood? They nodded. I will issue you each a horse based on your height. You will be responsible from here on out for taking care of it. That means brushing, feeding, and watering. She went to the first recruit. You first, come on, she said, reaching for a bridle. The bridle got stuck on the high nail and she jumped to free it, and then lost her balance when she landed. She felt a hand on her back, steadying her, and then a frightened gasp. That's one, she said, grinning as she walked past Kyle and into the stables. Emily spent the next few hours assigning horses. She went back to Kyle as they brushed their new charges and began the bonding. I am up to, she said, grinning. We try to get them to obey, and you just can't stand that, can you? Kyle laughed. It's a stupid rule. It's not like they are grabbing my ass, you know, she said, leaning against the wall by him. You know why we have it, he said, chuckling. Yes I do, and it's stupid. Hey, she yelled, walking over to the Arabian. He was chewing on the leather straps of his bridle. She took the sides of his bridle and pulled him hard to face her. What are you doing? The Arabian snorted right into her face, and she dropped the reins and stepped back, wiping her face off on her sleeve. That's disgusting. Kyle watched and grinned. Guess you get to stay there all night, how's that, she growled at him, and walked back to Kyle. That's showing him, he said, laughing. She grabbed a bale of hay, moved it to the side of the barn, and stood on it, then jumped and grabbed her cattle prod. Oh, no you don't, Kyle said, taking it from her again. She glared at him and shouted, okay, bring your horses out front. Let me have a look. They lined up and Emily walked past them slowly. One of the horses was shying away from his Heku. She stopped and watched. One thing I will mention, Kyle said to them. Emily has a bad habit of pushing the Heku out of the way of a mad horse, and she usually gets kicked for it. Please try to control your horses, and don't let her take the blow for you. The Heku frowned. They couldn't imagine letting the elder's wife take any kind of abuse in their stead. Ha ha, very funny, she said. The horse she was watching began to stomp his feet anxiously, and pull at his reins. Emily approached him and took the reins from the Heku guard just as the horse began to rear back. She moved between the guard and the horse as the stallion dropped and slammed his head into her chest, knocking her back onto the ground. Like that, Kyle said, running to her. Emily stood up and brushed herself off. I am so sorry, the Heku said. I didn't see that coming. Don't worry about it, she said, and took the reins. She led the horse a ways away from the others and talked to him calmly, while rubbing the soft velvet on his nose. I am sorry, the guard said to Kyle, who glared at him. Come here, Kyle, Emily asked softly, and Kyle walked up. As soon as the horse saw him, it reared back again and kicked hard at Kyle, who dodged it easily. Go back, she told him, and when Kyle returned to the stables, the horse calmed down. HRM, she sighed, leading the horse back into the stable. As she walked past the guards, the stallion shook his head and whinnied loudly. Emily came out a short time later with another horse and handed the reins to the guard. Try that one, she said, and went back to Kyle. Last but not least, while you are in cavalry training, you will be paired up with one of our full cavalry guards. They will teach you the codes and rules, he said, and finally stepped back. I am hungry, let us feed them and go eat, she said, and then shrugged. Or I'll go eat. She pulled the cover off of the oats and took Putra in a fresh scoop, then filled her water trough with cold water. After checking to make sure all of the horses were fed and watered, she headed inside. I could use a steak, she said, smiling to Kyle. I am thinking I may go have dinner too, he said, looking back over his shoulder. Did they find my Durango? Emily asked. Yes, the police called about it, so we picked it up. Emily stopped at the front doors. You sure I can, have my cattle prod, just for an hour? Yes, I am sure, Kyle said, laughing as he walked away. You know I'll find it, she called to him, then went inside. Emily went into the dining room and picked Alan up when he ran to her. She kissed him and brushed his black hair away from his face. You need a haircut, she said, then smiled and sat him down at the table. Emily was just sitting down when a Heku arrived with steak and potato for her, and a small pizza for Alan. She cut into the juicy steak and started to eat. The training had made her hungry. Why do I always have to smell blood on you? She heard Chevalier ask as he walked into the dining room. Because I am accident prone, she told him, and took a sip of wine. She felt Chevalier kiss the top of her head, and watched as he did the same to Alan and then sat down. How did it go? Fine, you should have told me your Arabian came to torment me, she said, taking another bite. You be nice to him. Oh, he's taken care of, believe me. I like him, he has personality. Did you know I can drop a Heku to the ground with a cattle prod? She asked, and took another bite. Emily, you did, Chevalier said, shaking his hand. Just one, she told him, and laughed. I did, know it would drop a Heku, but I knew it would affect us somehow, he chuckled. I wanted to try it out on Damon, but Kyle took it away, she said, adding butter to the baked potato. You need to try to be nice to Damon. When he drops the attitude, I'll consider it. When they were done eating, Chevalier picked Alan up and took Emily's hand, and they walked up to their room. Are you going to hold to your promise? Emily asked when they stepped into the empty room. He nodded, though he was hoping she would forget. Emily took Alan into the nursery and tucked him into bed, then came back out. Start with these ugly things, she said, removing her long-sleeved shirt. The camisole exposed the golden coiled snakes on her arms. Why are you bleeding? He asked as she wiped dried blood from her arm. That damned horse of yours. He and I had it out, she said, and sat down. Don, change the subject. Why one, they come off. Chevalier sighed and sat down. They are a bonding tool. What do you mean? She asked, sitting down. It's similar to the essence ring, but a lot harder to break. But it can be broken, right? Chevalier grinned, yes it can. They can only be removed after death or infidelity. Not betrayal. Nope, just infidelity or death. Then why am I still wearing them? She asked, confused. Doctor's orders, he said, taking her hand and kissing it softly. It wasn't, my choice. Then let us get them off now. She started pulling at them. How romantic, but no. They irritate me. Yes, me too. It's not easy for me to see the mark of a bond on you, believe me. Two of them even, it only takes one to show that a person is taken, he said, frowning. And the itchy stuff on my leg, she asked. Chevalier sighed, that one's more complicated. Why one, it come off, she asked. That we don, no. Those runes are normally tattoos. Yours are just ink, so we are still hopeful that they will come off. He sat back in his chair. Runes. What do they mean? She asked, her eyes narrowing. Back when the ancients were still in charge, and the mortals were becoming more civilized, the ancients found that some of the mortals were, well, attractive. Emily frowned, no longer sure she wanted to know about the runes. They did, want to bond with such lowly creatures, Chevalier said with an apologetic smile, but they also wanted to be able to, have the mortal. Have them. Chevalier nodded, have, them. Emily's eyes got wide, they wanted them for sex. He nodded again and shut his eyes, the mortal would become a slave to the Heku, and they showed that possession with a rune. Emily's voice cracked, am I marked as a sex slave? Yes, he said softly, specifically belonging to the Encala. Because they picked a mate for you, we figure they only marked you as a humiliation though. Get it off, she said, panicked. Don't worry, M. The few of us that have seen it tell, and we know it's not valid, he said, trying to calm her down. Burn it off, she said, sticking a poker into the fire. Chevalier removed it, I am not going to burn it off of you. I should have killed them slower. I'll get it off. Emily leaned back and looked into the fire. Do you want to talk about the bag? Chevalier asked. He had wanted to ask her about it. It's him, she whispered, bringing her knees up to her chest and wrapping her arms around them. I thought so. He watched her closely. All of him and parts of the council, she said, and turned her face toward Chevalier. He nodded, what do you want to do with it? I don't know, she said softly. He smiled, you made it so they can, revive the Encala Council. All of the ashes need to be there to perform the ritual. She nodded, I hope so. That's never been done before. Thousands of years and no one has ever taken part of the remains of a Heku as a, well, trophy, he said, and chuckled. Never. Never, it's considered incredibly rude. Only the chief enforcer has the power to ash a Heku, and once that is done, the punishment has been dealt. There is no reason for further retribution. What if I don't care that it was rude, she asked. He grinned, then keep your bag. Emily turned back to the fire. The V.E.S think you have given us your ability to ash, he said, amused. Why? Winchesters were heavily studied. Historically, they could only kill 10, maybe 15, he said, watching her. I don't know how many I killed, she shrugged. Just over 1,800, he said, and immediately wondered if he should have told her. 1,800. He nodded. So this mere mortal couldn't have done that. I must have bestowed my gifts on the Equities. Exactly, he said, smiling. We didn't feel like starting a mass panic, so we went along with it. I won't do it again, she told him. I hope not. There for a while we weren't sure you would survive. I am tougher than I look, she said, smiling slightly. I am aware of that. He knelt by her chair and kissed her. Chapter 11, Deal. I won. Emily said, doing a small victory dance. Kyle shook his head, had to do it, didn't you? He asked the fearful Heku. I am sorry, it was so fast, he tried to explain. Emily smiled and went to Frank, you can pick 2 guards, we'll go to dinner tonight. He grinned and nodded, a deal, a deal. Kyle was irritated that Frank seemed pleased at the outcome of the bet. He made sure to keep an extra close eye on the Heku. He also wasn't sure how the elder was going to react to the prize in the bet. Chevalier was a lot better at hiding his jealousy lately, but this was pushing even his control. Put the horses up. I'll meet you 3 at the Durango in an hour, she said, and ran into the palace to get ready. Emily took a hot shower, excited at the thought she was going to go out and have some fun. The palace was dull at times, and she missed going out on the town. She dressed casually in a blue halter top and jeans. She hoped the coiled snakes weren't too outlandish for mortals, but it was getting too warm to wear long sleeves. She ran a brush through her hair and went to the bedroom to find her shoes. Going out? Chevalier asked from the edge of the bed. Yes, I won a bet, so I get to go out to dinner, she said, looking around. Oh. Emily was impressed, as he wasn't yelling yet. It's just dinner, a fun bet with Frank, she said, slipping on her cowboy boots. What was the bet? Emily went to the bed and sat on Chevalier's lap with her knees at his sides, so she could face him. She kissed him softly. Honestly, do you really want to know, she asked. When you say it like that, I wonder if it's best if I don't know, he said, wrapping his arms around her waist. She smiled, I thought so. Chevalier fell back against the bed, pulling her with him and looked up into her eyes. She leaned down and kissed his neck, lightly running her lips across his jaw and pressing them against his. Have fun, he said, smiling up at her. We have time, she said, kissing him again. He pushed her gently away from him. Go to dinner, Em. She rolled off of him and grabbed her purse. Chevalier watched as she walked out of the bedroom. He laid back on the bed, seething. He growled jealously, and slammed his fists against the bed. He debated trailing them secretly, and then was able to pull the jealousy back, and he opted to take Alan to the game room instead. Emily saw Frank and two other Heku waiting by her Durango. She was pleased to see them in jeans and t-shirts. She crawled in and started up the car when everyone was ready. Where shall we go? She asked, smiling. Frank was grinning broadly from the seat by her. As you are the only one eating, I say ladies' choice. Emily turned to the two in the back seat. Do you two talk? Yes, we do. Yup, ma, em. What are your names? I am Silas, and this is Nelson. She nodded. Nice to get a name finally. I don't think Kyle likes us to get too close during training, so most of the time I don't really know names. The three of them nodded in agreement. Do you dance? She smiled. All three of the Heku nodded again, and Emily pulled the Durango out of the garage. She turned up the Toby Keith CD and sat back to enjoy the ride. The Heku visited about people she didn't know, but then turned to their horses, in which she was much more interested. Not long after dark, they pulled up to a small bar that promised the best steak in town. Emily cut the engine, and they all looked to the doors as someone was pushed out. He landed against the cement, stood up, and walked away. Ready? Emily asked, smiling. She was glad to see the Heku were anxious to be out of the palace, too. The bar was noisy and overcrowded, but the four found a table finally. The table was sticky and stained with bottle rings. Emily ordered a medium well steak and fries, while the Heku each ordered a shot of Jack Daniels and a beer. Emily grinned and ordered a shot for herself. Emily frowned. You drink? Frank laughed. You mean more than blood? Emily nodded. It was hard to hear over the noise from the dance floor. We can, said one of the other Heku. We just aren't supposed to. The drinks were delivered first. Emily held her shot glass up. Here, to following orders. She grinned as the others toasted and they all downed their shots quickly. Another round, Frank said to the waitress. I can drink much. I have to drive, she said. I can drive us home, Frank told her. Not if you, re-drunk you don, We don, get drunk, he said, laughing. She frowned, then why drink? The taste, it's second only to blood, Silas said. Then why is it banned? Emily yelled over the music. Silas looked at Nelson. Well. What? Nothing to worry about, we fine, Nelson said, smiling, and he downed his second shot. Emily nodded and downed her second shot, and then cut into the steak. They talked about nothing of importance while she ate. She quit counting the number of shots the guards did, but she stopped herself at 3. Oh! Emily said when the music changed. I love this song. Emily scooted out of the booth and ran to the dance floor. She joined the line dance as it started, and laughed when she saw the 3 Heku also join. She was surprised to see they knew the dance and were actually good at it. When the line dance ended, the band started a slow song. Shall we? Frank asked, putting his hand out. Well, breaking all of the rules anyway, Emily said, and took his hand. He twirled her expertly around the dance floor, leading with a strong hand to the small of her back. You, a good dancer, I am impressed, Emily said, laughing. You sound surprised, Frank said, and grinned. After the dance, they went back to the booth. Silas and Nelson were downing yet another shot. She slid into the booth and ordered a Coke. Excuse me, ma, a local cowboy said. Would you like to dance? No thank you, I have a jealous husband, she explained, and then smiled. The cowboy looked at the 3 large men sitting beside her and nodded. Are you sure you, not going to get sick or something? Emily asked when the guards ordered another round of shots. We just getting started, Silas said, grinning. Hey, pretty thing. Another local came up. This one smelled like old alcohol and cheap cologne, ditch these losers and come dance with me. No, thank you, she said, smiling at him. I said come dance with me, he took her hand, but she pulled it away from him. No, she said again. The lady said no, Silas said, glaring at the man. He finally stumbled off. You did, tell me, what effect does alcohol have? It has to be bad to have been banned, she asked, sipping her Coke. The elders believe it tends to make us violent, but I disagree, Nelson said. Emily laughed. Aaron, you violent anyway? That we are. The 3 toasted and drank another shot. I'll be right back, Emily said, and left for the ladies' room. On her way back to the booth, Emily was pushed back against the wall and felt hands at her waist. It was the cologne-covered local. I said, I want to dance. And the bear sat down with his friends, Chevalier said, and turned the page of Alan's book. Good night friends, he said. Chevalier looked down at Alan, and he was fast asleep. He kissed him lightly on the forehead and walked out of his room and then heard Kyle call him into the hallway. Try to not be upset, okay? Kyle asked, turning to him. Chevalier sighed, I hate when you start a conversation like that. Kyle smiled sympathetically, the police department called. And? Chevalier asked, frowning. Bail has been set for Emily, Silas, Frank, and Nelson at $1,000 each. Kyle winced. They are in jail. Chevalier hissed. Apparently. What for? Bar fight, Kyle said, and took a step back. Why did they call you? Chevalier asked, and then frowned. Because they don't want you to know, but I am not that brave, Kyle said, grinning slightly. Go get her Durango. I'll go bail at least one of them out, he scowled, and walked down the stairs slowly. Chevalier drove to the police department and sat outside, calming himself. He took a deep breath and walked into the red brick building. May I help you? A policeman at the front desk asked. I am here to bail out my wife, Chevalier said, pulling out his wallet. Name? Emily Russo. Here we go, the officer read through the papers, What about her 3 companions? Yeah, I guess them too. Chevalier decided he could punish them much worse than a night in jail could. That, LLB $4,000 bail, the officer said, and took Chevalier's credit card. Bar fight was it? Chevalier asked. Yes, sir, the officer confirmed. Then why was Emily arrested? He questioned further. The little gal? She was right in the middle of it, the officer said, handing Chevalier a bag. Here are their things. Chevalier followed him back into the holding cells. The officer left as Chevalier looked into the cell. Emily was in a cell alone, and the 3 Heku were in one together. This is becoming too common, Emily, Chevalier said, looking at her. She stood up, not quite sure what to say. Should we just start reserving a cell for you? Where, Kyle? She asked, sitting on the hard bed. Whose blood is on your shirt? He asked. Emily shrugged. I don't know. It's not mine though. I called for Kyle. He's getting your Durango from the bar. A fight, seriously? Chevalier asked into the cell with the guards. They were standing at attention and Silas finally spoke, sorry, sir. It was unavoidable. We LLC about that, come on, let's get out of here, Chevalier said. He growled when he smelled alcohol on all 4 of them. In the front, Chevalier hissed when Emily tried to crawl into the back seat with the guards. She swallowed hard and moved to the front seat. Chevalier put the Humvee into drive and drove out toward the palace. It was quiet for a few tense moments. There better be a good explanation, Chevalier said. There is, sir, Frank said. We were just having some fun and drinking, he snapped. Frank sighed, yes, drinking. This mortal came and wanted to dance with Emily, and she said no, but he grabbed her hand. Chevalier's hands tightened on the steering wheel. Emily sat, quiet and still, and watched out the window. She pulled it back and the guy left. We thought it was over, Frank continued. Then when she was coming back from the ladies' room, he pinned her against the wall. We had to do something about that. How did you end up in jail then? He asked, glancing at her. She sighed. It was 5 on 3, and it didn't seem fair so, well. So she jumped on the back of the guy hitting me from behind, Silas said, trying not to grin. Emily, Chevalier growled. How fair is that? 5 on 3, and that guy was just hitting Silas while he was fighting with another guy, Emily said, frowning. 5 on 3 is not a fair fight, you are right, Chevalier said. 3 Heku guards should be able to take out close to 30 mortals at once. We didn't know she joined in, honest, until the bouncer pulled her off of the guy's back, Nielsen said. Well, I saw the bouncer touch Emily and then, Frank sighed, I had to take care of him, too. I see, Chevalier said. How mad are you? Emily asked him. Are you injured? He asked her, still watching the road. No. Not at all. No, she said, watching him. I am pretty mad, he said, turning into the city's gates. He was waved in by the front guards. He pulled over at the guard's barracks, report to Kyle first thing in the morning. The 3 nodded and stepped out. How drunk are you? Chevalier asked, pulling back onto the road. I am not drunk, she answered, irritated. I smell alcohol, he said. I didn't say I didn't drink, but I am not drunk, she said, watching out the window, and I don't appreciate the feeling that I am about to get grounded or sent to the principal's office. How much did the guards drink? He ignored her comment. I am not their mother, I don't know, she said. She knew he D be mad if he knew how much those three had put down. How much did you drink? He asked, pulling into the garage. I don't know, Daddy, she scowled at him. She looked over and saw her Durango parked in its spot. She pulled the keys from her purse and walked toward the Durango. Chevalier appeared between her and the door before she could get the key ready. Where are you going? He asked sternly. I am going to get the other three, and we're staying in a hotel tonight, she said, trying to push him out of the way. She growled in frustration when he didn't budge. No. No. That's right. No. He crossed his arms. You can tell me no. I am not one of your stooges. I can tell you no. Because you, V.E. been drinking, and I don't want you driving, he said, pulling the keys out of her hand. Do you want a fight? Is that it? We haven't fought in a while, so you re-picking one now, she asked, moving toe-to-toe with him. You two just calm down, Kyle said, walking up to them. Emily spun and slapped him before he could react. I told you not to tell him. Yeah, and I am more afraid of him than I am of you, Kyle said, shrugging. How drunk are you? None of your business, she said, pushing him with each word. You should ask how drunk your guards are, Chevalier said, stepping toward them. My guards, they were drinking? Kyle asked, shocked. Chevalier nodded, yes, and when they picked a fight, Emily joined in because it was 5-on-3, and that wasn't fair. They didn't pick the fight? Those mortals did, Emily corrected furiously. I told them to report to you in the morning, Chevalier told him. To hell with that. I am going to get them tonight, Kyle said, heading for the door. He stopped when he felt a hand on his arm. Leave them alone. This is none of your concern, he told her, and pulled his arm away from her grasp. It is because this is my fault. I picked the bar instead of a restaurant. I am the one that got pushed around by some mortal. They did nothing wrong, she said angrily. They drank. I don't care about the bar fight, though I am concerned that you felt the need to jump into it, Kyle said, stepping toward her. I told them to drink. It was an order, she said, crossing her arms. Oh really? Yes. Well, the order not to drink came from the elders, and that's higher up than you are, he blurred from the garage. Come on, upstairs, Chevalier said, taking her arm. She tried to pull away, but his grasp was too tight. Stop it, right now, she said. He turned to her. You have no right to treat me like this. I can go out drinking every night if I want. I can get sloshed off my ass and dance until my feet bleed. You can do anything about it, she yelled. Fine, he roared, and blurred into the palace. She walked in, scowling, and went up to her room. She pulled on an old t-shirt and went to bed. Emily woke up when Sam took Alan down for breakfast. Her head hurt a little, so she took a few aspirin, and got dressed quickly. Today was the day off of cavalry training, but she still wanted to see the three Heku from last night. She threw her hair into a high pony, and ran out of the palace and into the stable. She slipped a bridle on Putra, and jumped up onto her, bareback, kicking her into a gallop. She had to stop and ask directions twice, but finally saw the barracks. She slid off of the mare and tied her to a post, then stood outside of the barracks. She wondered if she was allowed inside, and then shrugged and opened the door. All eyes turned to Emily when she entered. She looked around with wide eyes. The entire barracks was one large room. There were no beds, just chairs with stacks of books and armor in various stages of repair. What do you want? A guard asked her, irritated. I am looking for Frank, she said, feeling uneasy at the way he looked at her loathingly. He's not here. Where is he? None of your business, he hissed. Emily advanced on him. Do you have a problem with me? He turned and faced her. Yes, I do. Emily stopped right in front of him, and she felt the guards surround the two of them. She saw out of the corner of her eye that the path to the doorway was now filled with angry-looking Heku. Then get it out, come on, she said, pushing him with both hands. Yeah, like I am going to talk bad to the wifey of an elder. Do I look stupid to you? He asked, high-fiving another guard. I don't see him around now, have at it, she said, scowling. So you can turn me to ash? No way, Tiny, he said, grinning down at her. I don't have to turn you to ash to kick your ass, she said, balling her hands into fists. The Heku laughed at her, pretty scary for a mortal. Emily ran up to him and drew her hand back, but someone grabbed her wrist as she was about to punch him. She turned angrily, and then screamed when Mark threw her over his shoulder. I am calling general quarters, he yelled at the guards. They grumbled and blurred, disappearing to somewhere Emily couldn't see. Put me down, she ordered. No, Mark said, walking out of the barracks. It infuriated her when he got onto Putra, still holding her over his shoulder. He hoisted her off of his shoulder and laid her across the mare, then kicked her into a gallop. She struggled to get up, but his strong hands held her down. Let me up. No, he said, maneuvering through the city streets toward the palace. I'll she screamed. No you won, T. Kyle watched as they approached the stables and his eyes grew angry. What do you think you, redoing, Mark? Kyle helped Emily down, and Mark jumped off of the mare, saving her life. Kyle frowned, how so? She was in the barracks, picked a fight with Kenneth, Mark said, taking Putra back to her stall. Is that his name? Emily began, but Kyle cut her off. In the barracks, he asked her, shocked. Yeah. You shouldn't be in the barracks, Emily, he said sternly. Emily turned on her heels and headed into the palace mumbling, Don, do this, Emily. Don, do that, Emily. Kiss my what, Emily? Kyle stifled a grin and turned back to Mark. Was she actually inside the building? Yes, she was looking for Frank, Mark said, coming back out of the stable. She could have been killed, Kyle sighed. I know. That's why I took extra precautions to get her back here safely, Mark said, watching him. Kyle nodded, thank you, and get Kenneth into my office. Mark nodded and blurred away. Kyle went inside and knocked on Chevalier's office door. Enter, he said. Kyle stepped in and sat down. For someone that can get one, I am sure starting to get a headache. Chevalier chuckled, the guards acting up this morning. Guards? No, your wife though. Chevalier sighed, what did she do now? She decided to go into the barracks. Wait, inside. Yup, then she picked a fight with Kenneth, Kyle sighed. I swear, I'll kill her myself, Chevalier said angrily, and blurred from his office. He felt Kyle follow him up the stairs to his room, then slammed open the door and looked around, but the room was empty. What did you do with her? He asked Kyle. Nothing, she stormed away from the stables and into the palace, Kyle said, looking around. Sir. Chevalier spun when the guard yelled from the door, what? Lady Emily, she's locked herself in a cell, the guard said frantically. Let her out and bring her up here, Chevalier hissed. Well, we can, sir. Why not? Kyle asked. She has the only keys and one, give them back, the guard said, looking at the floor. She's a mortal. Chevalier yelled. How did she get the only keys away from you? She threatened us, sir, the guard said, embarrassed. Leave her there then. If she wants to be in jail so badly, we'll see how she likes living alone for a few hours, Chevalier said, throwing a vase hard against the wall. She's not alone, the guard whispered. What? Chevalier turned angrily. She's in with Frank, Silas, and Nielsen. They are trying to get her to give the keys back, too, but she's dropped them down her shirt and so. The guard stopped when Chevalier blurred from the room, followed by Kyle. Emily, get out of there, Chevalier growled into the cell. The three guards stood immediately at attention. I can, we have 5 years left on our sentence, she said, sitting on the bed. Frank, get the key, Chevalier said, watching as Emily's eyes grew wide. She spun and curled up into a tight ball, face down on the bed. Sir? Frank asked nervously. Get the keys from her. Sir, they are in her shirt, Frank stammered. Do it, Chevalier said, scowling. Frank reached down and put his hands on Emily's waist and picked her up. She didn't change positions at all from the small ball. No, she screamed at him. Frank glanced at Chevalier and then sunk his hand into Emily's shirt, cringing as she bit his arm. He pulled his arm out quickly, and handed the blood-covered key to Kyle. He opened the door and Chevalier hauled Emily out of the cell by her arm. He relocked the cell and shoved the key back into the hands of the guard. Try to keep it this time, he hissed, and blurred after Chevalier and Emily. Let me go, Emily said coldly. Elder, stay calm, Kyle said when he caught up with them at the bedroom door. Oh, I am calm, Chevalier said, and slammed the door in Kyle's face. What happened to my freedom? Emily asked when he turned around. Her arms were crossed at her chest. Freedom to die? Is that what you want? How is visiting the barracks looking to die? The Heku guards in the palace, the ones on the cavalry, have a very high tolerance for mortals. They respect my decision to take you as my wife, but that's not the view of all of the guards. Those are left in the barracks to patrol the city, far away from you, he growled. Now I have to go punish Kenneth for even talking to you. It's forbidden without a station on the cavalry or in the palace. You told me I was accepted, she scowled. If I killed every guard who doesn't approve of you, we have only about 1/8 of our guards left, he said, realizing he hadn't told her. I don't care what you do to Kenneth, but the 3 from last night don't deserve 5 years in a cell. They drank, it is against the rules. 5 years for drinking? They'll be miserable down there without being able to feed, she said, sitting down on the bed. I thought we agreed that you would leave the rule breakers to me. I thought we agreed that I have the freedom to do what I want and when I want. Your freedom does not extend to the Heku you are standing by. Let them go. I am not in the mood to fight with you, he said, forcing his temper back under control. Emily screamed angrily, and walked into the bathroom, slamming the door and locking it behind her. Chevalier heard a session of the council called and blurred from the room. He was the last to sit at his chair, and he spun to face the front. He raised an eyebrow when he saw 4 Encala standing before them. The Encala come to us with a request. You know, Chief Enforcer to Chief Enforcer, Damon said, watching the 4 from the opposing faction. What exactly is your request? Leonid asked them. There were 2 items taken that we are requesting be returned. Let's start with the remains of our elders, he said, glaring at the council. They are not ours to return, Malith said, watching them. Who do we ask then? Only the Equities were in the palace that day, the leader asked. Oh, they are being kept by a member of the Equities, just not one of the council, Malith explained. Can the council not control its people enough to demand their return? We have full control of our people, I assure you, Damon scowled. What is the second item you ask returned? Leonid asked him. The door behind the council opened and they spun their chairs to see who would intrude on a session. Emily came in, supported by Kyle. She was pale and grasping at her thigh. It burns, she moaned. That would be it, the Encala said, amused. It took both Damon and Malith to hold Chevalier in his chair. He growled at the Encala leader. We demand you release her, immediately, Leonid yelled at him. They let Chevalier go when he tried to get to Emily. He knelt down by her. She said it started burning a few minutes ago, Kyle whispered. Chevalier nodded, I'll make it go away, M. It burns, she said as her shaking hands clawed at her jeans. I will not release her. She was promised to me by an ancient, one who outranks your entire faction. She is mine by primordial right, he said smugly. We will not abide by the conditions set forth by an ancient. One that was supposed to have been banished for eternity, Malith told him. Come, Emily, it is time to go, the Encala said, and grinned when she screamed. Emily's entire leg felt like it was on fire. She clawed at her jeans with her fingernails, trying to tear them off of her burning thigh. I suggest you stop torturing her this instant, Leonid growled. You are outnumbered, and I have no qualms about watching you die. Emily stopped screaming and leaned back against the floor, panting. She's mine and you know it, by order of the ancient. I can control her and do with her as I wish, he said, smiling. Control her? Damon asked, standing up. Where was this control when she decided to slaughter half of your city? I didn't have time to tell her to stop. Had I done so, this wouldn't be an issue right now, he said, raising an eyebrow. So you can control her? Yes. I'd like to see that, Damon said, sitting down. He glanced at Chevalier, who glared at him icily. Come to me, Emily, Vaughn said softly. Emily got to her feet and looked down at Vaughn. She descended the steps slowly as the Equities Council watched, then she walked over and stood, facing him. Good, child. She knows her place and obeys as promised, Vaughn said, smiling at the council. Vaughn spun suddenly when the three Encala with him fell to the ground as Don, call me child. The Equities Council all relaxed and looked at one another grinning. You will obey me, Vaughn said, looking into her eyes. Take this thing off of my leg, she hissed at him. Obey me, he said, sterner, concentrating hard on her green eyes. Vaughn fell to his knees and screamed, clutching his chest. The muscles in his body flexed with the pain, and he fell to the ground. Emily, she heard Chevalier say softly from behind her. She turned to him and released Vaughn from the pain. Let us handle this, please, Malith said to her. She wiped the blood from her nose and walked back up the stairs. The council member to Chevalier's left stood and let Emily take his chair. Vaughn struggled and got to his feet. I will release her if you will return the elder to me. Just the elder? Leonid asked. Yes, you can keep the ancient, but we need the other elder. Vaughn's voice was strained. Leonid turned to Emily, they are in your possession. Do you wish to return the Encala's elders? That would be kind of hard, she said, looking at Vaughn. Why is that, dear? Leonid asked. I mixed them all up together and, she said, and frowned when she heard gasps from around her. She looked at the council members, and they were half amused, and half astonished that she would do such a thing. Only Chevalier was grinning. That's despicable. Never have I heard of such disgusting behavior. Vaughn yelled at her. She's a mortal. She knew no better, Malith said. Do go on. Well, I am not going to tell if you all are going to treat me like I did something wrong, she said, and frowned. We will not, you just caught us off guard. V.E. never heard of such a thing, Malith explained, and smiled softly at her. Emily pulled a chain from around her neck and dangled the locket from it. This is all I have left of the ashes. Chevalier had to turn his chair away from Vaughn to hide his laughter. Kyle chuckled at Chevalier. Where is my elder? Vaughn asked her angrily. Well, she looked at Malith questioningly. Where is he? He asked her. I dumped some in the river, she began, and ignored the stifled laughs from the council, and the angry hiss from Vaughn, and the rest well, kind of, dumped, somewhere over New Jersey. You did what? Vaughn gasped, and his rage permeated the room. Malith tried to control himself. Emily, is that really what? He turned his chair away from the Encala when he couldn't. Stop laughing. Damon growled and jumped, landing against Vaughn mid-air as he lunged at Emily. They crashed to the ground with a loud thud and began to fight, their movements nothing but a blur to Emily's eyes. Two more council members jumped the table, and the Encala was soon restrained against the back wall. Put him in prison until he learns some control, Damon ordered the 4 guards that were summoned. They took him, fighting, out of the room. Dear, did you really do as you said? Leonid asked her. She nodded. I am sorry if I caused you more trouble. No trouble, dear, none at all, Malith said, smiling at her. Your mortal thoughts and actions just, well, astonish us at times. Leonid explained. That means I am not getting rid of this rune then, she said, looking into the eyes of the council members. If you had some shred of restraint, we would have a bargaining chip with which to have it removed, Damon said coldly. Kyle, get me my cattle prod, Emily said, standing up. Don, threaten me. I don't threaten, sweetheart. I do. I am not afraid of a mortal. Bite me, she growled. Don, tempt me, he said maliciously. You couldn't handle it. Is that an offer? You, renon gratis anus rodentum, she said, grinning. Both of you sit down. Leonid ordered. Both Damon and Emily sat down quickly, his voice demanded immediate results. Is there some kind of problem between you two? Malith asked them, frowning disapprovingly. She needs to learn some respect and obedience, Damon said calmly. He needs to learn how to die, Emily said, watching him. Enough. Malith said angrily. Damon, Don, you have something you should be doing. Leonid asked, and Damon blurred from the room. Elder, why Don, you escort your wife back to her quarters, Leonid said, to Chevalier. He stood up and reached a hand out to her. Come on, troublemaker. She took his hand and followed him up the stairs. You told a Heku to bite you? Kyle asked from behind them, chuckling. It's just a phrase, Emily told him as they got to the door of the bedroom. Yes, but someone may take you up on it, Chevalier said, ushering her inside and shutting the door. Okay, let me have it, Emily said, pulling off her boots and sitting on the chair by the fireplace. Have what? Chevalier asked, watching her. Isn't that why I am confined to quarters? Time for me to get yelled at for calling Damon an idiot, she asked. You did, call him an idiot, Chevalier said, trying not to smile. Oh, well I should have, she sighed, and turned back to the fire. Chevalier picked Emily up, sat in the chair, and then sat her down on his lap. He wrapped his arms around her and looked into the fire. What exactly is it about him that you don't like? He's pompous. Okay. Arrogant, selfish, egotistical, conceited, rude, impolite, crotchety, and I think he might be in the middle of a homosexual panic, she said, leaning her head back against Chevalier. Oh, is that all? He chuckled. You better watch out. He might think I am competition for your affection, she said, running her fingers along the muscles in his forearms. Chevalier chuckled. V.E. never met a homosexual Heku. None of them, she asked. She had some very close gay friends back in Montana. None. He held her tightly. I don't think our lifestyle appeals to them. So it would offend a Heku to call them such, she asked. I guess it would the same as mortals, Chevalier said. Hey Damon! Emily yelled, and then felt Chevalier's hand over her mouth. He's trying to get the rune off of your leg. Would you please leave him alone, he asked, and removed his hand. I bet I could get it removed, she said. Yes, I am sure you could, but it is his job. Emily turned and sat facing Chevalier on his lap, and the armbands. He smiled. That's my job. Emily threw her arms around him and kissed him so passionately, that the chair they were sitting in fell backwards and crashed them to the floor. Chevalier cushioned her fall and didn't even have time to ask if she was okay before she pressed her lips to his again. Chevalier kissed her shoulder and looked over at the roaring fire. They were curled up on the rug in front of the fireplace, with a thin sheet covering them. He took her wrist and pulled it up from her body, slipping the armband off of her. She pulled the other one off. Finally, she said, tossing it into the fire. Chevalier chuckled, it won, burn. Emily took the other band and rolled over onto her back. She held it up to the firelight to look at it. It seemed so harmless. Funny, how the most harmless looking things can be the most dangerous, he said, and kissed her lightly. She looked over at him. You're not referring to me, right? He raised an eyebrow. Of course not. How do you say I love you? In Latin, she asked him. Te amo, he answered. How is it you all speak Latin? She questioned, propping up on her elbow to face him. It is our native language. We taught it to the mortals, though they, V.E. tweaked their version a bit. Oh. Where did you learn your fun little Latin phrase? He brushed some hair from her face. She smiled. I asked David, a long time ago. Do you know more? Sure, how about? Magi stermundi sum, she grinned, throwing her fist up into the air. Anything other than odd sayings and mean names, he laughed. No, that's about all. Tell me the truth. Did you throw the Encala out over New Jersey? Not all of them. Some I dumped in the river, she said, wondering if he was mad. He answered her concern with a kiss. Chapter 12, Mortals. Emily spun the roulette wheel. Call, M. 1, Alan said, watching the small ball spin in the wheel. Red, Mark said, and sat chips down on the felt table. The other Heku thought and put chips down, 2 through 20. The Heku on the end thought for a moment and then put some chips down, black. Are you sure this is how this game is played? Mark asked Emily. Nope, not at all. I don't gamble. She grinned and watched the wheel slowly stop. The ball landed on a black 0. Everyone pushed their chips across the table. Emily stole one and ate it, then went back to the wheel. You aren't supposed to eat the chips, Mark chuckled. Fine, you can each have one too, she said, taking another potato chip. Pass. Emily frowned. That reminds me. Kyle lost a bet and owes me a pedicure. I thought you did, gamble, Mark said, placing more of his chips on the table. Oh, it wasn't a gamble, it was a sure thing. Emily spun the wheel and let the ball go. Call, M. 1, Alan said, grinning. Mark got a faraway look in his eyes and then stood up. We have to go. Why? Emily asked, but the Heku had already blurred away. Where do they go? Alan asked her. She shrugged, I have no idea. Want to watch a movie? Popcorn, too. Sure, popcorn too. Go get settled and I'll make it, she said, turning to the microwave. It had taken a few weeks to talk them into putting a microwave in their game room. The Heku complained about the awful smell of popcorn, but now it was installed into the wall and stacked with popcorn. What movie? Emily asked, going over the DVDs. Lost Boys. Emily turned to him, you can watch The Lost Boys? I do, he told her. Who lets you watch it? Daddy. Of course, what else do you want to watch? V.E.S. Dragon, he said, pouting. Emily put in the movie and got the popcorn out of the microwave. She curled up by Alan to watch. Emily looked toward the wall when she heard soft whispers. Did you hear that? She asked Alan. He nodded, looking at the same wall. Emily finished her handful of popcorn and walked over to the wall. She stood back and looked at it, listening to the soft whispers. The wall was the one used for darts. It had several targets attached to it and a wooden rack full of darts. Emily leaned closer and pressed her ear against the wall. She screamed when fell forward, landing on her hands and knees on a dusty, dirt floor. She coughed a few times, her landing stirred up some of the dust. Standing up, she brushed herself off and looked around, but it was too dark to see anything. Hello, she yelled, and jumped slightly when several torches lit around the room. Now that she could see, she looked around at the four walls. The room wasn't large, smaller than her closet even. The stone walls were lined with runes, and covered in cobwebs. Heku and their damned runes, she said, and went back to the wall through which she had come. She put her hands out and touched it. It was a solid rock wall. She felt along the four walls, but they were all solid. Great, explained that one. Well, you see. I walked through a wall in the game room, and couldn't get out, she sighed. Alan, she yelled, then listened at the wall, but didn't hear an answer. Got, Emily growled, and looked around. She noticed a small recession in the middle of the floor. She knelt down and brushed the dust off, it was covering a wooden plank. She tried to pry it open with her fingers, but it didn't budge. Sighing, she stood up and looked around the room again, trying to see if there was any way out. She felt hands against her back push her onto the wooden plank, and it gave way under her feet. Emily fell 10 feet and landed with a loud crash. She felt around in the darkness and drew her hand back quickly when she felt a skull. She got to her feet, and fought to see with the little light that was coming from the splintered wooden plank above. Emily looked up and saw the wooden plank repairing, and soon she was in total darkness. Hello, she yelled, and again torches lit simultaneously around the room. Emily gasped and spun quickly. The octagon room's dirt floor was covered with human bones and full skeletons hung from shackles on the walls. There was one passageway, but the entrance was entirely obscured with thick cobwebs. She could see the vapor from her breath as she carefully looked around the cold room. Walking slowly toward one of the skeletons, Emily reached her hand out. Just before she touched it, the head rose slightly toward her. She screamed and ran for the passageway, covering her face defensively when she broke through the cobwebs. Did you hear that? Chevalier asked, cocking his head to the side slightly. What? Kyle asked, looking up from his roster. I just heard Emily scream, but it was different. I didn't hear her, Kyle frowned. She's probably in some dire need of Heku assistance, Damon said, and pointed out a name on Kyle's roster. Would you be nice? Chevalier said to Damon. Yes, sir, Damon said, holding back his irritation. She can, be in too much trouble. We just barely left she and Alan in the game room, Mark said, concerned. I am sure it's nothing, Chevalier turned back to the roster. We could just leave it at 4, Damon looked up at them. The full 7 gave us even numbers on shifts though, Kyle told him. I am not seeing anyone else, Mark said, looking closer at the roster. Kyle sighed, her little trip into the barracks narrowed it down. That ticked off a lot of guards. Chevalier nodded. We could, you know, Mark said, and then stopped and shook his head. What? Kyle asked. Bring them back. They were drinking, Kyle reminded him. I know, it was just an idea, Mark said. I say we bring in 3 of them whether they like her or not. They don't have to like it, and training is only a few months, Damon said coldly. We, V.E. not had good luck with trainees who don't like Emily, Kyle said. Is it the recruits, or is it the mortal though? Watch it, Chevalier warned. I am just saying, if the problem is the attitude of the new recruits, we can handle that. However, as seen previously, if the problem is with the girl, then we always just let it slide. Kyle frowned, we don't just let it slide. Damon smiled, yes you do. That mortal has all of you in this room wrapped around her little finger. I think not, Mark growled. Okay. Get back to the roster, Kyle snapped. There aren't any more unless you start pulling them out of the individual covens, Mark said. I didn't realize how many didn't like her, Chevalier said, narrowing his eyes. They just don't know her, Mark told him. Pick 3 at random. Kyle will control them, and we, let the girl just throw her temper tantrums alone, Damon said, shutting the book. The girl, while doing training, is to be considered an officer, and demands the respect as such, Kyle said, glaring at Damon. Pull 3 from the barracks, anyone except Kenneth. Kyle, you, just have to watch them, Chevalier said irritated. Kyle nodded. Damon will be with you for the first few days, help, Chevalier added, and Damon began to scowl. Kyle grinned, sounds good. I won, coddle her, Damon said bluntly. She wouldn't let you if you tried, Chevalier told him, and looked up just before someone knocked on the door. Come in, Kyle called. The head gardener came in holding Alan's hand, he was wandering the front lawn. Chevalier picked Alan up and put him on his lap. Oh? Where's your mom? In the wall, Alan said, picking up a pen. He brought the roster over by him and started to draw loops on it. Damon grinned. What do you mean in the wall? Chevalier asked him. Kyle reached over and pulled the roster away from Alan. Alan shrugged, she fell into the wall. That doesn't make any sense. How do you fall into a wall? Chevalier asked, confused. First you have to be Emily, Damon said, and hushed when everyone glared at him. Alan crawled out of Chevalier's lap, you go like this. Alan put his ear up against the wall, and then made the motion of falling forward, like that. Chevalier picked him up again, I see, and where is this amazing wall? In the game room, Alan said, and pulled a handful of smashed popcorn from his pocket. The Heku in the room all wrinkled their noses and turned away from him. Time to go save the mortal, Damon said, following them all out of the conference room. You don't have to come, Kyle snapped at him as they walked toward the game room. Oh, I wouldn't miss this for the world, Damon grinned. Chevalier glared at him, and he became serious again. That smell is awful, Damon said as they entered the room. He put his arm over his nose. It's just popcorn, Chevalier said, trying not to grimace. "This wall," Alan said when Chevalier let him down. He ran to the wall with the dartboards. "She fell into this wall?" Kyle asked, running his hands along the solid wall. "Yup." Damon leaned up against the wall between dartboards. "I say we leave her." "Damon," Kyle growled. Damon just shrugged. "I was kidding." "You can, fall through a solid wall." The kid's imagining things. "When did mommy fall through the wall?" Chevalier asked, amused. "When the movie started." Alan pointed as the credits ran along the TV screen. "Come on," Chevalier said, picking Alan up. "Let's go find her. I need to get back to my meeting." "No." Alan frowned. "She's in the wall." "Drinking younger and younger these days," Damon said, walking forward a few steps. "Enough, Alan." "She's not in the wall," Chevalier said, a little more sternly. "Yes she is," Alan yelled, crossing his arms. Chevalier had to grin. When he did that, he looked just like Emily. Chevalier put him down. "Mark, stay here with Alan while we look for Emily, that'll be easier." Alan ran to the wall and pushed against it. There was a sound similar to electricity, and with a lot of force, he was able to stick his hand through the wall. The Heku all gasped and went to the wall. "See," Alan said, and tried to get to the wall, but Kyle held him back. Mark walked up to the wall and touched it right where Alan had gone through. "It's solid." "It can be solid," Damon said, and tried it himself, but his hand hit solid wall. Kyle moved Alan closer to the wall and took his hand. They both reached out for it. Kyle's hand stopped when it hit solid rock, but Alan's hand disappeared. "She's really in there?" Chevalier asked Alan. "She fell in," Alan said, smiling. He was glad the others believed him now. "Sam!" Chevalier called out, and turned when the familiar appeared. "Yes." "Walk through that wall," Chevalier said, pointing to the dartboards. "Okay," he said. Sam walked toward the wall, put his hands up, and stopped when they touched the wall. "Can go through it?" Kyle frowned. "No, it's a solid wall," Sam said, confused. Alan stuck his hand through again. When he pulled it out, he shivered. "Cold in there." Sam watched him with wide eyes. Well, a mortal trap," Damon said, grinning. Emily quit running and bent over with her hands on her knees. She was breathing hard from running and her hands hurt. She'd been running through the corridor in the dark, feeling ahead of her. Numerous times, her hands would feel bones or sharp rocks, and she would move away in a panic. She finally regained control of the terror and stopped to rest. It was colder here than in the first room with the shackles, and she felt like she had been moving downhill. Think, skeletons cannot move," she said to herself, and the corridor lit up. She looked up at the torches and grabbed one off of the wall. She was in a narrow stone corridor that extended as far as she could see in both directions. She decided to head back the way she had come. "Those were rumors," Leonid told Malith. He looked again at the wall, hoping for some clue as to how to get through. "Rumors, yes, passed down through the ancients, but what if they weren't rumors? That would explain all of this," Malith said. "Why have I not heard of these?" Chevalier asked, irritated. "You hated the ancients from the moment one of them made you." "They weren't about to tell you about their games," Leonid said. "So, enlighten me on these rumors," Chevalier said. He looked down at Alan, who was asleep in his arms. "They were called mortal traps. They were enchanted so only mortals could enter. This kept any Heku from going in and saving them," Leonid said, still watching the wall. "Once the mortal was inside, The ancients would gather and watch what was going on inside the trap. The entertainment came from the ability of the trap to read fears and emotions of the mortals. Ancients enjoyed watching as mortals were faced with their greatest fears, and eventually either starved to death or went insane. They were all sealed when the ancients were banished, Malith said. Apparently not all of them, Damon said, hiding his amusement. What do you mean the ancients could view them? How? Kyle asked. They were just rumors, Leonid said again. How? Chevalier asked, watching Alan. There were portals by the trap entrance that would let them see what was going on inside. The torches were the source of the enchantment. They become active whenever they hear a mortal's voice, Leonid said, sitting down. What are other options? Chevalier asked. It's a mortal trap, everything fits, Damon said. Just for the sake of argument, what was rumored to happen when a mortal got out of the trap? Kyle asked. Leonid shook his head, none got out. We can solve this, let's summon the portal and see if it's here, Mark suggested. How was it done? Chevalier asked, looking at Leonid. It takes an ancient, he told them. Everyone grew quiet as they considered other options. Think a quarter ancient could open it? Kyle asked, turning to Alan. Chevalier frowned, what would he have to do? It won, hurt to try, right? Kyle asked. No, it won, hurt, Leonid said, and blurred out of the room. He came back less than a minute later with a book. Alan. Chevalier said, shaking him gently. Wake up. Alan rubbed his eyes and sat up, is mommy back? Not yet, I need you to do me a favor. What? He asked, and then yawned. Chevalier looked at Leonid, who was skimming through a book. Aha, here it is, he said. Okay Alan, put your hands up and say ostendo mei. Alan frowned, what? Chevalier whispered into Alan's ear. He lifted his hands and said. Ostendo mei. The fireplace roared to life, and an image slowly appeared in the flames. As the image cleared, the Heku saw Emily standing in a dark hallway with a torch in her hand. She was looking around and breathing rapidly. Answers that, Damon said, sitting down in front of the fireplace. Get out, Chevalier said to him. Damon nodded and blurred from the room. Would you like us to leave? Malith asked, and put his hand on Chevalier's shoulder. Sam, take Alan. The rest of you can stay, he said, moving his chair closer to the flames. We need to find her a way out of there. The other Heku joined him and watched intently. I am sorry, Chevalier. I had no idea there was a mortal trap in this palace, Malith said sadly. Chevalier just watched. Emily stood up and looked down the corridor a little further. She walked forward, and then paused to read something written on the wall. She held the torch up and read the red words, never trust a Heku. You will die down here. She ignored the writing and looked back down the hallway, where she saw a dark opening. Emily held the torch up and walked forward slowly. The image in the flames followed her as she rounded the corner, and raised the torch to see into the room. She walked in, carefully avoiding the skeleton crumpled in the corner. She ran her fingers along words etched into the far wall. Emily spun quickly and held the torch up when she thought she heard movement from the corner. She watched the skeleton for a few moments, and then noticed the shoes lying by his decayed feet. Her breath vapors came more rapidly as she crawled slowly toward the skeleton with her hand reached out. As she touched the shoelace, she wrapped a finger around it and watched the skeleton carefully as she brought one shoe towards her. In a flash, the skeleton reached out and grabbed her wrist. Emily screamed and jerked her body backwards, pulling against the skeleton's grasp. She kicked a bare foot up and caught the skeleton in the face. The skull fell off of the body and rolled against the wall. She yelled as she pried the bone fingers from her wrist, dropping the torch in the process. Once she felt the fingers release, she ran into the corridor, tripping over something, she fell to the ground. Light, she yelled, and looked up and down the corridor quickly when the torches lit. Emily leaned against the wall and pulled her knees up to her chest. She ran her hands along her arms trying to warm them. Her feet were freezing because of the cold ground, and her t-shirt wasn't helping at all to keep her warm. "Emmy," she heard someone call to her. She looked toward the sound, and scrambled to her feet. "Dad." Emily walked down the corridor, following the voice. "Come to me, Emmy." "You need to hurry," the voice said. Emily began to run. The torches lit a few steps in front of her. She stopped suddenly when she saw Alan standing ahead of her, smiling. "You look good, Emmy," he said, putting his arms out to her. "Dad," she asked again, and took one step closer. Chevalier growled and his anger filled the room. Alan put his arms down and smiled. "It's good not to trust." "Why are you here?" she asked, stopping a few feet in front of him. "It's important that you listen to me, very important." "Do you understand?" he told her sternly. Emily nodded. "The Heku, Emmy." His eyes were sad. "Do you remember what I told you when you were a little girl? What I told you about the strangers that bit you? You said to stay away from them," she said. "I know you think he loves you, Emmy, but he doesn't. He's a Heku, all he wants is the blood you have, and the ability," he said to her, his eyes were warm and caring. "He loves me, Dad," she said to him. Alan shook his head. "No, he doesn't. You need to trust me on this." "Is he controlling?" Emily frowned and nodded. "Is he short-tempered and easily angered?" She nodded again. "Get away from him while you can, Emily. The Heku do not love mortals. They use them," Alan said, concerned. "You don't know these ones. They aren't using me." She tried to make him understand. "Emmy, you have to trust me. These are no better than the ones that fed off of you as a child. They want children from you. They want your bloodline, that's all. I warned your mother, too, and look what happened," he said, and took a step backwards. "Dad, wait, don't go." She walked after him. "I can stay. I just had to warn you," he said, and disappeared into the dark shadows. "Dad," Emily said, running forward. She stopped when the empty corridor lit up in front of her. Emily fell to her knees and watched where her dad disappeared. Chevalier leaned forward, putting his elbows on his knees. How did they find this amusing? Leonid shook his head. "I don't know." Emily stood up and looked up at the torches. She grabbed one and jammed it hard into the dirt floor so it stood up. She sat down by it and pushed her hands toward the flames, then frowned and set her hand directly into the fire. "No warmth." "Nice," she said, and stood up again. She looked both ways down the corridor. "Come on, Emily." Sighing, Emily set off down the long corridor again. She came to another room and peered around inside. Light. The room lit up and she checked twice. There were no skeletons. Emily looked carefully at the walls. Ancient drawings were painted on them, and they reminded her of the old cave paintings left by the Mayans. She looked closer and realized they read like a story. First was a peaceful village, the people hunted and played. Then a Heku arrived, his teeth were exaggerated in the old drawing. The story was continued on the next wall, and she followed along with it. Once the Heku began to make friends with the people of the village, he moved in with them. Late one night, he descended on them in a mass slaughter. The next pictograph showed the Heku laughing while blood dripped down his chin. Emily frowned and turned around when she saw a shadow move. She put her back against the wall when a strange Heku entered. "Who are you?" she asked him. "The elder sent me to find you. Are you okay?" he asked, concerned. Emily nodded and smiled. I am okay, just cold. Chevalier's fists tightened on the chair, and the wood splintered at his touch. Ready to go back to the palace, he asked. More than ready, she said, taking a step toward him. I'll need payment first, the Heku said, and watched her. Emily froze and took a step back. What did you say your name is? I don't think I did. He knocked her down quickly and sunk his teeth into her neck. His body pinned her to the cold floor. Emily screamed and pushed at him. He suddenly disappeared and she got to her feet, clutching her neck. Panting, she looked at her hand. There was no blood. She felt her neck and the puncture wounds she expected to feel weren't there. Emily staggered out into the corridor again, still breathing quickly. Light. The corridor's torches lit up. Emily blew her breath into her hands, trying to warm them, but it didn't work. Rubbing her arms with her hands, she sat down against the wall. She sat for hours and rocked on the cold ground. Emily, the voice sounded from ahead of her and she froze, her body tensing. No, Chevalier hissed. Keith. Emily whispered, and her ex-husband stepped out of the shadows, smiling. Emily took a step back. He was smiling and coming to her with his arms open wide. Stay back, she said, putting her hand out. Oh come on. I can help you, he said, and stopped. He adjusted the Stetson on his head and watched her. No you can, go away, she said angrily. I can show you how to get back to him, Emily, back to Chevalier and Alan. They are really worried about you. He sounded worried. You are going to show me back to them. Emily frowned. Of course. The vampires are good for you. I can see that now. Keith took a step back. I loved you. I just didn't know how to show it. I only want what's best for you, and that's Chevalier. I don't believe you, she said, hesitating. You don't have to believe me. Let me take you back to him, Keith said, putting a hand out. Emily's eyes filled with terror, and she turned and ran away from him. The footsteps behind her kept up with her pace, and she pushed herself harder, yelling for the lights every few seconds so she didn't run into a skeleton. Emily emerged into the kitchen of the Montana ranch house and she stopped. The tile floor was too cold against her bare feet. She turned to look behind her, and the passageway was gone. Only the back wall of the kitchen was there. Mommy, she heard Alan call to her from the bedroom. She ran through the doorway and looked around. The room was covered in blood. It dripped from the ceiling and slid sickeningly down the walls. Emily jumped at the Heku on the bed. He had his teeth sunk into Alan's neck and the toddler was no longer moving. She landed on his back and wrenched his neck hard to the side. The Heku fell against the bed, not moving. Emily picked up Alan's lifeless body and cradled him in her arms. She kissed his bloody forehead and cried. Come on, baby, wake up, she said as tears streamed down her face. I am sorry, Emily. It was an accident. I didn't mean to, Kyle said, standing up from the bed as blood fell down his chin. What, Kyle said from the game room. He was horrified by his image in the fire. Chevalier stood up, grabbed the pool table, and threw it at the wall, where it splintered into pieces and landed with a crash. You killed him, Emily said to Kyle. You can have another, it's okay, Kyle said to her, smiling. Let me take him, at least let me finish. I am still thirsty. Emily glared at him and took a step back. Stay away from him. He's already dead. It won't hurt if I have just a little more, Kyle said, moving toward her. The Heku in the game room knew the look on Emily's face. She was trying to turn him into ash. Emily screamed, frustrated, when Kyle didn't even flinch as he reached out for Alan's body. No. Emily screamed at him, and turned to run. The dark corridor appeared behind her and she carried Alan's body through the opening and into it. Light, she screamed, and ran. She could hear Kyle walking quickly behind her, easily keeping up. Emily, stop, she heard the familiar voice behind her. She turned quickly and looked at him. Troy, she asked, frowning. The man smiled, we miss you at the office, Emily. Help him, she begged. Help who? Troy asked. Emily looked down at her empty arms, then back to the man. Where did he go? Listen to me, Emily, have I ever lied to you? Troy said. No. You have to get away. You have to leave the Heku to save yourself, he said, his voice soft and tender. But, she said, not sure what to say. Remember when you told me about Keith? Remember how I told you to leave him and offered to lend you some money, he reminded her. Yes, she whispered. You did, take my advice, now you see I was right though. Emily nodded. So trust me this time. Get away while you still can. Take your son and run, he said, stepping back into the shadows. Troy, Don, go, she said to him, but it was too late. Emily turned to the wall, her eyes opened wide. She could hear voices from the other side of the wall. Chev, she screamed, and then pressed her ear against the wall. She could hear the familiar voices clearly. How much longer? Maleth asked. It takes time. I have to play the part or she'll get suspicious, Chevalier answered. If it's another boy? Leonid questioned. Then we try again. We'll just tell her the boy died at birth. We don't need another brat running around the palace, Chevalier said. Emily frowned. Agreed, just keep trying, Leonid suggested. Oh, I will. She's a sexy little thing, Chevalier said. You Aaron, becoming attached are you, elder? Maleth asked. Hell no, I'll enjoy her while I can, but when the time comes, I'll drain her without a second thought, Chevalier said coldly. Emily pulled away from the wall slowly. Chevalier stopped watching the flames. He was watching his hands, enraged. I never said that, Maleth said, frustrated. He looked at the other Heku in the game room, I swear. We know, Leonid told him, and touched his shoulder. The pattern is disturbing, Mark said. The ones she trusts, tell her to get away from us. The Heku and the ones she don't trust, tell her to stay with us. Driving a wedge between the mortal and immortal worlds, Maleth said, nodding. Emily sunk down on the wall and sat on the cold ground. She pulled her knees up to her chest and wrapped her arms tightly around them, then sunk her head between her arms. Her entire body shook with cold and fear. We could get another mortal to go in after her, Mark suggested. She won, trust them, Kyle said. There has to be something we can do. She's been down there for almost 24 hours, Mark said, frustrated. Even if we somehow managed to get a Heku down there, what would they do? She wouldn't listen to them, and if I had to guess, she'd run from them anyway, Kyle said, watching Emily in the flames. Emily screamed as two hands reached out and grabbed her bare feet. She kicked hard, but they pulled her down the corridor. The shadows were too dark to make out who it was. Emily turned to her stomach and tried to claw at the ground. She was dragged into a small room, and when the torches lit, she flipped back around. Hello, sweetness, Vaughn said, letting her feet go. Emily scrambled to her feet and turned for the corridor, but the opening closed. There was only solid wall behind her. She turned around and put her back against the wall. "Stay away from me," she said to him. He stepped toward her and pinned her to the wall with his body. He took her wrists in his hands, and extended her arms out, then ran his nose up her neck, inhaling. Emily struggled to get out of his grasp. "Let me go." "Not until I get what I was promised," he said, and ran his cold tongue up the side of her face. Emily brought her knee up hard, but he was too tall and it didn't connect with him. "You need to learn some manners, child," Vaughn said, and kissed her roughly. He screamed and pulled away from her, grabbing his lip. Emily ran to the other side of the small room, the furthest she could get from him. "You little bitch, you bit me," he said, snarling. "If you don't learn some obedience, I'll leave you down here permanently." Emily frowned. "This is your doing." He smiled. "Of course, I always get what I want." "Let me out of here," Emily said angrily. "It's only fair, you bit me." Vaughn was on her in a second and had her cradled in his arms, his teeth buried in her neck. This time, Emily felt the warm flow of blood, and her body became relaxed. She stopped fighting, and felt herself becoming soft and limp in his arms. Vaughn looked up at her and grinned, then ran his tongue along the punctures in her neck. "See, that wasn't so bad." Emily blinked a few times and then lunged out of his arms. She ran her fingers over the puncture wounds on her neck. "You, like the rest of what I have planned to," he said, stepping toward her. Emily screamed in anger. She wasn't able to ash him either. "Now, let's get this over with. Your blood is Encala, and we feel it only proper that you join us. We're needing leadership, and you and we could rule the faction," he said, smiling. Emily watched him suspiciously. "I am the strongest Heku in the Encala, and you, my dearest Emily, are the only Winchester alive. With a few children, the Encala would be unstoppable," he said, smiling. "You did this?" she asked, frowning. "Yes, your loyalty is essential for us to rule, your everlasting loyalty," he said, looking into her eyes. "I am loyal." Vaughn smiled. "That's my girl. Prove it to me, and I'll leave this wretched place." "Prove it to you?" she asked, confused. "Yes, consummate the bond, and we can leave. It's that simple." He took a step towards her. "You misunderstand who I am loyal to," she said, looking up at him. Maleth and Leonid both moved closer to the flame. Chevalier looked down at his hands, and Kyle glared at the wall. "You must declare your loyalty to the Encala, then to me," Vaughn said sternly. "I am only loyal to one faction, and it's not yours," she said, watching him. "You don't have to really mean it though," Vaughn said, taking her hand. "You just have to say it, and do that one little thing for me, and then we can get up to the warmth." Emily shook her head and took her hand away from him. "No. You are trembling. Your mortal body can take this kind of cold much longer. Feel it, it's getting colder," he said, and Emily could feel her hands and feet becoming numb. Steam rose off of her body as the temperature dropped. "Run, Emily," Alex said from inside the room. "Get away from the Heku." She looked at her uncle, confused. "What?" "Listen to me. The Heku killed your mother. They killed your brother, and your father. You have to get away from them, please believe me," Alex said pleadingly. "Join the Encala, Emily, and this will all be over," Vaughn said, ignoring Alec. "Stop!" Emily screamed at them. "Run," Alex said to her urgently. "I will, I promise I will," Emily said, with fear in her eyes. "Get me out of here and I will." "I can get you out of here, Em. You have to get out yourself, and then get away from the Heku," Alex said, and disappeared into the shadows. Don, listen to that old man, join me and I will take you up where there's food and warmth. I have Alan, too. You can be with Alan. Vaughn said. Chevalier wouldn't give Alan to you, she said. Her voice was hesitant and timid. You heard them through the wall. All they want is to use you. He doesn't care about the male child. A female heir is what he wants. Vaughn said sadly. Emily felt herself losing hope. All of the bravery and courage she prided herself on having, seeped out through her freezing skin. Defeated, she sunk into the corner and her eyes were full of pain and despair. Chevalier dropped his head into his hands. The rest of the Heku turned away from the flames. The sight of Emily's broken spirit seemed too personal for them to witness. They didn't want to observe her desperate fight to save her life, the choice to join the Encala. Okay, she whispered. Chevalier stood up and turned away from the flames. He offered her the dignity to surrender in peace. Come to me then, submit to me, Vaughn said coolly. My decision is to die down here, to die in Equities, Emily whispered. The Heku in the game room all gasped and turned around to watch. Emily, no, Chevalier said, watching the fire. She screamed and the flames went out, drowning the room in silence and darkness. The Heku looked around, confused. Where the flame had been, was a small form curled up into a ball. Emily. Chevalier said, shocked. She raised her head and looked up at the Heku staring at her. It was too dark, and she couldn't see into the room. Lights, Emily whispered, and then frowned when no torches came to life. Emily felt along the fireplace wall until it opened into the room. She stood up slowly as her eyes strained to see. She was still shivering. Her t-shirt and jeans were caked with mud, and her feet were black from the dirt floors of the trap. Who's there? She asked fearfully. Kyle flipped on the lights and she shielded her eyes against the sudden brightness. A voice echoed from the fireplace, a soft whisper, Emily, run. Chevalier took a step toward her and she screamed, a blood-curdling scream that resonated off of the palace walls, then she ran for the door. Chevalier put his hand out to stop the others. Don, follow her. We can, let her go, she's terrified, Kyle said, frowning. I know, of us, Chevalier said, thinking quickly. The Heku from the game room ran out into the hallway when Emily screamed again. A Heku guard was standing above her, trying to help her to her feet as she kicked at him violently. Her eyes were well past terrified. Back off, Chevalier hissed, and the Heku guard backed away from her. She just slipped, he said, but was hushed by Kyle. Emily scrambled to her feet. Her frozen hands and feet were hindering her escape. She stumbled toward the doors just as Kyle ordered the door guards to disappear. She threw open the palace doors and ran out into the dark night. She screamed at every noise, and ran hysterically toward Council City. Kyle gave the order for all Heku in the city to go inside of their houses and stay there until further orders were given. A light rain was falling, but it turned to hail before Emily made it to the stables. She ran past them, her feet cutting painfully on the gravel as she moved. We can, let this go on, Kyle said frantically. She will turn you to ash if you touch her. I promise that, Chevalier said. We have to do something, Mark said, watching her stagger through the streets. I know that, Chevalier growled at him. Emily, stop. Chevalier called to her. She whirled around quickly and looked at him through the wet hair over her face. Stay back, she growled at them, and took a few steps backwards. We will, Chevalier promised her. We saw what happened. It was an ancient room, and you got caught in it. Do you understand me? Emily nodded, but kept walking backwards, always blaming the ancients. All of it was a trick, your dad, Keith, all of them, he said to her, staying as still as possible. Now are you part of that trick? She scowled. No, but we also realize there's no way to prove that to you. Emily took a step back and ran into someone. She turned suddenly and was face to face with Kenneth. What have we here? He asked, looking down at her. Kenneth, I call general quarters, Kyle yelled at him. Emily balled her hands into fists. You want blood from me, too? Would love that, but not in front of the superiors, he said, and then laughed. Kenneth, Kyle warned. Kenneth suddenly disappeared into a pile of soggy ash. Chevalier sighed. Emily turned around. He asked, she said, confused. That's because you, out of the trap, Chevalier told her. So I can ash you, too, she asked, narrowing her eyes. Yes, if it will help prove to you we, real, then go ahead, ash me, he said, taking a step toward her. Emily pulled her wet hair back away from her face. I don't know what to do, she said to no one. You need to get into the warmth, Chevalier said to her, watching her shiver in the cold. I suppose I have to do something to get that, she scowled. Just walk into the palace, that's all, he said. Do I have to pledge my undying devotion to something? No, he said, and then lowered his voice so only the Heku could hear him. You already did. Alan is dead, she said, her voice cracking. No he's not. I didn't kill him. I didn't touch him, Kyle said. Emily looked around the dark streets. Get back, she said, taking a step toward them. The Heku spread apart and left a wide path for her. Emily headed back to the palace, leaving a trail of blood from her feet on the gravel streets. She turned often to check on them, making sure they weren't too close. Kyle gave orders to clear the palace, and heard the building fall silent. The smooth tiles felt good on her feet as she entered the foyer to the palace. She was relieved to feel the warmth of the building, but it made her shiver harder. She walked up the stairs, leaving a trail of blood and water behind her. Maleth and Leonid left them and headed for the council chambers when Mark stayed at the foot of the stairs. Kyle and Chevalier followed her, but stayed a safe distance behind. Emily opened the bedroom door and looked inside. She stepped in and turned around to check on the others, then shut the door and locked it. It's going to be a long night, Kyle said. Chevalier nodded. Damon. Damon appeared at their sides. Yes, sir. Kyle will show you where Kenneth is. Revive him and bring him to my office, Chevalier said angrily. Damon nodded and blurred from the palace with Kyle. Chevalier headed for his office, but kept a close ear on the bedroom up the stairs. Chapter 13, Sealing. Enter, Chevalier said when he heard the other elders come to his door. How is she? Maleth asked, coming into the office and sitting down. I don't know. She locked the door. Leonid frowned. It's a lock. It's a request for privacy, Chevalier told them. V.E. been researching how to seal the trap. Leonid said, sitting down. It shouldn't be too hard, but we need the blood from a mortal. Do it then, Chevalier said quickly. It has to be fresh blood, so we need to bring in a mortal, Maleth explained. Can you just get it and seal the door immediately? No, it has to go directly from the mortal to the door, Leonid said, showing Chevalier the book entry on it. We think, Maleth said, and hesitated, it should be Emily. Chevalier growled. Just listen to us, Leonid said. She's the only mortal V.E. known that escaped from an ancient trap. She's half ancient, her blood has got to be the most, capable, to seal the portal. No, Chevalier said. Find another way. Maleth nodded, we just had to ask. We'll bring a mortal in blindfolded, seal the door, and then they can leave, Leonid said softly. Can we even ask her? Malith asked. No, Chevalier hissed. You, rewrite, she would say no anyway, Malith nodded. She would say yes, but I am saying no. Chevalier sighed when there was another knock on the door. Enter. Kyle walked in with Kenneth and Damon. Kenneth was scowling and still shaking from the burn and revival. One smoldering Heku, at your request, Damon said, shutting the door behind them. Do you want to explain why you felt it necessary to break the general quarters? Chevalier asked, standing up. Kyle pushed Kenneth so he was closer to the elder. I thought there may be some trouble, Kenneth said nervously. What made you think there was the kind of trouble that would allow you to break an order? Kyle asked him. Kenneth looked at the ground. It was my mistake. I heard that mortal talking and she sounded mad. We have all heard how she turns a Heku to ash on a whim, and I thought you may need help. That mortal? Chevalier frowned. Ashes on a whim. Kyle growled. Is that what happens in the barracks? Rumors spread about my wife. Chevalier hissed. Leonid addressed Kenneth, and spoke calmly. I've seen more devotion out of that mortal tonight, than I have ever seen out of you, Kenneth. Kenneth growled. I don't appreciate my orders being disobeyed, Kyle said angrily, and the elders backed off from him. I apologize, sir. It was a misunderstanding. Kenneth stood at attention. What we need is an example, Kyle scowled. Kenneth looked at him nervously. Sir. Of what happens when my orders Aaron, followed. Yes, sir. You have to see it though, Kenneth said, becoming angry. See what? Kyle asked. How that mortal runs this palace. It's disgusting how you all cater to her, and abide by her every wish. Just once I wish your minds would clear, and see her for what the rest of us do. Kenneth spoke as if he had limited time. Chevalier glared at him, which is what exactly? A spoiled brat. Damon, Kyle said. Damon lunged at Kenneth and swiftly decapitated him. He held up the Heku's head. We should hang it in the barracks. Kyle grinned maliciously. Do it? Don, mention Emily, just the broken order. Damon nodded and blurred away with the head. Someone get this thing out of my office, Chevalier said, and watched as one Heku arrived and removed the body, and another cleaned up the blood. I suggest we keep the entire palace on alert. Make sure if Emily comes out of her room, that she sees no one, Kyle said. Chevalier nodded. Put a shadow on her. Someone you trust to not be seen. If she leaves the palace, I want to know, and we need the city in their houses. I will do it, Mark said, standing at attention. Chevalier nodded. Do not be seen. Mark nodded and blurred from the room. Emily opened her eyes and looked around the room. It seemed surreal. She wasn't sure what to believe. She was finally warm, and her clothes dried from the rain and hail the night before. She looked down at herself. All of her clothes were encrusted with dirt, and her feet were throbbing because of the cuts from the gravel. She hadn't wanted to change, hadn't wanted to even trust enough to undress. Emily. Sam said from Alan's door. She turned and looked at him suspiciously. Mommy. Alan yelled, and ran at her. He jumped on the bed and into her arms. She held him tightly as tears spilled from her eyes. She kissed him and pulled him closer to her. Sam walked slowly to the bed. Are you okay? Emily's hair was knotted and dirty. Her clothes were covered in soot, and he couldn't help but glance at the bottom of her feet, which were full of cuts and inflamed skin. Emily didn't answer. She just glared at him and held Alan. Do you want me to help you into the bathroom to clean up? Sam asked, watching her carefully. Sir, Sam, S with her, Mark said from outside her door. He whispered too softly for anyone but Heku to hear. Damn, we forgot about Sam, Chevalier whispered back. Is she angry at him? No, she just sounds suspicious, Mark answered. You would like that, wouldn't you, Sam? Emily asked, with a tense edge to her voice. Sam wasn't sure what to say. He hadn't seen her for over 48 hours, and hadn't been informed of what happened to her while she was away. I don't know how to answer that, he said, moving to the foot of her bed. Stay away from us, she said to him. Please let me help. I can get some food and bandage your feet. I am watching you, she said, and he bowed and left the room. Sam's out of the room, Mark reported quietly. Chevalier relaxed some when he heard Sam order breakfast, enough for an army. A few minutes later, Sam returned with something hidden in his shirt. He didn't see Mark watching from the shadows, but he locked the door after he was inside. Sam's back, he's hiding something, Mark whispered. Tell me if you hear anything, I want to know what he's up to. Chevalier said. He sent his senses out, but her lack of trust blocked him. Mark watched as Heku knocked on the bedroom door and waited for an answer. Put it down and step away, the servant heard from the shadows. He did as he was told and blurred away. A few moments later, the door opened. Sam grabbed the tray and shut it again, quickly locking it. Mommy, let go, I am hungry, Alan said, pulling against her. Wait, she said, and watched Sam as he put the tray on the table. He lifted the dome and walked backwards into Alan's room. When Alan's door shut, Emily let Alan go. He ran to the table and started to eat the pancakes. Emily stood up slowly. Her entire body was sore, and her feet were screaming painfully. She limped to the table and sat down, looking around suspiciously. Mommy, you dirty, Alan said, and took another bite. Emily grabbed a piece of bacon and ate it, fully expecting the food and warmth to disappear at any moment. Once she started eating, she couldn't stop. When they were done, Alan ran into his room and got Sam. Emily watched Sam carefully. Please, I got some things for the cuts on your feet, Sam said, showing her some peroxide and bandages. She nodded, but narrowed her eyes at him. He moved to her slowly, and picked up one of her feet, setting it on his knee. He cleaned them and winced every time she did. He still wasn't sure if she was going to kill him or not. Her eyes were vicious and untrusting. After he gently bandaged her foot, he moved on to the next and did the same. Once he was done, he stood and sighed with relief. Can I take Alan out? His tutor is here, Sam said to her, lowering his eyes. Yes, Emily said apprehensively. She still wasn't sure any of this was happening. Sam and Alan are out of the room, Mark whispered from the shadows, unseen. What's she doing? Chevalier asked. Sounds like she's back on the bed. If she falls asleep, I want to know, Chevalier said. Will do, and Sam forgot to lock the door, Mark told him. Only a few minutes later, Mark notified the elder that she had fallen asleep. He watched as Chevalier blurred up and quietly opened the door. He checked for himself, and Emily was sound asleep. He left the door open for a fast escape and walked to the bed to look down at her. She hadn't changed her clothes from the mortal trap, but he was glad to see her feet were bandaged. He stood perfectly still and watched her. He knew from the motion of her face that her dreams weren't pleasant, and that she could wake up at any moment. Even in her sleep, Emily felt that she was being watched. She opened her eyes and sat up suddenly, looking around the empty room. The breakfast tray was still on the table, the fires were burning, but the room was silent. Emily stood up and limped to the door of her room. She knew she couldn't stay there forever. She opened the door and scanned the hallways to make sure they were empty. Chevalier heard Mark's order loudly, though he knew Emily's mortal ears couldn't pick it up. He ordered all of the hallways cleared immediately, which meant she was out of her room. Where is she going? Chevalier asked, looking at his office door. Not sure yet, down the stairs, Mark answered. Chevalier listened to the sounds of the palace. He was pleased to hear nothing but the sound of one set of uneven footsteps. She's going to the game room, Mark said, sounding uncertain. Chevalier frowned. Stop her if she tries to go through. Yes, sir, Mark answered, and then paused before giving a report. Just her arm. She didn't go all the way. I am here, too, Kyle whispered from the dark shadows in the game room. Chevalier heard a scuffle and ran for the game room. He blurred inside and saw Emily on the floor with Mark sitting on her legs. Both Mark and Kyle were trying to catch her arms as she clawed at them and screamed. Kyle caught her wrists in his hands and held them to him. Emily, Chevalier said, kneeling down. You can go anywhere and do anything, but go through that wall. Emily stopped struggling and just watched him. Okay, he asked. He wanted to reach out and touch her. She just stared at him, skeptical. Let her up, he said, and stood. Mark and Kyle both let her go and stood up, moving off into the shadows. Emily stayed on the ground, not moving. Her eyes were fixed on Chevalier. Chevalier backed slowly out of the room. 3 new recruits are starting today. Kyle and Damon will take care of them for you. She narrowed her eyes, still lying on the floor. When he was gone, she sat up and looked toward the shadows. She knew they were there. Kyle gave the order and both he and Mark left the room. Emily got to her knees and stood up slowly, and then limped back up the stairs into her room. The 3 new recruits stood at attention facing Damon and Kyle. They were lined up in front of the stables. Here's how this is going to work. We're going to start with the non-horse related training until Emily gets back on her feet, Kyle said to them. Yeah, I bet she stays off of her feet, one of them said, grinning. The other 2 laughed and he added, and on her back. Damon blurred to him and knocked him to the ground with a fist to his neck. The guard coughed and choked for a few seconds, and then heeled and looked up at the chief enforcer, wide-eyed. That's enough of that. She's the elder's wife, he scowled, and stood up. The guard got up slowly and then fell back to attention. Kyle watched them closely and continued, I'll say this once, and only once. Emily is to be treated like an officer when you are in her presence. She will teach you everything you need to know about horses, and will be treated with the utmost respect. Yes, sir, the 3 said simultaneously. She isn't to be touched either. I don't care if it seems polite, keep your hands off and your noses away, Kyle said to them, irritated at the smugness on their faces. Damon and Kyle turned when they heard footsteps and saw that Emily was limping toward them. Kyle was surprised to see she showered and was wearing clean clothes. He turned back and glared at the 3 recruits. Good morning, Emily, Damon said, looking at her strangely. Her eyes had changed, the fierce passion was gone. She nodded at him and went into the stables, quietly followed by Ford. Follow her, get your horses, Kyle said to them. They turned and followed her inside. Damon looked at Kyle, and he shrugged. Emily came out a short time later with the cattle prod in her hand. Damon winced when she walked past him, but she didn't stop. She continued into the storage room and put it away. She then walked over to Putra's stall and slipped onto her bareback, and led her out to the front. Okay, bring your horses out here, Kyle said, frustrated. The three Heku walked out with their horses bridled and brushed. Emily watched them, but said nothing. Couple of rules: first, never stand or walk behind a horse. Only mount from the left and they are now your responsibility. You feed, water, and take full care of them, Kyle said when Emily did speak up. The largest of the recruits had a horse that was starting to shy away from him. He yanked hard against the reins. Stupid horse, behave. Emily slipped off of Putra and limped over to him. Kyle grinned, waiting for her to give the guard a lashing. She took the reins from the Heku and hoisted herself up onto the nervous horse, clicked her tongue, and then walked the mare slowly out toward the city. Kyle frowned and jumped on Putra. Damon, watch them. He kicked Putra into a gallop and caught up with Emily. Yes, she asked quietly. Are you okay? He asked, matching her speed. She's just skittish around your kind. I'll be okay, Emily said, patting the mare's neck. I wasn't asking about the horse. Emily turned the mare around and headed back toward the stables. Kyle followed her silently. She took the mare over by her guard and stopped her to face him. Take a step forward, she softly said to the Heku. The guard looked at Damon, who nodded, and he took an irritated step toward the mare. The horse whinnied and took a nervous step back. Shhhhhh, Emily whispered, and patted the mare's neck. The guard snarled and took several steps toward the uneasy horse. The mare reared back and stomped at the guard, then bucked. Emily held on for a few seconds but then fell backwards, landing hard against the ground. She saw the horse's hoof and was able to roll out of the way before it stomped her. Kyle grabbed the horse's reins and pulled her away from Emily and the guard. What the hell was that? Damon snapped at the guard, and then knelt down by Emily. He looked down at her as she tried to catch her breath. Are you hurt? He asked her, and she shook her head. She slowly got to her feet and limped over to the mare. Taking the reins from Kyle, she led her back into the stable and disappeared around the corner. Kyle was toe-to-toe with the guard in an instant. What was that? Stupid horse, he growled. Kyle swung back and punched the guard, shattering his lower jaw. The guard bent over in pain as his jaw healed. Anyone else want to act up? He asked, turning to the other two. The other two shook their heads as the third joined them. When a horse is acting strangely, let Emily take care of it, he said to them sternly. They nodded. They waited a few minutes for Emily to bring out another horse, and when she did, Kyle ordered the two to take theirs back to the stalls and give them food and water. Kyle took Putra's reins and handed them to the third, telling him to do the same. Damon started, but Kyle held up his hand. I hear, Kyle said, and walked into the stable. It took him a few minutes to find her. Checking every stall and finding them empty, he finally crawled up into the loft and found her curled up and rocking on the straw. He watched her for a moment. Her head was down against her knees and he could hear her crying softly. He whispered, hoping not to scare her. She looked over at him and whispered, Are you going to bite me? Kyle heard the Heku below them freeze and listen. No, he assured her. I can fight you, she whispered, and laid her forehead back against her knees. How can we convince you that this is real? He asked softly. He was relieved when he heard Damon order the guards to return to the barracks. It's not, she whispered, and began to rock again. Kyle silently jumped back down by the stalls and went out to Damon. Want me to talk to her? Damon asked. From what I could gather, I wasn't in the trap. Can you be nice? Kyle asked suspiciously. Damon frowned, little credit. He walked into the stables and up the ladder to the loft. He tried not to look too hard at her as she rocked in her protective ball. Emily, he asked, and she looked at him. She held out her arm, palm side up. Here, just leave my neck alone. I am not here to feed, he said, flinching slightly at her scent. Part of the reason he hated her was how sweet her blood smelled, how enticing it was. Then what do you want, she whispered, and returned her forehead to her knee. I wasn't in your trap, he said softly. Can you trust me? I can help you. She shook her head. Damon wouldn't help me. Come on, I am not that mean, he said, hurt. Either feed or go, she whispered. Damon jumped back down out of the loft and sighed when he walked up to Kyle. That didn't help. I guess just leave her. Mark, still trailing her, Kyle said. Kyle knocked on Chevalier's office door. Enter, Chevalier said to him. He looked up from a newspaper when Kyle walked in and sat down. Not good. What happened? Chevalier asked, putting down the paper. Emily came out to training. Chevalier raised an eyebrow. Oh? That surprises me. Yeah, well, she's not Emily. She barely spoke, didn't even hardly react when a guard was mean to his horse. She got bucked off because of the guard and didn't say anything to him. Now she's rocking up in the loft, Kyle told him. I should go talk to her, Chevalier said. I wouldn't. She thinks this isn't real. I even tried Damon, with no luck, Kyle said. You sent Damon? Chevalier frowned. Kyle sounded frustrated. Yeah, but he was too nice, so she didn't believe it was him. She said nothing when she got bucked off. Nothing, Kyle said, and sat up straighter. I have an idea. Chevalier started to ask him what it was, but he had already blurred out of the office. Emily sighed when she heard footsteps on the ladder. She wondered what horror was headed her way this time. She felt exhausted, her energy entirely depleted. She decided that death had to be better than this, and she was ready for it, welcomed it even. She turned and saw Frank, Nielsen, and Silas standing awkwardly in the loft. What? She asked them softly. We heard what happened. Anything we can do? Frank asked. Yes, she said softly. Kyle smiled from down by the stalls, but began to panic when he smelled blood. Emily cut her wrist on a rough nail on the wall of the loft, and held up her bleeding arm. Just drain me quickly, that's all I ask. Frank and Silas froze, wide-eyed. The smell wafted past them, and their senses burned with hunger. Nielsen took a step toward her, his hands curved into claws. Frank knocked him upside the head. What are you doing? Nielsen blinked a few times and then looked at Frank. I wouldn't have. You were going to, Silas yelled. No, I wasn't, Nielsen said, walking back to them. Emily watched them, and couldn't help but smile slightly. Nielsen smacked Frank hard against the side of his head, and the two blurred into a fight. Emily couldn't see what was happening, but could hear the growls and snarls. Silas watched intently, grinning at them. Kyle appeared in the loft and soon had Nielsen's collar in one hand, and Frank's in the other. What are you two doing? He went to feed, Frank growled. I did not, Nielsen hissed at him. Go back inside, Kyle snapped at them. Emily could hear them bickering as they left the stable. If I go back to prison because dimwit over there couldn't control himself, I'll kill you both, she heard Silas yell. I didn't do anything but, Frank's voice trailed off as they entered the palace. Emily, I don't care how fragile you are right now, you cannot go around cutting yourself and offering every Heku a chance to feed, Kyle yelled at her angrily. Furthermore, if you are going to allow the guards to walk all over you, then consider yourself fired. He growled angrily and stormed out of the stables. "Come in, Kyle," Chevalier said from his office. Kyle walked in and slammed the door behind him and sat down roughly. "She's going to get herself killed." Chevalier simply nodded. He hadn't seen Kyle this angry in a long time. "I fired her, just so you know, and I yelled at her," he told the elder. "I see," Chevalier said, frowning. He wondered how well Emily had taken that. "She didn't even fight back," Kyle said, irritated and still partially yelling. Chevalier just watched him, figuring it was best if Kyle just got it all out before being questioned about yelling at Emily. "Those morons I sent in there got in some argument after one of them decided it was time to take Em up on her offer to feed, and then they got into this huge fight right in front of her and," Kyle stopped, and growled. "Offer to feed?" Chevalier asked. That part had caught his attention. "Yeah, she cut her wrist on a nail and asked that they drain her quickly," Kyle yelled, throwing his hands into the air. "She what?" Chevalier growled, and then turned to the door when someone knocked. "Enter." He looked at the door, ready to kill whoever walked in, and his jaw dropped when he saw it was Emily. She limped into his office with her hand behind her back. "I can believe you ask," he stopped when she glared at him. Emily brought out the cattle prod and touched it to Kyle's neck just as he yelled, dropping him to the floor. She then turned and limped back out, slamming the door behind her. Chevalier stood up and leaned over his desk. "You okay?" "Oh, she did not just do that," Kyle yelled, standing up, still shaking. "I think you got your answer to yelling at her," Chevalier said, grinning. His face fell, though, when he remembered her offer to the 3 prisoners. "Did she really ask to be drained quickly?" Chevalier asked when Kyle got back into his chair. "Yes, after cutting herself. We have good guards, but you can only ask so much out of a natural predator. She's lucky the 3 of them didn't attack instantly," Kyle said, feeling the side of his neck. It still tingled. "Where are they now?" Chevalier asked. "Back in the cells. I let them out for one purpose and they screwed it up," Kyle scowled. "Let them out?" "Reinstate them to the cavalry." Kyle frowned. "Do what?" "If they can pass up an offer like that, they deserve to be part of Emily's cavalry." "Yes, they drank, I haven't forgotten that, but that showed loyalty," Chevalier explained. Kyle nodded. "You rewrite, I'll let them out on good behavior. Now what to do with Emily? I wonder if she's back to trusting us." Chevalier wondered out loud. "I guess only one way to find out," Kyle said. "I'll go yell at her for shocking me and see how that goes." "I'll have Damon ready," Chevalier chuckled. "Yeah, I guess you rewrite. I don't feel like spending my day smoking," Kyle said. "I'll go and see if she trusts me yet," Chevalier said, standing up. Kyle followed the elder as he went to the kitchen to grab lunch for Emily. He walked up the stairs quietly and stopped outside of her door. He sighed when he found the door locked, and he knocked. It opened only about an inch. "What?" "I have your lunch," he said, holding out the tray. Chevalier heard her limp over and sit on the bed. Taking that as a sign to enter, he walked in and set the tray down on the table. He turned to her and saw she was sitting cross-legged on the bed, watching him accusingly. Her eyes were still red from crying. He walked over to the table. "It's a hamburger and fries, your favorite." Emily said nothing and watched him. Chevalier turned to her. "I didn't poison it, come eat." Emily moved ever so slightly, and Chevalier noticed she had the cattle prod gripped in her hand. "Are you going to electrocute me?" he asked. "If you get too close, yes," she said seriously. "You'd be better off ashing." The cattle prod only works for a couple of seconds, he suggested. Emily screamed and grabbed at her right thigh. Chevalier was heading for her side when she held up the prod. Get back. Is it the runes? He asked, stopping. Emily jumped out of bed and walked on the sides of her feet as fast as she could, and went into the bathroom. Chevalier cringed when he heard her groan from the pain. She emerged a short time later, her eyes were furious. Are you okay? Chevalier asked from across the room. When he heard her coming, he moved far away from the bathroom. Emily ignored him, grabbed the cattle prod, and headed out the door. Where are you going? He asked from closer behind her, and she spun to face him. Stay away from me, she said, gritting her teeth. He put his hands up and backed away, knowing Mark would follow her wherever she was going. She used the railing to take some weight off of her feet as she went down the stairs. She's going to the prison, do I let her? Mark whispered into the air. Yes, was the response. Chevalier blurred down into the prison, motioning for the guards not to make a noise that he was there. He watched as Emily walked up and down the aisle of prisoners looking for Vaughn. When she found him, she stopped and turned toward his cell. Get it off of me, she demanded. Vaughn stood up and smiled. Is that for me? He motioned to the cattle prod. No, it's for the nosy Heku following me around, she said, glancing toward Mark and Chevalier. Damn, Chevalier whispered and stepped toward her. Get it off, now, she said again. No, it will come in handy when I get out of here and need you, he said smugly. Emily narrowed her eyes at him and watched as he screamed and fell convulsing to the floor. Emily, stop, Chevalier said from beside her. She turned to him and he was barely able to dodge out of the way of the cattle prod. Vaughn stumbled to his feet. I demand that you do not do that again. You demand? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Vaughn fell to his knees, gripping his chest and groaning with pain. Vaughn fell against the floor, panting. After a few moments, he got to his feet shakily. If you do that again, I'll never get you out of this hell. What hell are you referring to? She asked suspiciously. The one you, V.E. been in since you stepped through my enchanted wall. Everything's calm now, but wait, you disobey me and it will all come back. Emily took a step back. What? Just a minute, Chevalier growled. You don't seriously think everything's safe for you now, do you? That corridor is just out of reach. In an instant, I can bring it back, and all of the terror with it, Vaughn chuckled. Keys, Chevalier demanded of the guard, and immediately began opening the cell door. I am the only one that can help you, Emily. I am the only one that knows how to end it. If he kills me, he's only killing the enchanted image of me, and then you'll be alone. No way out, Vaughn said, watching her. Chevalier, get out, she said quickly. Don, listen to him, he's lying, Chevalier said from inside the cell. Get out before I ash you, she said, and Chevalier felt the slightest bit of burn start in his chest. Turn him to ash, Emily. Do it and show me your loyalty, Vaughn smiled. Chevalier backed out of the cell and the burning stopped. He turned to her. He's lying. You have to trust me. Emily, listen to Chevalier, Mark said, stepping out of the shadow. If I let you go, will you let me out? She asked Vaughn. He nodded. Come with me. I hold the key to the runes. You can, resist it forever. Soon you'll come when I call. I'll worry about the runes later, just let me out of this corridor, she said, begging. Emily, you can, let him go, Chevalier said, and touched her hand softly. She screamed and jerked away from him, landing on her back on the floor. She crawled backwards away from him frantically. Emily scrambled to her feet and ran up the stairs, ignoring the pain from the gravel cuts. She disappeared into the upstairs foyer. Chevalier growled at Vaughn, "How dare you? Have fun with her now. She'll come running to me soon enough." Vaughn said to him. "Unless you, re-dead first. You can, kill me. Code says you have to keep me until a release is negotiated." "I am the only elder the Encala have," he said smugly, and sat down. "So you, an elder now?" Chevalier asked. "Yes, when all 3 elders died, I was the only council member to take their place," he explained. "When Emily comes to me, she'll sit at my side as the second, well, after she's given me a female child and we turn her into an immortal, of course." Mark held Chevalier back and whispered into his ear, "Just wait, we'll get him." They headed back to the door and Chevalier turned to the guards. "I don't care if she threatens to ash you. If I catch her down here, you'll wish she had," he growled and walked up the stairs. "Where is she?" he asked at the top of the stairs. "Stable," he heard a voice say from far away. "Kyle," Chevalier said, and Kyle blurred to his side. Chevalier stood and looked out the window to the stables as Mark filled Kyle in, word for word, on what had just occurred. "How did he even know?" Kyle asked, baffled. "It has to be a connection through those runes," Chevalier said. Chevalier's eyes narrowed as he saw the silhouette of a figure on top of the stable roof. "What is she doing?" Kyle looked out. "I am not sure. Dad." Emily called into wind. Chevalier frowned. "Help me," she whispered softly, and sunk down into her protective ball and rocked. "We could sedate her and bring her in here. We can keep her here until we figure out how to convince her," Mark said. Chevalier shook his head. "We aren't going to earn her trust by betraying it." Damon walked up and looked out the window. "Just leave her. She'll figure it out on her own. You all indulge her too much." Chevalier growled at him. Damon looked over at him. "I just mean, she's not hurting anyone out there but herself. When she decides to see logic, she'll come down. She's up there because our ancestors scared her to death," Kyle snapped at him. "She'll live," Damon said. He shrugged and walked off when the other Heku glared at him. Chevalier turned around and gasped just as Emily jumped off of the roof of the stables. Chevalier, Mark, and Kyle blurred to the other side of the stables, prepared to find her dead on the ground. Instead, she was lying on her back on a loose pile of straw that stood taller than the Heku. When they saw her crawling out of the straw, they scattered quickly and joined up back in the palace. "I didn't, Kyle said, and Chevalier cut him off. "Don't say it," he said. "But I..." They watched as she dusted straw off of herself and went into the storage room. "Tell me if anything happens," Chevalier said, disappearing into his office. "What do you think she's doing?" Mark asked. Kyle shrugged. Does she?" "No way," Mark said, watching Emily walk toward the palace. "Yeah, she does," Kyle said, frowning. "Kind of weird things to have. Should we move back?" Mark asked, disappearing into the shadows, followed by Kyle. Emily walked into the palace. She had a 9mm tucked into the back of her jeans, and a shotgun in her hand. She ignored the fact that the door guards were gone, and stepped into the foyer. Without stopping, she made her way to the prison entrance and walked down the stairs. "Damn," Kyle said, following her. The guards looked at her fearfully when they saw her. "You can, come down here, ma. "Yes, I can. Hand me the key to Vaughn's cell." She held out her hand. "No, ma. Strict orders from the elder," he said. "Don't make me ash you, just give me the key." The two guards looked at each other nervously. No, ma, fine, she said, and Kyle watched, shocked, when both of the door guards turned to Ash. Emily went through their pockets and pulled out the keys. I can, believe, she did that, Mark stammered. We'll call Damon in a sec. Let's find out what she's doing first, before we raise the alarm, Kyle suggested, and they moved to the dark shadows around Vaughn's cell. Hello, my bride, Vaughn said, standing up. Emily opened the shotgun and loaded 2 shells of buckshot into it, then cocked it back. You can, kill me with a gun, Vaughn chuckled. I am not looking to kill you, just hurt you. She pushed the shotgun through the cell bars. Kyle and Mark covered their ears less than a second before the first shot rang out through the palace. The second shot came a few moments later, and she set the shotgun down by her feet. Vaughn was moaning in his cell, but healing quickly from the small pellet wounds. Emily unlocked the door and pulled out the 9mm. She pointed it right at Vaughn and quickly shot off 16 rounds into his head. Blood covered her and the walls of the cell, and Vaughn screamed in agony. We should stop her, Mark said, and leaned back against the wall. Yup, we should, Kyle agreed, watching. Emily stepped inside, lowering the 9mm down toward Vaughn. She aimed directly at his groin and fired off another 9 rounds. Ouch, Mark whispered. Kyle cringed. Still wanna get it on, she asked, and emptied the rest of the clip into him. She hit a button and the clip fell to the ground. She pulled another out of her pocket and jammed it into the gun and leveled it back at Vaughn. Ready to take the runes off, she asked him. Vaughn just groaned. He was healing, but not fast enough to alleviate the pain. Damon, Maleth, Leonid, and Chevalier blurred into the corner with them. Who is shooting a gun in my palace? Maleth growled. Mark pointed at Emily. Okay, Emily said, and emptied the second lip into the Heku. That has to hurt, Kyle said. Mark nodded. Chevalier raised his eyebrows. Emily stepped out of the cell and dropped the 9mm on the floor, picking up the shotgun. She grabbed the barrel and slammed the stock of the gun into Vaughn's head. The sickening crack was followed by a splash of new blood onto Emily and the walls. We were talking about how we should stop her, Kyle said, leaning back against the wall. Yeah, I guess we should, Mark nodded. Emily screamed and continued to smash Vaughn with the stock of the shotgun relentlessly. Blood was dripping from the walls, and she was covered with pieces of flesh and blood. She started at his head, and moved down to shatter both of his legs. His screaming had turned to gargles as he fought to breathe through the blood in his mouth. Did you want to stop her or should I? Kyle asked casually. Doesn't matter to me, Mark answered. We really do need to stop her, Damon said, concerned. Want to remove it now, child? She asked, standing over him. He tried to get his hands under him, but Emily smashed the butt of the shotgun down on the back of his neck, crushing his vertebrae. He fell limp to the ground. Emily took a second to catch her breath, and then brought the shotgun up again. She brought it down toward Vaughn's back, but he rolled out of the way, grabbed her foot, and she slammed into the ground. The Equities reacted quickly. Mark and Kyle tackled Vaughn while Chevalier grabbed Emily under her arms and pulled her out of Vaughn's grasp. I am not done, Emily yelled, trying to crawl back into the cell. I think he's had enough, Chevalier told her, grabbing her waist to stop her from going back inside. He lifted her up to her feet. She was dripping with blood and pushed her hair off of her face to see Vaughn better. Kyle and Mark managed to pin him against the ground. He was almost entirely healed. Take it off, she glared down at him. No, he growled. Emily ran forward and kicked. Vaughn screamed when her foot connected with his lower jaw and broke it into several pieces. Chevalier pulled Emily back out of the cell, chuckling. Impressive, for a mortal, Damon said, leaning against the wall and laughing. Maleth and Leonid disappeared up the stairs. Guess I better go bring back the guards, Damon said, and walked over to the two piles of ashes by the door. Emily tucked the 9mm into the back of her pants and picked up the bloody shotgun. She looked at Vaughn in the clutches of Kyle and Mark, and walked toward the door. She glared once at the one revived door guard and moved slowly up the stairs to the foyer. Chevalier followed her, keeping a slight distance. Emily stopped at the bedroom door and turned to Chevalier, "Where's the money from the sale of my ranch?" He frowned, "It's in an account in your name." I'll need to get at it," she said, turning toward the door. "Emily, if you need something, all you have to do is ask," he said, following her. "Just give me the account, and I won't have to ask permission for anything." "I didn't say you had to ask permission, but I'll give you anything you want. As long as I ask for it," she said. "That's not what I mean, and you know it," he said, sitting down. "What I need is a laptop with an internet connection and that account information when I get out of the shower, add in some privacy, and I'll be good." She walked into the bathroom and shut the door. Emily had to take a very long shower to get all of the blood off of her and out of her hair. She dried off and threw on a long t-shirt and jeans, then went out into the bedroom. She nodded when she saw the laptop and a debit card sitting beside it. She grabbed her cell phone and made the call. A few hours later, Emily was done. She went out to find Chevalier and finally found him and the other elders in the game room. She stepped in just in time to catch the end of the conversation. "We'll find a mortal soon. We have to be selective," Maleth said. "A mortal for what?" she asked, and they turned to look at her. Chevalier glared at Maleth when he stepped forward. "We need a mortal's blood to seal the door forever." "No," Chevalier hissed. "That's all you need?" "A mortal's blood?" she asked, skeptically. "Emily, no," Chevalier said to her. "Do it then," she said, and walked forward, holding her wrist out. "I said no," he growled. "Oh sure, then what? Let Alan walk through there." She kept her wrist out to Maleth. "There is another way," he said. "Not fast enough," she said to Chevalier and then turned to Maleth. "Do it." Maleth grabbed Emily's hand and watched Chevalier as he stormed out of the room. "Just a bit, Emily." She nodded. "Do it quickly." Leonid began to chant in an ancient language, and Emily watched as the doorway began to glow. She felt the sting on her wrist as Maleth pressed the tip of a dagger into the soft flesh of her arm. He held her arm out toward the door, and as the blood dripped onto it, the doorway began to collapse into a swirl of black clouds. Emily watched, wide-eyed as the doorway showed, for one moment, what was on the other side, and she had to fight the urge to run. There was a loud clash of thunder and a flash of light when the door sealed. Emily stepped forward and touched the wall, running her fingers along the solid wall. She fell to the floor suddenly, crying out in pain when her thigh began to burn. Maleth leaned down beside her. "Breathe through it, Emily, take deep breaths." Leonid watched them helplessly. Emily groaned and clutched at her thigh. Maleth tore the side seam of her pants open to her thigh, and looked at the runes. They were red, and inflamed, and blisters started to appear. "There has to be a way to get this off," he said to Leonid. "I have been researching it." "I can't find anything," Leonid said. "Come here, child," Maleth said, picking Emily up. He cradled her in his arms and left the game room, heading up the stairs. Emily squeezed her eyes shut and moaned as she leaned her head against Maleth's neck. He walked into her room and laid her on the bed as Chevalier stood up from the chair and blurred to her. "It's the runes," Maleth said when Emily grabbed her thigh and screamed. I have her, he growled at Malith, who left quickly and shut the door. Emily finally relaxed some and laid her forehead on the bed, still holding her thigh. I'll make it stop, I swear, he told her, and touched her hand lightly. She pulled her hand away from him. Don, touch me. I'm sorry, he said, and took a step away from her. Emily slipped her torn jeans off and turned to look at her thigh. The runes were no longer red and inflamed. She touched them, surprised they weren't even sore to the touch. Emily, we need to talk, Chevalier said, watching her closely. Yes, we do, she agreed. I haven't done anything to make you not trust me, but I know that you don't, he said, and slowly moved to the bed and sat down. I trust you, she told him, but watched him carefully. No you don't, or I would still be able to pick up feelings and emotions from you. Do you still love me, he asked, unsure. She nodded, yes. Then what's wrong? I need time, she said, looking into his eyes. Time away from me, he asked, hiding the hurt from his eyes. Time away from everything, she said, laying her hand on his leg. He nodded. Alan and I are leaving in 2 weeks. She sat up cross-legged beside him. He frowned. Where are you going? I am going to visit my Uncle Alec, she told him. She could see the concern and frustration in his face. I'll stay for 2 weeks, and then I'll come back, she said, touching his face. Is there no other way? He looked into her eyes. My cousin is getting married. I am going to be in the wedding. Right now I need to just get away for a while. She tried to make him understand. It wouldn't be away if I went, would it? She shook her head. Please Don, take this the wrong way. I am not getting away from you. I am getting away from everything here. He nodded. One guard. Emily smiled. No. Chevalier put her head in his hands and pulled her face close to his. Come back. Chapter 14, Vacation. I am done packing, Emily said, turning to Sam and Chevalier. Will you two stop moping? I don't see why I can, go, Sam said, sulking. Because it's an Alan and I thing. Alan's one of the ring bearer, and I have to wear this and act like I like it, Emily said, holding up a light pink, rather revealing dress. You going to wear that in front of Jeff? Chevalier asked. Emily laughed. Rein in the jealousy, Chev. Emily crawled onto Chevalier's lap and faced him, her knees at his sides. Remember what I said about followers? He nodded. Yes, but I don't like it. That's the deal. I catch one follower, and not only will I ash them, I won come back, she said seriously. I don't like it, not at all. What if you happen across an Encala or a V.E.S, he scowled. I won What if you do? I won Emily said. Hold out your hand. Chevalier held out his hand and frowned when she set her cell phone in it. No. Yes, no calls, she crawled off of his lap. You have to take your cell phone, he growled. No, she said, and threw a bag over her shoulder. Emily, I have to insist, in case of an emergency, Chevalier said. No, she walked up and kissed him softly. I can lose contact with you for 2 weeks, he said, narrowing his eyes. Yes, you can, she told him and picked Alan up. I'll walk you out, Chevalier said, taking Alan from her. He grabbed their bags with his other hand and followed her down the stairs. It'll be good for the palace. They don't have to be on mortal alert, she grinned. They aren't on mortal alert, he told her. What about those guards in the barracks? They can come give these guards a much-needed vacation. She smiled at one of the door guards. I don't see why one guard can go with you. Take Frank, he fits in well with mortals, he said as they walked up to the Durango. No. Chevalier kissed Alan and buckled him into his car seat. What flight will you be on? He asked. One going up high, she said, and slid into the Durango. You Aaron, going to even tell me your flight information? He frowned. No, and it's good for you, she said as he leaned in and hugged her tightly. I still can read you. I can follow your emotions or your feelings, it's not safe, he said, looking deep into her eyes. I will be back in 2 weeks, she said, and kissed him softly. She pulled back, but he kissed her again passionately. 2 weeks, she promised, and then shut the door and drove off. Chevalier watched with a heavy heart as they drove away. He couldn't express to Emily how dangerous this idea was, and how much he hated how she left after having such a hard few weeks. Once the Durango was out of sight, he went into the castle to see if he could find a way to pass the next 2 weeks. Sorry, Elder, Kyle said. 2 weeks, he told Kyle. Want me to go or are you sending Mark? He asked. I am not sending anyone, Chevalier said, snarling. Kyle frowned, no one. Chevalier shook his head, let's see if we can work on those runes. Kyle nodded and followed the elder down into the prison. Damon met them there. The three of them looked in at Vaughn. Can I help you? Vaughn asked, smiling. V.E. come to talk about the runes on my wife, Chevalier said calmly. You mean my wife? Vaughn asked, and leaned against the side of his cell. What is it going to take to get those off of her? Chevalier ignored Vaughn's last comment. There's nothing that's going to convince me to let go of my hold on the Winchester's only heir, Vaughn said. It won't do you any good if you spend eternity in this cell, Kyle said. LLC. I do enjoy hearing her scream in pain whenever I want. Vaughn said, and then grinned. Why are you doing this? Why does it seem like more than just having a Winchester at your command? Damon asked curiously. I owe her a life of pain and humiliation for what she did to my faction. It's my right to revenge, and I choose to take it out on her personally. You let her run around here like she's in charge. As my wife, she will learn to be submissive, obedient, and respectful, as any mortal should be, he said proudly. Then you don't know her very well. Emily doesn't have a submissive bone in her body. She would end up just turning you all to ash again. Kyle said when Chevalier didn't answer. Kyle didn't see that Damon was restraining Chevalier behind him. Not when the rune fully works. Once that rune comes into full power, she will do whatever I say, whenever I say it, and she'll do it with a bow, he said, pleased. You underestimate her, Kyle said. We know what it will take to make that rune fully operational, and it's not going to happen. Enough pain will change anything. Even the most stubborn streak, he said, sitting down on the bed in his cell. I see we're at an impasse, Damon said, and pushed Chevalier back toward the prison door. I'll be back, Kyle said. Tell Emily goodbye from me. I hope she has fun in New Mexico. Vaughn called to them. We have to stop her. If he's gotten a message to the Encala. Chevalier blurred to the McLaren parked by his Humvee and roared the engine to life when Kyle sat down. He spun out and pulled quickly out of the garage and headed after Emily. We should pass her at this speed, keep your eyes out, Chevalier said, topping the car's speedometer. The Encala would have to know. He was too confident in how he said that, Kyle said, watching out for the dark blue Durango. Chevalier just scowled and wove in and out of traffic. What if she won, come back with us? Kyle asked. I don't, expect her to, I have, Chevalier sighed, a sedative. Kyle opened his eyes wide, she not be happy. I know, but she, be safe, he said. Chevalier pulled up to the valet at the airport and threw the keys at him. He and Kyle stepped into the airport quickly, and looked toward the security check-in. The line was long. The estimated wait time listed on the board was 90 minutes. I am not catching her scent, Kyle said, looking around. She couldn't have gotten through security. We had to have passed her. Chevalier said, looking back toward the parking garage. We were both watching for that, traffic wasn't that heavy. Damn it, Emily, Chevalier slammed his fist against the wall and turned around to block the hole in the wall with his body. What? She went to the smaller airport, not the international. She would have known we check for her here, Chevalier explained angrily. Kyle opened his cell phone and dialed, hello. When's your next flight to Albuquerque, on any airline? Kyle frowned and slammed the phone down. Only one airline flies to Albuquerque, it leaves in 15 minutes. We can drive it, Chevalier said. Think about it. What do we do when we get to her uncle's ranch? Kyle asked. Bring her home. Kicking and screaming. If we have to, he said. Kyle turned and looked at him. Maybe we need to give her what she asked for. And let the Encala have her. Chevalier asked, shocked. Maybe it won't happen. She can kill hundreds at once. They would be stupid to try to take her, Kyle reminded him. Oh, let me see that baby. Jess said, taking Alan into a bear hug. She pressed her lips hard against his cheeks and left smeared red lipstick. He's so beautiful. Thanks, Jess, Emily said, and hugged her uncle. It's about time you came for a visit. Alex smiled. Does someone have to get married to get you to visit? Jess asked, and she put Alan down and hugged Emily tightly. I am sorry, it's been busy. How exciting that Pat is getting married. Emily smiled and looked around the ranch. Nothing's changed. Nothing except you, Tiny. Emily sighed and turned around to face Jeff. Hello, Jeff, she said politely. You, holding up well, short stuff, he said smiling. Jeff, she's married, go feed the cows. Alex said, and picked up Emily's bags. She followed them into the house. Emily stood at the counter and snapped green beans as she listened to her aunt talk about the wedding and Pat's fiancé. Emily was enjoying herself. Something as menial as making dinner was relaxing, and she was enjoying talking about little things. Alan was in the front yard playing with the neighbor's 5-year-old son, and she was able to see him running and playing from the kitchen window. How are things with you? Jess asked, wiping her hands on a towel. Same ol', Emily said, smiling. Boring life, yeah no. Yeah I do. How's that husband of yours? He's quite handsome, Jess said. He's good, probably enjoying some alone time. Emily began to blanch the beans. If he ever goes missing, Jeff talked about you for weeks after you left. Jess said, winking at Emily. Oh yay, I'll keep that in mind, Emily said, and laughed. We have a dress fitting in town at 7 p.m, is that okay? Her aunt asked as she rifled through the fridge. Sure. Boys, come eat. Jess yelled out the window. Emily started piling food onto the table. She smiled when she saw everyone sit down around the table and begin to eat and talk. She was finding it was the little things she missed. After dinner, it was time for the fitting. so Emily kissed Alan goodbye and left him with Alec, then climbed into Jeff's truck. He was taking Jess and Emily into town because he had to go in for feed. Emily made sure and let Jess ride in the passenger seat beside Jeff. "What ya been doing, teeny?" Jeff asked, watching Emily in the rear-view mirror. "Not much, hanging out with my husband and his guards," she said, grinning. "Your husband has bodyguards?" he asked, frowning. "Yes, lots of them." Emily couldn't help but chuckle. "Didn't we tell you? He's an ambassador, right, Em?" Jess said. Emily nodded. The rest of the drive was in silence. Jeff grumbled a goodbye when he drove off from the church. Emily was surprised to have the fitting in a church, but the tailor was a member of their faith and offered the building. "Go get dressed, I'll meet you there," Jess said, and Emily headed for the bathrooms. She pulled the light pink dress out of the dressing bag and stripped, then slipped it on. She looked at her exposed back in the mirror and frowned, then looked at herself from the front, and shook her head, disappointed. Her sides were also exposed, and the dress was a little lower cut than she would normally wear. Taking a deep breath, Emily walked out with the others. Emily cringed. There were 3 others in the exact same dress. One was close to 250 pounds, and the other 2 were both over 60. She smiled when they made a fuss over how beautiful she looked in the dress, and then stood up on a table for her fitting. She could feel herself blush as everyone watched. "Does the bride have something against backs?" Emily asked as the woman pinned the hem and told her not to move. "You're lucky that much is covered," the tailor said, disgusted. "The way she prances around town in that half shirt and short shorts, it's disgraceful." Emily tried to ignore the argument that ensued and just thought about how wonderful all of this was. She missed some of the mundaneness of the mortal world, no attacks, no feedings, and no life-threatening hidden passages. "Okay, done," the lady said when she finished with Emily's dress. "I'll have it ready by tomorrow night." Emily stepped down, careful not to disturb the pins, and ran back to the bathroom to change. There was another argument when she got back to the room. The tailor was trying to explain to the heavy-set maid of honor why she needed to wear a girdle, and the 2 older bridesmaids were talking about how bridesmaid dresses used to look. Jess gave Emily a frantic look, and Emily put her hand on her stomach. "I think all the travel is making me sick." Jess' eyes got wide. "Oh, we should get you home, dear." Jess called Jeff and told him they were ready to leave. It was only a few minutes later than Jess and Emily were in the truck, on their way back to the ranch. "That was fun," Emily said after a few minutes of silence. "Well, Pat's fiancé is a little, well," Jess tried to think of a good word. "Flaky," Jeff suggested. "She's not a flake. She's a woman's lib-lovin' flake," Jeff said. Emily smiled. "You need a girlfriend, then you wouldn't be so hostile." "That an offer, sweetheart?" he asked, looking in the rear-view mirror. "In your dreams, hoss." Emily hopped out of the truck when they got to the ranch and went in to check on Alan. Alan was sitting in Alec's lap, and they were watching an old John Wayne movie together. "How did it go?" she asked, kissing Alan on the cheek. "Your son has quite the imagination," Alec said. "So I decided to show him some real heroes." "No more of these, what do you call them?" "Heku," Alan said, watching the movie intently. "It's just a phase, I am sure," Emily said, and went into the kitchen to help clean up. Jess made a fresh pot of coffee and she and Emily sat down to visit. Alec came in a short time later with Alan asleep in his arms. "I think he's had enough of the Duke," Alec said, handing Alan over to Emily. She kissed his cheek. "We'll see you tomorrow." "Sounds good, why don't You bring some eggs in when you come, Jess said, smiling. Emily nodded and headed out to the old bunkhouse where she used to live. Emily changed both of them and curled up next to Alan on the bed. She soon fell asleep to the sounds of cows in the pasture. Emily woke up to the rooster and looked over at Alan. He was still fast asleep. She got up, dressed quickly, and walked out to the chicken coop. She gathered the eggs into the basket and checked on Alan. He was coloring in bed. Once he was dressed, they headed into the house. They could smell breakfast from outside, and Emily smiled. "Good morning," Emily said, handing Jess the basket of eggs. Alan ran into Alec's outstretched arms. "Hope you're hungry," Jess said, flipping pancakes on the griddle. "Starving, what can I do?" Emily asked, and started cracking open the fresh eggs for scrambled eggs. As soon as breakfast was over, Jess looked at her watch and gasped. "Emily. We're going to be late for the makeovers." "Makeover?" Emily grimaced. "Oh come on, it's not going to hurt you to be made up for once," Jess laughed. I'll bring Alan along later," Alex said, sitting down to color with Alan. Emily nodded and followed Jess out to the car. They crawled in and rode silently into town. Emily cringed when she saw the beautician assigned to her. She had blue and pink striped hair and rings in her nose and eyebrows. Her makeup was heavy black, and she had a blue tear tattooed on her cheek. Emily decided to just endure it and sat back to listen to Jess visit with other members of the wedding party. "Don, forget, Jennifer, hair up," the owner said to the girl doing Emily's hair. "Can I wear it down?" I'll cover my back," she said. Jess shook her head. "Bride's order, hair has to be up." Emily nodded. "What colors of makeup do you want?" the girl asked Emily. "Nothing dark," Emily said, eyeing the beautician's black eyeshadow. Emily watched for 3 hours as the beautician curled her hair and intricately piled it on top of her head with coiled tendrils falling softly down on her shoulders. She was impressed that her makeup was very light and natural looking. "Come on, Emmy, we have to get dressed," Jess said frantically. She went along with Jess. She knew they had plenty of time, but her aunt was frenzied and nervous. In the car, Jess babbled about people who were coming, and those that couldn't make it. She was nervous about meeting the bride's mother and kept referring to them as New Age parents. Emily hurried and got dressed. The bathroom was full of last-minute fittings and makeover adjustments. It didn't take her long to get dressed. The dress didn't allow for a lot of work, not even a bra was an option with the backless creation. She pulled on the pink heels and walked out of the hectic bathroom, hoping to find Alan. Emily found Alan and Alex sitting alone in a room off of the main church lobby. She sunk into a chair and picked Alan up. "Pretty scary, isn't it?" Alex said, smiling. "Yeah, not really my thing," Emily shrugged. "We appreciate you coming. We don't have a lot of family and Pat wanted as many in the wedding as possible," Alec explained. Emily nodded. It's okay, it was a good excuse to come visit." "Emily!" Jess yelled. "I better go," Emily said, checking to make sure Alan's tie was on straight. Emily was lined up behind the maid of honor and handed a small bouquet of pink roses and white carnations. She smiled as Alan ran down the aisle with the ring and into Alec's arms. Emily was glad for her quaint bonding ceremony. She didn't have to go through all of this with Chevalier like she had with Keith. She marched slowly down the aisle and blushed as she felt eyes on her exposed back. She took her place alongside the bride and looked out over those gathered. One man caught her eye. He was watching her closely and smiled when she looked at him. Emily couldn't help but blush. Even when their eyes met, he didn't look away. She didn't catch most of the ceremony. She spent her time trying to look at anyone but the dark-haired stranger who was watching her. Once the ceremony was over, she walked with the others into the reception area where there was to be a dance. Alan is tired. I am going to take him back to the ranch, Alex said when he found Emily. Coward, she called to him. Yes, I am, Alex said, grinning, and then left with Alan. The music started and Emily watched the couple take their first dance together. Come on, small fry, let's dance. She flinched at the voice. No thanks, Jeff, I don't dance, she said, but he took her hand anyway and dragged her onto the dance floor. She felt his rough hand on the skin on her waist, and he took her other hand. Jeff's dancing was uncoordinated and clunky, and she had to fight to stay on her feet in the awful pink heels. She was relieved when she heard the voice behind her. May I cut in, please, the soft and tender voice said. Jeff huffed and let Emily go. She turned and saw the tall, dark-haired stranger that had been watching her earlier. Emily tried not to panic when she felt his hand against her back, and she took his other hand in hers. He spun her, and then pressed her body close to his. I didn't catch your name, he said, looking down at her. Emily, and yours? I am Xavier, he said, smiling. Emily froze when she saw the elongated canines. He bent down and whispered into her ear, I am not here to hurt you. He spun her around and brought her back close to his body. Who are you? She asked anxiously. I am just here for the wedding, the same as you, he said to her calmly. What faction? She asked, and he dipped her and looked into her eyes. No factions tonight, he said, and lifted her back up. I am warning you. Relax. He spun her again and pressed her against him using his hand on her back. I am just surprised you are here unprotected is all. I can handle myself, she whispered. He laughed. V.E. heard that. It's not fair that you know who I am, and I don't know anything about you, she said, looking around her for an easy out. Haven, you heard? Life isn't fair, he chuckled. Emily's body tensed when she felt his nose close to her neck. You, a jumpy little thing Aaron, you? I am not going to hurt you, he said again. Both of them turned and clapped when the band ended the song, and Emily made a break for the door. She stepped out quickly into the night air and took a deep breath. So how long are you here for? She heard him ask from beside her. She jumped. If you aren't going to hurt me, then why are you following me? You, an attractive woman and seems to me, you, here alone, he said matter-of-factly. I am married, she said. Oh, I know, he said, then grinned. Emily tried to go back inside, but he grabbed her wrist. Don, go, he said. What faction are you? Emily asked, crossing her arms. Why do we have to play the faction game tonight? He asked her. Because if you, Equities, then you have some explaining to do. If you, Chevalier or Encala, then I'll be on my way, she told him. That's why I won, say. Why can we suffer through this nightmare together? He asked, motioning into the reception. One wrong move, she warned him. He raised an eyebrow, understood. They went back into the reception and Xavier got Emily some punch. He saw Jeff heading toward them and pulled Emily back out onto the dance floor. I think Cowboy likes you, he said, pulling her close to him. Emily looked to the side and saw Jeff watching them. I guess. She turned back to Xavier. Xavier said, glancing at Jeff. He dipped Emily again, and pressed his lips lightly to hers. She gasped and tried to push him away, but he held her tightly. When he let her back up, she glared at him. What was that? She growled. Showing cowpoke who's in charge here, Xavier chuckled. No one's in charge of me, she said, trying to push away. Xavier used her momentum to spin her and then brought her back against his chest. It's instinctual. We Heku like to mark our territory. Tell your husband he owes me one, Xavier said, smiling. I am sure he'd be glad to hear it, she mumbled. Oh, cheer up. It was just a little kiss and it worked, he told her, amused. Emily glanced at Jeff and saw him at the bar, drinking. As Emily and Xavier walked off the dance floor, Jess ran up to them. Oh, I am so glad you, V.E. met. Jess said, smiling at them. Emily, this is Xavier, he's a friend of the family and he's staying in the bunkhouse by yours. Emily faked a smile and nodded, great. She could feel Xavier chuckle and she stepped away from him further. I am going to be here all night, so Xavier offered to take you home when you ready, Jess said, and ran off to talk to someone. Nice of you, she said to him. Just the gentlemanly thing to do. I could let Jeff take you home, he said, watching Jeff take a shot of whiskey. I am ready to go, she said, grabbing the bag with her clothes. After you. Emily stepped out into the cold air and wrapped her hands around to cover her arms. Why is it that mortals never wear weather-appropriate clothing, he asked, handing her his jacket. Emily ripped it out of his hand and tossed it over her shoulders. I didn't exactly pick this dress. He looked at her and raised an eyebrow. You should wear it more often. Yes, it would look great in Council City, she said, stopping at the jacked-up Ford F-450. Xavier opened the truck door for her, put his hands on her waist, and lifted her into the truck. I could have gotten in, she said indignantly. Sure you could have. Emily suddenly thought how furious Chevalier would be with her right now. She was getting into a truck with a strange, factionless Heku. Xavier easily jumped into the truck. I should call Chevalier and tell him. Tell him what? She asked, frowning. That you are in a truck with a strange Heku. He laughed. Her eyes narrowed. You wouldn't, You, rewrite, I wouldn't, he said, then turned on the heater and pulled out into traffic. You really should be more careful though. Emily was relieved when they arrived at the ranch and he turned off the engine. She hopped out of the truck, almost twisting her ankle when she landed. She steadied herself and went into the house to get Alan. Good night, Emily, Xavier called as he walked into his bunkhouse. Emily took Alan, who was sleeping on the couch, and went to her bunkhouse. She locked the door, changed into a nightshirt, and laid down. She thought she would be up all night worrying about Xavier, but soon fell asleep. Emily woke up later than usual and panicked when she didn't see Alan. She ran out into the light rain still wearing just a t-shirt and looked around quickly. Alec took him inside, Xavier said, watching her from his doorway. Emily nodded and ran back into the dry cabin. She wasn't sure, but she thought she could hear Xavier laughing. She came out a short time later and ran into the house. Good morning, Emmy, Jess said from the table. Emily poured herself a cup of coffee and sat down. So you survived, Emily said. Yeah, barely. Her parents are a disaster, all love pita and ban guns. She said with disgusted. But he loves her, Emily said, stating the obvious. Yeah, he does. After a few minutes of silence, Jess tapped her forehead. I almost forgot. I hope you don't mind, but I promised Xavier you would take him out horseback later. He's never been on a horse. Emily felt panicked. You sure? Jeff could take him, and I can help around the house. Oh, I wouldn't think of it. If you both going to be here for the next 10 days, you might as well keep entertained, Jess said, watching the morning news. Emily finished her coffee and looked out the window at the sun coming through the clouds. Rain stopped. You should go before it starts again, Jess said. Alan ran to Emily. Mommy? Are you going out with the Heku? Emily pressed her lips to his ear and hushed him. Shhhhhh baby, we don't talk about Heku here remember. He nodded, sorry. Emily put him down and he ran to Alec. They had become inseparable. Emily walked out of the house and saw Xavier leaning up against the barn door. Half expected you to bail on me. Hey, fun size, you going riding? Jeff asked from behind her. She saw Xavier tense. Yes, I am taking Xavier out for a bit, she said, not turning around. Emily jumped when she felt Jeff pat her butt softly. Keep your hands off, she scowled at him. Sure thing, Tiny, he said, laughing, and walked off toward the cattle. Xavier raised an eyebrow. Does an elder for the Equities allow that? He doesn't, no, she said, tossing a bridle to Xavier. I can handle myself. Sure, you handled that well. He laughed. She pointed to a saddle. Bring that. Xavier lifted the saddle one-handed and followed her. She found a calm mare and slipped a bridle on it. Emily took the saddle from Xavier even though he protested. I can do that. So can I, she said, hoisting the saddle onto the mare. She finished with the mare and went out to find her a horse. She found a beautiful buckskin stallion and slipped a bridle on him, and then jumped up onto his back. When she led the stallion out, Xavier was waiting for her on the mare. Why do I have to have a saddle? Because I don't feel like scraping you off the ground, she said, clicking her tongue and leading both horses out of the barn. When they were clear of the fences, Emily turned to Xavier. You better hold on, she said, grinning, and slapped his mare on the rump, which sent her into a gallop. Emily kicked her stallion into a gallop and easily caught up. She smiled at the way Xavier struggled to stay on the horse. The day passed quickly, and Emily found that she was becoming more and more comfortable with the strange Heku. They rode back to the ranch just as the sun was setting. Emily jumped off the stallion and visited with Xavier while she unsaddled his mare and got both horses food and water. They walked back into the house together. "'Bout time you two show up, you must be starving," Jess said as she shoveled piles of shepherd's pie onto 2 plates. Emily took her plate from Jess and watched as Xavier accepted his plate. They sat at the table together and Emily took a bite, watching the Heku. He smiled at her and took a bite of the shepherd's pie. Emily frowned as he laughed and ate another bite. She ate quietly until Alan crawled up onto the table. He looked at Xavier oddly. "Mommy, he's eating," Alan said. Emily put her hand over his mouth. "Another shhhh." Alan nodded, but watched Xavier eat. They both finished their plates and Emily took them to the sink, and started to wash them. Xavier sat Alan on his lap and watched her. Her heart jumped when she saw Alan on the Heku's lap. "Get down," she told him, and he crawled down sadly, and then went into the living room. "Be nice, Emily." "I wasn't hurting him," he said. The next week was spent out on horseback every day. Sometimes with Alan, and sometimes without, but always with Xavier. Emily was becoming more and more comfortable with him, and they were now talking more in depth about the Heku life. "I don't know how you do it, they must watch you like a hawk," he said, smiling. "Sometimes, yes. Sometimes. Okay, so most of the time, yes," she admitted. "Ever tell them to take a hike?" he asked. "How do you think I am away from them for 2 weeks?" "Well, away from my Heku, seems I can get away altogether," she laughed. "Sorry to ruin your vacation," he said, kicking his mare into a gallop. Emily did the same and soon they were racing across the north pasture. "You Aaron, I am having fun," she said. "Tomorrow you on your own. I need to, well, go out, he said, shrugging. Time to feed, she asked. Yeah, he said, amazed at how casually she talked about it. They pulled their horses into the barn just after dark, and each got their own horse settled down for the night. Heading in? Emily asked him. Nope, I'll be back tomorrow afternoon, he said, chuckling, and climbed into the Ford. Emily waved to him and went into the house. The next morning, the sun was shining and Emily dressed her and Alan quickly, and they went into the main house. Jess was just finishing pancakes when Emily set the eggs down. Seems like you, on your own today, Jess told Emily as she gave her some pancakes. Seems so, she said, and started to eat. We wondered if we could take Alan into town and buy him a late birthday present, Alec asked. Emily smiled, sure, just not too much. She watched as they left and then looked out the window of the kitchen toward the barn. Smiling, Emily walked out to the barn and pulled a bridle onto the buckskin stallion. She kicked him immediately into a gallop and jumped the first gate, heading deeper into the north pasture. She shut her eyes and listened to the sounds of the wind through the trees and the little stream that ran along the property line. Emily heard the rattle moments before she felt the stallion jerk. She gripped tighter with her legs and held on as the stallion broke into a panicked run from the snake. Emily fought to regain control by pulling on the reins, but the horse overcorrected and reared back. She fell off and landed hard against the ground, hitting her head on a rock. Emily could feel the world spin as she rolled over onto her knees. She felt the blood dripping down the back of her neck and looked over at the horse. You okay? She heard Jeff yell as he jumped off of his horse. I am fine, she lied, and tried to stand up. Her legs gave out and she ended up in Jeff's arms, so he put her back onto the ground. Damn rattler, I couldn't catch up with your horse, he said, irritated. Jeff felt along the back of her head and cringed when he felt the gash. I am okay, really, she said, sitting up. Well, Jeff said, adjusting his cowboy hat. I guess if you say so, Tiny. Emily felt a panic when he dropped his caring attitude and picked up his usual patronizing tone. You know we have the entire ranch to ourselves, Jeff said, leaning closer to her. Emily turned onto her hands and knees and tried to get away, but he caught her ankle and pulled her back to him. Where you going, half pint? He asked, taking her wrists in his hands. Get away from me, she said to him sternly. I love a gal with fire, he said, and kissed her roughly. Emily turned her head to the side to get away from him, but he just started kissing her neck. Get away, she said again, and tried to kick him. He trapped her legs under his and lay down against her, his body weight crushing her. Been waiting for this, Haven, you. She tried to yell, but found his mouth pressed against hers again. She struggled to get out from under him, but couldn't move against his body weight. He had her hands trapped above her head with one of his. Stop fighting me. You might enjoy it, he said, pulling her shirt up and over her head. Get off, she screamed, but felt his hands at her waist undoing her jeans. With one quick movement, Jeff managed to slide off of her and pull off her jeans as she fought against him. Damn, you, hot, he said, crawling back on top of her. He used his knees to separate her legs. Jeff, Don, do this, she said, and tried to bite him. I bite back, Tiny, he told her, reaching one hand down to undo his pants. Emily's body shook with fear and she struggled to get out from underneath him. She screamed angrily when she couldn't move him. She jumped slightly when she heard the growl and felt Jeff being pulled off of her. She watched, wide-eyed, as Xavier threw Jeff against the ground and jumped on him, clutching his hand to the mortal's neck. Emily scrambled to her feet, grabbed her shirt, and ran for the trees. Her jeans were too close to the fight. She ran until the sound of fighting was behind her, slipping her t-shirt back on as she ran. She looked back over her shoulder and screamed when she ran into someone. Emily kicked and screamed at him in a panic. "Emily, it's me, you, okay?" Xavier said, and pulled her close to him. She buried her face in his chest, shaking. "It's okay," he said, rubbing her back. "Jeff," she whispered. "He had a bad fall from a horse," Xavier said furiously. "Don't worry, he's sort of alive." Emily's body shook as he held her, but she could feel the anger emanating from him. He picked her up and cradled her in his arms, then blurred back toward the ranch. Emily felt the wind through her hair at his speed and just held onto him. He sat her down in her bunkhouse and shut the door behind them. Emily pulled out her suitcase and threw on some jeans, blushing. "He's lucky I didn't kill him," Xavier said coldly. Emily just nodded, "Thank you." Xavier smiled at her when he saw the tears start and pulled her close to him. "No wonder you married a Heku, you need a lot of help." She was too upset to argue with him. When she stopped trembling, he let her go. "Now let me look at your head," he said, and she moved a step away from him. "I am okay. If I were going to feed off of you, I wouldn't have waited this long." "Now come here," he said, and blurred behind her. He felt through her hair and sighed. "You probably should go to the emergency room for stitches, let's go," he told her, opening the door. "I am fine," she said, afraid. "Come on or I'll call the Equities," he chuckled. She glared at him and walked out, even allowing him to lift her into the truck. They didn't get back until late at night, and an ambulance was just pulling away. Emily jumped out of the truck and ran into the house. "Alan," she yelled. Alan ran to her and she picked him up and hugged him tightly. "Alec." "Jess," she called. "We're here, Emily. The ambulance just took Jeff away. He was in a horrible horse accident. It stepped on his back, and, well, right now Jeff can't feel anything below the waist," Jess said sadly. Emily nodded and held Alan tighter. Xavier stepped in. "Bad day on the ranch, we just got back from the emergency room." Emily glared at him. "What happened?" Jess gasped. Emily's horse saw a rattlesnake. She hit a rock when he bucked her. Xavier explained. "You found her?" Alec asked, frowning. "Yeah, I got home early and decided to catch up with her on horseback." He lied. Jess hugged him. "I am so glad you were there for her." Emily looked out over the doors to the terminal and then back to Xavier. "Thank you for the ride." He smiled. "Anytime." "Are you going to tell me your faction now?" she asked, glancing nervously at Alan. Xavier laughed. "I am V.E.S. She nodded and opened her door. He blurred to her side and helped her out, then got Alan out of the car seat. "Here's my phone number, in case you ever need anything," Xavier said, handing her a card with his name and number. He grinned and hugged her. "Take care of yourself." She pulled away from him and smiled. "Thanks again, I'll call you sometime, okay?" He nodded and crawled back into the truck. The flight home was uneventful, and she was glad to be back. She found her Durango easily and buckled Alan into his seat. He was asleep before they got out of the airport parking area, and she took the road that led back to the palace. Emily pulled into the garage and cut the engine. She heard the door open before she even got the key out. Chevalier pulled her out of the car and hugged her tightly. "I missed you," he said, kissing her before she could answer. He set her down and smiled. "I missed you, too," she said, hugging him. She laid her head against his chest. "Did you have a good time?" he asked. Emily nodded. "I did." "How was it here?" Boring, Chevalier said, and laughed. Daddy! Alan screamed, and Chevalier got him out of the car seat. Alan threw his arms around Chevalier's neck and bear hugged him. Missed you, kiddo, he said, and grabbed the suitcases with his other hand, carrying Alan inside. Emily looked around the foyer, everything seemed the same. She'd been gone what felt like an eternity and was surprised nothing had changed. Kyle said, running down the stairs. He picked her up in a bear hug. Welcome back. Ken, breathe, Emily gasped, and laughed when he set her down. Sorry, Kyle said, grinning. You sure you weren't enjoying the peace and quiet? Emily asked. It wasn't peaceful and quiet, it was boring and dull, Kyle said. Emily turned to one of the random guards stationed throughout the palace. Was it not a little less stressful without me here? He looked at Chevalier nervously. That answered that, she said, grinning, and patted the guard on the shoulder. Chevalier dropped their bags onto the bed and she started to put things away. So, what did you do? Chevalier asked casually. Well, went to the wedding, which was nice, and the reception, which was awful, she said, going through Alan's bag. What was wrong with it? It was a dance, she laughed. Don't worry, I only danced with Jeff once and someone cut in and saved the day. Oh good, I kept waiting for you to bring him back with you, Chevalier laughed. Other than that, I spent most of the time on horseback, did some cooking, some cleaning, the same things I used to do, she said, sliding the empty suitcases under the bed. Fun, he said. Actually, it was kind of nice. She sat down by him. Sam swept into the room and pulled Alan into a bear hug. I got you something, come on. Sam and Alan left the room and Emily smiled after them. Alan and Uncle Alec really hit it off, they were inseparable. He would even cry when I forced him to go out with me on a ride, Emily said, crossing her legs on the bed. Chevalier nodded and looked at her. What? She asked when she saw the look on his face. You know I have to ask. I wasn't going to, he said, rubbing the back of his neck. What did I do now? She asked. Where are you hurt? Emily started to laugh. My God, you have a sensitive nose, that's days old. He shrugged, so. My horse saw a rattlesnake. I hit my head on a rock when I fell and got some stitches, easy enough, she said, leaving out most of the details. He watched her. Oh come on, you can, be upset about that. V.E., she said, but was cut off when Chevalier kissed her. She wrapped her arms around his neck and pushed him down on the bed. What, Sam showing Alan? Emily asked, curled up next to Chevalier. V.E. been working with Damon while you were gone, and Sam says he's ready to be given to Alan. I got a saddle that should fit him. Chevalier said, and kissed her shoulder. Oh he'll love that. Emily said, smiling. I think we should rename him. No way, it fits, Emily smirked. Are you sure nothing happened, out of the ordinary in New Mexico, he asked. No, why? Just curious is all. Emily rolled over and propped herself up on one elbow. Okay then. I was attacked by 5 million Encala and 6 million V.E.S at the same time. They saw my infinitely good looks and began a mass war between themselves, wiping out most of the population of the western United States. Haha, very funny, Chevalier laughed. How about? I met a very nice Heku and we spent most of the time horseback riding, she said, smiling. Nice, okay, so nothing happened. He grinned and got up. Emily said, watching him. Chevalier turned, what? Emily shrugged. What? He asked again, sitting on the bed. Emily grinned. I wasn't done cuddling. I have to go back to work, and you should go touch base with Damon on the cavalry training. There are 10 of them now, so he could use the help, Chevalier said, getting dressed. Emily frowned. Why Damon? Oh, why 10? Damon because Kyle has been busy. 10 because we reinstated your 3 bar fighting companions, and decided to keep the 3 we had replaced them with, just in case. Just in case what? Just in case you ever agree to a guard again, he said, and left the room. Good luck with that, she yelled after him and then grinned. Hey Damon. I am back. She heard Chevalier chuckle from the hallway. Emily threw on some jeans and a t-shirt, pulled on her cowboy boots and grabbed her riding gloves, then went out to the stable. She saw the new recruits lined up on the lawn facing one another. They were all mid-fight in pairs when she walked up. You don't have to yell to talk to me, Damon said, watching his guards. Yeah, but that way I make sure you hear me. She watched them fight. Oh, you pretty hard to ignore. He smirked. Missed me didn't you? She grinned. Like a hole in the head. He yelled at 2 of the guards and walked over to them. Emily shook her head and went into the stables. She checked all of the horses and was pleased they all had clean stalls and fresh food and water. She grabbed a bridle and the cattle prod, and slipped the bridle onto Chevalier's Arabian stallion. She hoisted herself up onto the crabby horse and walked him out of the stable and over to Damon. Damon looked over at her and eyed the cattle prod, isn't that the elder's horse? Yes, and he needs to learn some manners, she said, grabbing the cattle prod. She grinned when Damon took a step away from her, like some others around here. He raised an eyebrow. Touch me with that thing and I won't be held responsible. Enough rolling around on the ground, get on your horses, Emily said loudly. The recruits all blurred into the stables. I'll stay on the ground, he said when she watched him. Your call, have they even been on the horses? The 3 new guys? She asked. Nope, he said. You aren't afraid of a horse are you? He glared up at her and walked toward the stable. Emily sighed when the new recruits came out, leading their horses. Get on them, she said, from the left. She watched as the 7 previous recruits mounted their horses easily, and then giggled slightly when the 3 new ones struggled a bit. Once they were all seated, she nodded. Good, now we go for a ride. I'll take it easy and go through the city streets, get used to the feel of being on a horse. Emily clicked her tongue and sighed when the Arabian didn't move. She tried again, and he snorted back towards her. Where's Putra? Frank asked. She's okay, I just need to teach this guy some etiquette is all. He's Chevalier's pesky horse. She grabbed the cattle prod from the saddlebag and kicked the horse. Emily touched the cattle prod quickly to his rump. He bucked once, and then walked off slowly. There we go, she grinned. The previous recruits visited with her about her trip to New Mexico while the 3 new ones held back by themselves. Emily turned around once in a while to check on them. She finally slowed down and let them catch up. Let me guess, you aren't mortal fans, she asked, and watched as they glanced nervously at one another. No, we aren't, one of them said finally. Good to know. I'll leave you alone, you leave me alone, and I'll get through this without any deaths, deal? They nodded at her. Do try to keep up, though. She grinned and kicked the Arabian into a gallop. Emily grabbed tightly to the reins. He took off faster than Putra normally did. She blew past the other guards, who took the challenge and also kicked their horses into a gallop. The 3 new guards did the same, but couldn't seem to catch up to her. She laughed when she got back to the stables first. The elder would like you to go to his office, Damon told her. Emily slid off of the Arabian and handed the reins to Damon. Take care of him, please. He glowered, but led the horse into the stables. Emily knocked on Chevalier's office door and slipped off her gloves as she walked in and sat down. You rang? Emily asked. She frowned when she saw his face. Chevalier pushed something toward her. I got a receipt of payment from the hospital in New Mexico. Apparently, when you left, you forgot to grab it? Emily nodded. Okay, thanks. She took the receipt. She couldn't remember paying it, though, and her breath caught when she saw the signature at the bottom. It was Xavier's. I am going to try to keep my temper under control, he said, rubbing his temples. There's no reason to get mad. She tucked the receipt into her pocket. I am afraid I already know the answer, but who is Xavier? He asked slowly. He's a friend of Alec and Jess. He was at the reception and stayed with them, she said. And his species is not important, she said, readying herself for a fight. Is he the one that cut into your dance with Jeff then? He looked up at her. She nodded and noticed Chevalier's hands were shaking. What part of danger are you not getting here? He asked, gritting his teeth. There was no danger. It was a dance, and I didn't even know he was Heku until he already cut in and we were visiting. I must have left my Heku radar in my other jacket, she scowled. Did he tell you he was an Equities? He wouldn't tell me his faction until he dropped me off at the airport. Emily shut her mouth quickly and cringed. She hadn't meant for him to know that. You were alone in his car. Chevalier's eyes became furious. I am not going to talk about this, she said, and stood up. Sit down, he demanded. Emily turned on her heels and walked out of his office, heading up the stairs. Emily, Kyle called and then blurred to her side. What's up? You look mad. Get away, Kyle, Chevalier said angrily from behind them. Kyle turned around, wide-eyed, and stepped away from them. He whispered under his breath, control. Chevalier spun to him, oh. Let's see how well you can control yourself. Emily, tell Kyle who took you to the airport. Emily turned at the top of the stairs and glared at Chevalier. It was no big deal. So tell him, see what Kyle thinks, he said, taking a step up. Kyle looked at her suspiciously. What's going on? He's just freaking out because I let Xavier drive me to the airport, and before he chimes in, we danced too, oh, and spent 2 weeks horseback riding, she added, and stormed into her room. Kyle stood, wide-eyed. The Valle Xavier. Chevalier growled and followed her into the room, slamming the door behind him. What do you mean you spent 2 weeks riding horseback with him? How often were you two alone? Chevalier hissed. A lot, she said, crossing her arms. If you were Heku, I'd tear your head off for treason, he growled, stepping toward her, his hands balled into fists. Treason? What, you think I was out there telling him Equities secrets? We friends, nothing more, she scowled. Valle Aaron, friends, they are our enemies. You, lucky you Aaron, chained up in a Valle prison right now. Ha! He didn't even talk to me about the Valle, and he had plenty of opportunities to snag me if he wanted to. He is my friend, she yelled. Chevalier took her arm roughly and pulled her to face him. What part of this are you not seeing the danger in? You cannot be friends with a Valle. You, hurting my arm. She glared at him. Good, maybe it'll sink into your thick head that Heku are dangerous. Let go, she demanded. Chevalier pushed her onto the bed. You are confined to quarters until I decide what to do with you. Oh no, I am not. I am not one of your subjects, and you can, order me around. She stood up and faced him, but took a step back when she saw his body shake with anger. You were fraternizing with a member of the V.E.S Council, a dangerous member of the V.E.S Council, and you will learn one way or another, how to avoid that in the future. He walked toward the door. Fraternizing? You sound like we were playing slap and tickle. We, friends, nothing more, she said, rubbing her arm. He turned to her. You will not be friends with him. Oh, okay, Keith. She glared. Chevalier blurred to her and pinned her to the wall with his hand around her neck. Her feet dangled over a foot from the floor. Do not compare me to him, he growled. Emily couldn't breathe. She clawed at his fingers and kicked out at him. You will not be friends with Xavier, he said again, gritting his teeth. Emily could feel pain in her lungs as she tried to inhale. She saw blackness creep across her vision. Emily, she heard the soft voice from far away. Her lungs hurt and her head was pounding. Come on, Emily, look at me, she heard again, and she was finally able to open her eyes and look up at Kyle. Emily gasped in a breath and sat up suddenly, her hands at her throat. She looked around the room anxiously. He's not here, Maleth has him downstairs, Kyle said. Emily noticed that his voice held an air of irritation. Emily crawled out of bed and went into the bathroom. She looked at the deep purple bruises around her neck. Can you blame him? Kyle asked, watching her. Emily spun around to him. Yes, I can. I did nothing wrong. You hung around with one of the most dangerous members of the V.E.S Council, the chief interrogator, he said, seething. I didn't know who he was, and he was nothing but polite and friendly. She walked out into the bedroom. Emily looked around and grabbed her phone, then headed toward the door. The elders have asked that I keep you in here, he said to her, blocking the door. She glared at him. Get out. Fine, but I am watching you, he said, leaving her room and slamming the door behind him. Emily was out the window within seconds, scaling down the side of the building like she'd done before. She checked around her and ran for the stables. Once inside, she climbed up into the loft and hid behind a stack of hay. She dialed the number with shaking fingers. Yes, the gruff voice said. She couldn't answer. Suddenly, she was racked with fear. Who is this? He questioned, irritated. Xavier, she finally managed to ask. Emily, he said, concerned. His voice was no longer stern. He knows, she said, her eyes filling with tears. There was a pause. Are you okay? Did he hurt you? Emily nodded, knowing he couldn't see it. I wanted to warn you, she said finally, trying to control the fear in her voice. Warn me? Emily, are you hurt? He asked again quickly. Yes, she whispered, feeling the ache in her neck. I'll come get you. Are you in Council City? He asked. No, Don, come, I'll kill you, she said suddenly. I have diplomatic immunity. He can, touch me, Xavier growled. Stay there, but be careful. The phone was ripped roughly from her hands. Stay away from my wife, she heard Chevalier hiss into the phone. Xavier was yelling loud enough that Emily could hear him through the phone. Why, so you can kill her? Feel good beating up a mortal a third your size. You Don, know who you are messing with, Chevalier scowled. I think I do. I am talking to a creature that has no problems assaulting his mortal wife, Xavier said angrily. Leave her alone, Chevalier said again. You first, he yelled. She's none of your concern, V.E.S, he hissed. Yes she is. She S my friend, and if she needs my help, she, LL get it? She, S taken care of here. She doesn't, T need you, Chevalier said, his eyes narrowing. Taken care of? Not only is she injured right now, but you, V.E. left that Encala rune on her. Why is that exactly? Xavier roared. How did you see that? Chevalier asked, and slammed the phone against the wall when Xavier hung up. Chevalier pulled Emily to her feet by her arm and shook her. How did the V.E.S see the runes on your thigh? Stop it, she said as he slammed her into the wall. How? Chevalier let Emily go when Leonid and Malith appeared behind him, and Leonid put a hand on his shoulder. Let her go. He glared at her. How did he see it? It's not what you think, she said, moving back into the corner. Tell me. Chevalier stepped toward her. Stay away from me. I am warning you, she said, glaring at him. V.E. let you go too far this time, and I am not letting any more slide. Or what? He scowled. Malith and Leonid both gasped when Chevalier suddenly fell into a pile of ash. Emily ran past them and scrambled down the ladder. She heard a faint voice in the wind call for Damon. Kyle grabbed her just as she headed into the garage. He was holding her wrist gently, this time. I'll stay with you. He led her up the stairs and into the bedroom. Elder's orders, you stay here, and Chevalier stays away from you. If Damon decides to revive him, that is, she said, pulling her wrist away from him. Emily, tell me you didn't turn him into ash, he sighed. Sure, if you don't mind being lied to. Sit. He pointed at the bed. Emily sat down on the bed and glared at him. She heard a loud crash outside of the palace and moved to the window. She gasped when she saw the drain pipes being removed from along the wall. I'll be in the hallway if you need me. This got too far out of control this time, he said, slamming the door. Emily was locked in her room for 2 days. She demanded to see Alan numerous times, but no one would answer her. Her food trays were pushed quickly into the room and the door was left locked from the outside. She had become a prisoner in the palace. Finally, her door opened and Damon stepped in. Come with me. No, where is Alan? She scowled. Your presence has been requested in the council chambers, he said, moving aside so she could leave. She walked past him apprehensively, and walked into the lower portion of the council chambers. She saw the dark gray cloaks of the 4 Heku standing before the Equities Council. Xavier turned when she walked in and his eyes immediately fell to her bruised neck. Emily avoided looking at Chevalier and walked over to Xavier. You shouldn't be here. He smiled. Stop trying to protect me. They won. Let me see Alan, she whispered to him frantically. Xavier turned to the council. Why has she been denied her son? That was a council decision, to keep him safe until all tempers calmed down, Malith explained. Bring him here. It's unreasonable to keep her from him, he said calmly. Leonid nodded, and a guard by the door disappeared. So you see, Damon said, taking the stand, that she is alive and well as promised. Well, he asked, and looked at her. You consider this well? Tempers flared, and we regret the actions of one of our council, but it has been taken care of, Malith tried to assure him. Emily wrapped her arms around herself. She felt on display. What about the runes then? Have they been removed? He asked them. Not yet, Leonid answered. That's disgraceful and negligent to leave that mark on her, he scowled. I take it you know how to remove it then? Damon asked arrogantly. Yes I do, he said, and Emily looked at him with wide eyes. We cannot kill the Encala that put it there, he said. You don't need the rune's keeper to get it off, he said. Especially when it's ink and not a tattoo. Chevalier scowled at him. I have yet to determine exactly how you saw it in the first place. Please Don, Emily whispered to Xavier. He frowned. Why are you keeping it from them? That wasn't your fault. Her eyes were pleading. Xavier turned back to the council. It's not my place to say. Emily turned when the door opened, and Alan ran into her arms. She picked him up and held him tightly to her. She kissed his cheek as tears rolled down her face. I bring up my original complaint. It is the opinion of the V.E.S Council that you are repeatedly mistreating a mortal in your palace, and should be dealt with according to the laws set forth when the ancients were banished, Xavier said to them. We are not continually mistreating a mortal, Maleth replied. Oh? That's not how it looks, he said. What we have here is a matter of tempers. When two are bonded and love each other, but both have tempers, it can lead to accidents, Maleth explained. Love each other? V.E. never seen anyone assault one they truly love, and I don't see any marks on the elder, he said. I had to revive him from ash, Damon explained. Xavier smiled slightly. Self-defense, I am sure. Take us with you, Emily asked, turning to Xavier with Alan still held tightly in her arms. She's afraid to be here, he said, watching Chevalier closely. Over my dead body, he scowled. Everybody calm down, Leonid said, standing up. No one is in danger here, we can discuss this calmly. Xavier raised an eyebrow. He hadn't yet even raised his voice. I agree that it is best if she stay here, as long as she isn't kept from her son, and isn't confined in any way. No, Emily said, shocked. Take us with you. Xavier smiled at her. It's okay, you'll be safe here. Why? She frowned. The V.E.S elders aren't going to want to let you stay with me. They will want you at their palace with the elders, he explained. Chevalier frowned when Xavier told her the truth. I do have conditions, Xavier said, or I will be back. What conditions? Maleth asked. V.E. stated too. The other is that she be allowed to contact me at any time and I her. I will be checking up on her from time to time. I also ask that the runes be removed, he said, narrowing his eyes. His voice was calm and controlled. Maleth nodded. That is reasonable, though, V.E. been unable to get them removed. Xavier smiled. Does that mean you do not know how? Leonid glanced at Maleth and shrugged. That is correct. Xavier turned to Emily. I can do it, but it's quite painful. She looked into his eyes. Get it off of me. He turned back to the elders. I will need a ceremonial room. It's a long process, and we cannot be disturbed. Maleth looked at Chevalier, and he nodded, glaring at the V.E.S. I will be back in 1 week to remove it. I'll also check on her welfare at that time, Xavier said. He turned to Emily. Call me if any of them so much as touch you, he said. Emily nodded and watched the V.E.S walk out of the council chambers. She was still clutching Alan in her arms. She headed for the door, but the guard stopped her and she turned around, her eyes full of terror. Chevalier felt his heart jump. He had never seen her that terrified before. He wanted to run to her and hold her, but he realized he was the cause. The purple bruises on her neck were proof enough of that. There is one more thing to discuss, Leonid said, and motioned for Emily to step forward. She took just a few steps toward the council quietly. It is against faction law to fraternize with members of the other factions, Leonid told her. You may not have been aware of that rule. Since when have I been forced to abide by the rules of the Heku? She asked softly. Her eyes ran along the council members. We are just concerned that you became friends with one of the V.E.S council members, he said softly. I didn't know he was V.E.S, or a council member, until the last day. She told them. Yet you spent 2 weeks with him. Yes. You knew he was Heku? Leonid asked. Yes. Did he tell you he was Equities? No, he wouldn't tell me his faction, she explained. Leonid sighed and sat down. We will discuss this further as a council. She just watched them. How did the V.E.S see the runes on your thigh? Damon asked, frowning. Death, betrayal, or infidelity? Emily asked, pulling off the essence ring. The council members gasped. This one, S on you, it was still attached until a few minutes ago, she said, walking up to Chevalier's side of the table. She set the ring down in front of him. Emily turned and left the room with Alan. Chevalier picked up the ring and turned it around in his fingers. He whispered, 2 weeks. Leonid nodded, 2 weeks to put it back on her before the bond is completely severed. Let the V.E.S have her. They have no idea how much trouble she causes, Damon said, and cringed when all 3 elders growled at him. Try, Chevalier, Don, let this fight end it for you too, Malith said softly. I am not sure I can fix it, he said, looking at the ring. Try, Leonid said. Maybe Xavier is right. Maybe she's not safe here with me, Chevalier whispered. She loves you, Malith said softly. She just needs reminded. Chapter 15, Time's Up. Emily heard a knock on her door and she looked up from her book. Who is it? It's me, she heard Chevalier say. Emily looked at Sam frantically, and he ran to the door and stepped out. What do you want? I came to talk to Emily, Chevalier said. You'll have to talk to her through me, Sam said, crossing his arms. It's been 4 days. I need to see her, he said. Sorry, boss, orders. She hasn't even left her room since the council chambers. I just need to talk to her, Chevalier said. He debated pushing the familiar out of the way and getting what he demanded, but knew that wasn't the way to win back Emily's affection. I'll give her your message, Sam said, and went back into her room, squeezing through the door and locking it behind him. What did he want? Emily asked, sitting cross-legged on the bed with her book. He just wants to see you, Sam said. He sat back down with Alan and a puzzle. How does this keep happening to me, she sighed. Well, Sam said. Oh, I know how it happens. She glared. Have you asked Xavier what to do? Sam asked her. No, I am afraid to tell him, Emily said, putting her book down, but this room is driving me crazy. I need to get out of here. Not without them noticing, Sam said, putting the last piece in the frame of the puzzle. Freak, she yelled, standing up to pace the floor. You need to let me get some crackers and Sprite in here or Alan's going to tell, Sam said, not looking up. Oh no, that wouldn't clue them in, she scowled. Ask him when he calls, Sam suggested again. Emily sighed, what if they hear me? Bloody Heku can hear anything. Emily went over to the window and looked out. There has to be a way to get out of here. We're on the 5th floor. I don't think you can use a sheet, Sam said, walking up beside her and looking out the window. So I can talk to Xavier without someone eavesdropping, and I can get out of this room without the Heku knowing anyway, she whispered harshly. I could get a rope, Sam said, looking down. Me? Climb down a rope. She looked down onto the lawn. True, loud music. That's it? I can crank up the TV. Emily said, and grabbed her phone when it rang. Hello. Emily, how are you? Xavier asked politely. Fine, 1 second, I need to prepare, she said. She turned the TV volume up onto full. Alan covered his ears and frowned at her. She whispered into the phone, "Can you hear me?" "Barely," he yelled to her. "Who are you hiding from?" "Everyone, I need an opinion," she whispered. "Okay." The tone in his voice changed, "Go ahead." She sighed and looked around to make sure Alan couldn't hear. "I think I am pregnant again." "Oh, is that all?" he asked, relieved. "Is that all? You don't get it? I get kidnapped, beaten, locked away, tortured, hung." He cut her off. "I know, V.E. heard the stories," he said, amused. "I can do this right now," she said. "I know you are no longer bonded, but it doesn't have to be horrible," he said. "I can even leave the palace," she explained. "Why? Are they stopping you?" His voice was stern. "No, but they, smell," she whispered into the phone. "Oh, yes they will. Let me think. I am debating getting a rope and climbing down," Emily said finally. "That can be a good idea. Mortal can fall like a Heku," he said, and she thought she heard a hint of a laugh. "Do you think this is funny?" she asked angrily. "I wouldn't say funny, but I don't see why the panic." "I miss him," Emily said softly. "I knew you would," Xavier told her. "He really hurt me this time." "Yes he did, and you ashed him." "You think I need to tell him, Don, you?" she asked. "Does it matter what I think?" "Yes, or I wouldn't have told you," she said. "Yes you do then. He needs to know, if for nothing else than to protect you." "Ugh. That word," she screamed, and then looked at Alan. "Seems you have no sense of self-preservation." "You shouldn't have even told me," he said to her bluntly. "You, my friend." "I am a valet, an enemy," he reminded her. "Not of mine." "I know, but you really need to be careful who you tell." "You too now, she asked, getting angry. "What? Telling me what to do? If I want to call the Encala and announce the impending birth, then I can if I want to," she snapped. Xavier laughed. "Yes you can, if you want to." "I am afraid to tell him," she said, her voice lowering to a whisper. "I know, but the Equities need to know," he said. "So you, saying to tell for tactics and not for pure father knowledge?" she asked, confused. He laughed again. "No, I do think the father should know, but they also need to be aware that there could be problems in the near future." "They know that." "I am one huge problem," she reminded him. "Oh, I don't doubt that," he said. "Are you still coming to get the runes off of me?" she asked him every day toward the end of their conversation. "Not now, Em. I can come if you want, but the runes are going to have to wait," he told her. "Why?" "It'd be a risk to the baby," he said. "I am tougher than you think," she said, frustrated. "I have no doubt," he said, and then paused. "Do you still want me to come?" "You come and tell him," she suggested. "Oh no, not me," he laughed. "You have 10 days, he said, more serious. "I know," she whispered. "I will come as promised, and I'll call it a welfare check," he said. "Okay," she said, and hung up. She reached over and turned the TV off. "So?" Sam asked. He said to tell, but he was thinking strategy, and not personal reasons. "Do they all think like that?" she asked, irritated. "Yes they do," Sam said, fitting another piece into the puzzle. "I am guessing you agree," she asked. "Yes I do." He grinned and took a piece from Alan, sliding it into place. "They are in the council chambers right now with no agenda. No one V.E.S being questioned or anything, she frowned. No, they are discussing an offer from the Encala, Sam said. How do you know? Sam smiled, I can hear, too. Great, here goes, Emily said, storming out of the room. Her bare feet sounded loudly on the marble floors as she ran down toward the council chambers. She stepped in without knocking and shut the door behind her. Well, hello, Emily, Maleth said, smiling. The other council members looked over to the door. Can we help you, dear? Leonid asked. Emily walked forward and stood, watching them, with her arms crossed. Emily? Damon asked. Wait for it, she said, and watched as they all looked at one another, confused. Emily avoided looking at Chevalier. She didn't want to see his reaction. Emily, is there some, Damon started, and his voice stopped suddenly. He spun in his chair away from her, and fought the internal desire building within him. The rest of the council gasped and turned at the same time, all of them fighting the urge to kill her. Chevalier didn't turn his chair, he just watched her with wide eyes. Don't worry, it's yours, she growled at him, and then left the council chambers and went back up to her room, slamming the door and locking it. Very smooth, Emily, Sam said. Go get me some crackers, she snapped, and he bowed and left. Did not see that coming, Damon said when the room cleared of the appetizing scent. Maleth looked at Chevalier, did you know? He shook his head. Well, this complicates things, Damon said, and hit the table, trying to clear the scent from his mind. Talk to her, Leonid suggested. She won, let me in, Chevalier said. She may now. I can see why she's been avoiding any Heku contact. Maleth said, nodding. I'll get the masks, Damon said, irritated. Chevalier turned to him, do you have a problem? Yes I do. In 3 days, when her valet boyfriend gets here, I see big problems, Damon snapped, and Chevalier flinched at the term. Shut up, Damon, and get the masks to the guards, Leonid said to him sternly. Emily heard the knock on the door, but couldn't move. She was leaning against a cold wall in the bathroom. She cringed when she heard Alan walk toward the door. Who is it? He asked, just like she normally did. It's Daddy, Chevalier said, and Emily heard Alan open the door. Emily was able to reach up and lock the bathroom door. She heard Ford run out of the nursery where his bed was, and jump on Chevalier. His voice came from beside the bathroom door, can we talk, please? Not right now, she told him, and turned back to the toilet. Let me help, he said, tearing the door off of the hinge and stepping into the bathroom just as she laid down on the cold floor. Think you, V.E. done enough, she said, shutting her eyes. My part ends at conception, is that our new rule? He sat down by her on the floor after he propped the door back up. Didn't know we had a rule, she whispered, not moving. I bet you, mad at the timing, so feel free blame me, he said, watching her. Go away. No. Chevalier handed her a cold washcloth. I am actually surprised you told me and didn't just disappear. You can thank Xavier for that. I was trying to find a rope to climb out the window. She put the cold rag against the back of her neck. Oh? So you told Xavier, he asked, trying to sound casual. Don't worry, he yelled at me already. For what? Chevalier frowned. For telling an enemy faction member, she said, and leaned back over the toilet. Smart guy. He watched her. Emily halfway collapsed down onto the cold floor and pressed her cheek against the tiles. It'll be different this time, Chevalier said. How's that? Because I am single this time, she asked, irritated that he was still there watching her. Chevalier took the glass of Sprite and crackers from Sam when he came back into the room. Here, a cracker. She shook her head, no food. Single or no, I am not going to let you go through this alone, he said, swapping the cracker for the Sprite. She looked at it and leaned back over the toilet. Is this worse than before? Chevalier asked Sam, worried. No, it's just the first time V.E. been around at the beginning, Sam told him, a little snappy. True, he sighed. Sam handed in a blanket and Chevalier took it, laying it on Emily when he noticed she was asleep. Should I move her? He asked Sam. Nope, Sam said, and went back to the puzzle with Alan. Chevalier stood up and walked out of the bathroom. I'll get the door fixed. Uh-huh. Chevalier went back to the council chambers and took his chair. How did that go? Leonid asked, concerned. She can even talk, she's too sick, he said, picking up a list of upcoming trials and thumbing through them. Get the doctor, Maleth suggested. Nothing he can do. Why not? Maleth frowned. Mortal women become sick when they are first pregnant, their chief interrogator said, and Chevalier looked at him curiously, or so V.E. heard, at least. There is still time, Leonid said. Are you sure about your decision, Leonid? Maleth asked him. Yes, V.E. been thinking about it for almost 100 years, he said, smiling. Have you set a date? Chevalier asked. Yes, 1 week from today. So soon? Damon asked, frowning. No reason to prolong it, Leonid said. Shall we adjourn until the V.E.S visit in 3 days? The council all nodded and Leonid stepped out. Chevalier returned to Kyle's room, where he had been staying since his banishment from his own room. Kyle looked up when he entered. How did it go? Kyle asked. Did you know about M? He asked, sitting down. What about her? Chevalier fell into a chair. She's pregnant. Oh wow, bet that pisses her off, Kyle said. Yeah, she's thrilled, Chevalier said. At least I think so, I can seem to talk to her. Sick already? Yes. Now we have to deal with the V.E.S in 3 days. He rubbed the back of his neck. Crackers and Sprite, Kyle reminded him. She won, take them. Of course not, Kyle laughed. Anything to help. Chevalier just nodded. There she is now, Kyle said, looking up at his door. Sounds like she's going to try to nap, though, Chevalier said, his head cocked toward the door. Chevalier turned back to Kyle. She told Xavier. Might as well get a head start on the faction tension, Kyle said bluntly. He yelled at her for telling him. Chevalier smiled slightly. Kyle raised his eyebrow. What's his angle? I haven't figured that out yet. Befriend her and then strike at the last minute maybe. The tension in the council chambers was intense as the Equities council watched the 10 V.E.S enter, Xavier in the lead. Was there such a strong need for more? Damon asked him. Perhaps, Xavier said, swinging the side of his cape over his shoulder. We have called for Emily. We cannot do the removal, not with the situation as it is, he said. Maleth frowned and looked at Chevalier. He knows. Maleth looked at Xavier with wide eyes. I am not here to take her, unless I see signs of abuse, Xavier said. Emily opened the door and stepped in. She was pale and shaky. The V.E.S shifted nervously and turned away from her, all except for Xavier. He shut his eyes and opened them slowly, completely in control. Xavier eyed her cautiously and turned back to the council. One moment, please. He turned away from them and went to Emily. Are you injured? She shook her head. No. What's wrong? He asked angrily. Morning sickness, she said, and gave him a half-smile. He relaxed and smiled. "Oh, right." Xavier took Emily's arm and helped her toward the council. Chevalier's fingers dug marks into the wood as they tensed into fists. "She looks unharmed," Xavier said. "Of course, we don't abuse her," Damon said, irritated. "That remains to be seen, now doesn't it?" Xavier said to him. "Are we to expect your visits regularly?" Leonid asked. "You may go," Xavier said, looking at Leonid, who frowned. Two of the Valle ran quickly out of the room and Xavier spoke again. "Yes, you may. Though not weekly, unless the need arises." "Who exactly appointed you her guardian?" the Equities chief interrogator asked angrily. "I do believe she did," he answered casually. Emily listened to them. The voices sounded like they were coming from a tunnel. She could tell they were talking about her, but their words were slurred and not making sense. She could feel the ground begin to move as a voice called for her. Xavier caught her just before she hit the ground and laid her down gently. "Emily," he said, touching her face. Chevalier was at her side in a blur. She opened her eyes. "I won, go." "Go where?" Chevalier asked her, and glared at Xavier until he moved his hand away. "I won, go to him, he can, make me," she said, groaning in pain. "It's the rune," Xavier said. "Is the owner here in the palace?" "Yes," Chevalier replied angrily. "Well, shut him up," Xavier scowled. Damon called for Kyle and blurred from the room. A few minutes later, Emily opened her eyes, panting. She sat up and Chevalier helped her to her feet. He kept her steady with a hand on her back. "I am okay," she said, looking around. "Go lay down," Xavier said, and she nodded and left the room. When she was gone, he adjusted his cape and turned back to the council as Chevalier took his chair. "Was there anything else you need?" "We have things under control." Malith asked. "You do?" Xavier asked, irritated. "We look forward to your next visit," Leonid said. Xavier nodded and smiled, then walked out of the room with the other Valle. Chevalier left the council chambers, frustrated, and went up to Emily's room. He walked in without knocking and looked around the empty room. He could hear her in the bathroom. He went over and tried the door. When he found it unlocked, he went inside and sat down. Emily was lying back on the floor with her eyes closed. "Déjà vu," Chevalier said. "Just go away," she said, adjusting her face to a new, cool spot. "Put this ring on and I will leave you alone," he said, knowing it was a low blow. Emily put her hand out for the ring, and Chevalier handed it to her. Without even opening her eyes, she dropped it into the toilet. His hand shot out and caught it just before it hit the water. "Funny," he said, slipping it back into his pocket. "Can I ask you a question?" "Get my mind off things," she asked, not moving. "Sure," Chevalier said. He was glad her eyes were shut. It gave him the ability to look her over well. He didn't like how pale she was, or the way her hands shook when she moved. "Why can't Xavier eat?" She opened her eyes and looked at him. "He can." Chevalier seemed impressed. "Why?" Emily scooted until she was sitting up against the wall. "It's an acquired skill that takes a lot of time and dedication. Some use it when they interact with mortals a lot, it helps them fit in," he explained. Emily nodded and shut her eyes. "How did he see it?" he asked after a few minutes of silence. "Is it really bugging you that bad?" she asked. He nodded, and then realized her eyes were still shut. "Yes, it is." She sighed. "Jeff. What about him?" Emily opened her eyes and looked at him. "He got a little pushy." "Define pushy," Chevalier asked, gritting his teeth. "He's just stronger than I am, I guess," she said, watching him. How far did he get? Chevalier asked angrily. Xavier stopped him, she said. How far? He asked again, studying her face. I don't want to talk about this. Emily shut her eyes again. Why do you always get ashamed when someone does something stupid? He asked, irritated. Maybe it's just embarrassing to admit that, yeah, once again, I was outstrengthened by a mortal man, she snapped. Of course you were. You can only defend against Heku. That's nothing to be ashamed of, he said softly, trying to diffuse the anger. And maybe I am not wanting to admit that men think they can take advantage of me only to find out they are right, she sighed. How far did he get? He asked again. Drop it? No, how far? It didn't happen, okay, she said, softer. Did he get your clothes off? Emily frowned at him. Will you drop it if I tell you? Yes. Then yes. So drop it, okay. I hope Xavier killed him, Chevalier growled. He didn't. He just paralyzed him from the waist down, she told him. Nice, Chevalier said, then shut his mouth when Emily glared at him. Go away, she said again. When you are feeling better, Kyle and I will work with you again. We had the one training, but never really got into the mortal part, he said, remembering that day with Travis back on the island. Chevalier's heart thudded when he saw a tear fall down her cheek. What, he asked softly. Why can't you bring Travis back? She looked up at him. We can only bring back ashes. Why though? That's just how it works. If I burned in a fire, could you bring me back? She asked. Chevalier frowned. Why? Just curious. No, I don't think we could. Emily used the counter to stand up and looked in the mirror. She walked over and turned on the water for the jetted tub. Go away, she said again, watching him. Why? V.E.S seen you naked. She frowned. Just go, please. No, I'll join you, he said, standing up and starting to undress. Chev, no, she frowned. We're not married anymore. Wimp, he said, stepping into the water. Damn, this is hot. Emily glared at him and stripped quickly. She felt his eyes on her as she stepped into the water and sunk down, feeling the water burn her skin. She reached over and hit the jets, keeping to her side. Give in, Chevalier said, pulling her feet toward him and slipping his legs under hers. There, better. Emily leaned her head back and shut her eyes, letting the hot water and jets work at her muscles. Chevalier pulled one of her feet up and began to massage it. She opened her eyes and looked at him. What are you doing? Wooing you, he said, laughing. Will you let me endure morning sickness alone if I put on that damn ring? She asked, her vivid green eyes locked on his. Probably not. You, pest, she said, and leaned her head back again. I am sorry, No you Aaron, you were mad. Yes I was. I wish you could understand why. I wish you could trust me. The frustration built within him. He couldn't understand how she could admit to being overpowered by a man in one breath, and then tell him to trust her to protect herself in the next. I trust, it's everyone else I have trouble with, he said. Do you trust Xavier? She asked as she ran her hands along the bubbles floating on the water. I owe him a great debt. That's not what I asked, she said, looking up at him. No, I don't trust him. You thought I slept with him, she said with a small grin. I did not, Chevalier frowned. Yes you did. I saw you checking out my ring. It'll be good for you to not have that visual representation of my loyalty. She smiled fully and leaned her head back. Besides, I don't see a ring on you. Emily felt the water shift, and then felt his body press into hers and he kissed her. She turned her head to the side. No. Damn, an order I have to obey, he said, and brushed his lips against hers lightly, then crawled out of the tub. Is it sunny outside? She asked when he left the bathroom. Yes, hotter than hell too, he said, and walked out of the bedroom. Chevalier went to meet Damon and Kyle in Damon's office. He knocked and then entered as they were discussing shift rotations. "God, you smell like her," Damon said, staring at Chevalier. "Sorry." He grinned. "Do you think Emily would notice if we posted guards on the 5th floor?" Kyle asked the elder. "Yes, not much slips by her. Why?" he asked, and looked over the rotations. "She won, take a personal guard, so we, retrying to improvise." Chevalier picked up the list and studied it. "Oh, that reminds me, I promised Emily another self-defense lesson." "Good idea," Kyle said, nodding. "This one's a mortal one, though," Chevalier said. Kyle frowned. "Why?" "She's not being attacked by mortals." "Remember Jeff?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. Kyle's eyes narrowed. "What did he do?" "Something Emily won, admit to. All I know is that Xavier stopped whatever it was and paralyzed him from the waist down." "Why didn't he kill him?" Kyle asked. "I am guessing to make him suffer." "I knew I liked him some," Damon laughed. "I want in on this self-defense class." Kyle grinned at Chevalier. "We could use another attacker." "Oh, let me," Damon said enthusiastically. "Can you tone it down?" "You, supposed to be mortal?" Chevalier asked, shaking his head. "Sure I can." He grinned. Chevalier handed the rotation list. "Looks good except for Sunday, you doubled up on the front doors for an hour." "Damn," Kyle said, and erased a few things. A panicked call came down, "Get off the roof, now, now." Kyle stood up and frowned. "What now?" "Now." "I said get off the roof," a voice called from above. Damon stood up and blurred to the roof, followed by Kyle and Chevalier. On the way up, they passed the guards, who didn't even stop when their leaders passed. "What's up with them?" Damon asked, and opened the door to the roof. The three stepped out and looked around, confused. "I don't see anything," Kyle said, and they walked forward a bit. Damon said, pointing off to the west side of the roof. They all looked over and saw Emily, lying out on a lawn chair in her bikini. She had her sunglasses on and was leaned back, relaxing. Kyle said, turning away, "I think I'll go finish that roster." Damon sighed, looking at her. Chevalier cleared his throat. "Oh, sorry, yes. I'll go help," Damon said, and followed Kyle. Chevalier sat down on the side of the roof by Emily. "You cleared out the roof." She jumped and sat up. "It's just me," he said, chuckling. Emily laid back down. "I didn't tell them to leave." "Yes, well, between your looks and your scent, I am imagining they felt it better to leave," he said, smiling. She looked down at herself. "What's wrong with how I look?" "Nothing, that's the problem. I just wanted some sun while I am not worshipping in the bathroom," Emily said. "Worshipping?" Chevalier started to laugh, feeling better then. "For right now." Chevalier studied the curves and contours of her body while she bathed in the sun. "You, staring," she said, not opening her eyes. "Yes I am. Did you want something?" "You have no idea," he said, grinning. Emily looked up at him. "You, in my Sunday." Chevalier moved off to the side and Emily closed her eyes again. "Marry me," he said, amused. "I did that already," she reminded him. "Yes, but then I became an," he thought. "Ass," she suggested. Chevalier laughed. "Okay, an ass, and I am asking you again." Emily's phone rang and she grabbed it from the ground by her chair. "Hi, Xavier," she said, smiling. "Mostly," she said, looking up at Chevalier. Emily smiled widely. "Yes, I will, thanks. Yes, I know how many days are left, goodbye." "I said goodbye," she said, and then hung up the phone. Chevalier couldn't help but ask, "So, how many days are left?" "Until the bond is gone," she said. "He's worse than you are at reminding me." Emily laid back down in the sun. "Oh, he's encouraging you to put it on?" Chevalier asked, surprised. "Yeah, go figure," she said. "Okay, I give up. I'll let you suffer morning sickness alone if you'll put it back on," he said, handing it to her. "I'll think about it," she told him. He slipped the ring back into his pocket. "There's something I've been meaning to tell you, but you need to keep it from Xavier." "It's important," he said seriously. Emily pulled down her sunglasses and looked at him. "What?" "Leonid is retiring," he said, watching her for a reaction. She frowned like, "Moving to Florida for the next 1,000 years. "No, he'll go into stasis in the ground." She sat up. "He'll what?" "He'll be buried, with honors." "Wait, like you did to Celeste? You're going to let them take out Leonid?" She started to panic. "No, this is entirely different. This was his choice. How long will he be in the ground?" He's asked for 500 years. After that, it's up to him when he emerges." "No," Emily said, standing up. She ran into the palace. Chevalier watched her go and then looked out over the palace grounds. "Enter," Emily heard after she knocked. She walked into Leonid's office and ignored the nervous way he looked at her. "Why are you leaving?" she asked, kneeling down beside him and taking his hand. "I am tired. It is my time for a rest." He smiled at her. "You can, just go." "I can, in 2 days." He felt pangs of guilt. He didn't realize how this would affect Emily. The Heku all understood and supported his decision. "You'll be hungry, and what if you change your mind in a week?" she asked. "I won't be hungry, I will be asleep." "I won't change my mind either. I've been thinking of this for almost 100 years, he explained. Tears welled up in Emily's eyes. "Is it because of the trouble I am causing? I can stop, I can behave, I promise." Leonid was touched and wiped a tear off of her cheek. "No, it is not you, Emily. You are the reason I've stayed for as long as I have. I never really cared much for mortals, pesky, whiny species at best. You, though, are a fascinating creature and I have enjoyed spending my last years in your presence. Please stay, I can lose you," she said, and laid her head against his leg crying. "You have to think of it, not as a death, I will not be dead. You need to consider it just a long sleep. I won't even be aware as time passes." He touched the back of her head lightly. "I can stay here without you," she said, and his robes became wet with her tears. "Look at me, Emily," he said, and peered deep into her eyes. "If you take one thing from me, let it be this. Listen to Chevalier, he loves you and has only your best interest at heart. Let the Heku do what they are trained to do, to protect you. You have no idea how precious you are to us." Stay and I promise. I'll let the guards back. I'll stop sneaking out. She stopped talking when he shook his head. My decision is made. Emily sat down and leaned her head against his leg. She thought about the palace without him and worked herself back into a cry. Leonid rested his hand gently against her shoulder as he went about making the final preparations. Chevalier, Leonid whispered a few hours later, when he realized Emily was asleep at his side. He wasn't sure how long she had been. He was engrossed in making arrangements for his absence. There was a light knock at the door, and Leonid whispered, "Come in." "You called for me?" Chevalier asked. Leonid motioned the other elder around the desk. Chevalier walked around the large mahogany desk and sighed when she saw Emily. "I am sorry," Chevalier said, picking her up and cradling her in his arms. "Don, TB," Leonid whispered. "It's touching that I will be missed." Chevalier nodded and carried Emily up to her room. He tucked her into bed and turned the lights out, and then sat in the chair and watched her sleep. He'd been staying in Kyle's room for a while, and he missed the way she moved in her sleep, and the soft way she sometimes talked. Just after midnight, Emily began to clench her hands in her sleep. Chevalier moved closer to her. "Don, she said softly. Her voice was sad and desperate. Chevalier frowned. "Don, be buried," she whispered. Chevalier sighed. He did, realized how deeply affected she would be by Leonid's rest. It was so common to the Heku, that it was readily accepted. He could see though, how in the mortal realm, it would be considered a death. When Leonid wakes up, Emily will have been gone for hundreds of years. The thought sent a chill up his spine. The thought of Emily dying someday was something he avoided thinking about. "Please," she cried, Don, Chevalier moved closer to her, concerned. "Don, leave me," she said, upset. Emily relaxed back into a deeper sleep and Chevalier sat back to ponder what would happen when she did die. He would still have children alive, and they would have children. The Winchester line was now his line. Would he become like Ulrich and be obsessed with their protection? Would he grow angry and unfeeling when his heart ached for a mortal that had been gone for too long? Chevalier watched her sleep and felt empty inside without her emotions running through him. He missed her scattered thoughts when she slept, and the vast range of emotions different situations caused to run through her in a day. "I'll be good," she promised in whispers in her sleep. Chevalier watched her, intrigued. Don, do it?" Her voice was soft and tender. Chevalier moved closer to her. She was crying in her sleep and tears were rolling down her cheeks. "Bury me with you," she whispered. Chevalier took the risk and crawled into bed with her. She pulled against him in her sleep and snuggled her face into his neck. He wrapped his arms around her. Emily woke up in the morning, confused. She thought she was curled up next to someone, but when she opened her eyes, she was alone. Her bedroom was cold and empty. Her nightmares were drifting into her morning. She felt alone and things seemed hopeless. She opened the curtains and watched the rain splash against the side of the palace. That would mean there would be no cavalry training today. The guards would be training indoors and Sam would take care of the horses. She wondered what she would do for the day as a dark cloud of depression filled her mind like a haze. Emily slipped into a simple black sundress and walked slowly down the stairs. The guards smiled at her, but got no emotion in return. She couldn't understand how everyone could be acting so normal when one of their beloved elders was about to be buried alive. Stepping out into the light rain, she walked barefoot toward the stables and then looked around the palace grounds. The gray clouds put a dull shell over everything. It looked like the world had been drawn into a void. "Emily, what are you doing out in the rain?" Frank asked, and she turned slowly toward him. He frowned at the lost look on her face. Leonid is going away, she said to him softly, blinking her eyes as the rain hit her lashes. Frank nodded. I know, he's going for a rest. No one cares, she whispered. Frank frowned at her. Come out of the rain. She shook her head. Why doesn't anyone care? It's not bad. He's just going to rest for a while, Frank explained. He's going to be in the cold ground, hungry, alone, unable to escape. She said, watching the scene play out in the rain. We're all happy for him, Frank watched her. Emily looked up at him and her eyes were full of pain. You're happy he's leaving? Not happy he's leaving, but happy for him. He's chosen to take a break, get some much needed rest, Frank said. Emily turned back toward the stables and wrapped her arms around herself. She watched the horses through the rain. Tears filled her eyes again as she thought of saying goodbye to him. Frank whispered something, too softly for her to hear, and then watched her closely. She walked slowly over to the horse corral and leaned up against the wooden posts, watching the rain splash onto the mud. Chevalier said from behind her. She didn't turn around. You're just going to let him go? It's not my decision, he said, leaning against the fence beside her. Have you tried to talk him out of it? She asked. No, he said to her. This is a decision a Heku makes in his life. Leonid thought a lot about this, and we support him. She shook her head. I'll stop him. You can, stop him, Chevalier said, and held his hand out. Come out of the rain. She turned around and leaned her arms against the posts. Then what? Malith next month. Malith hasn't even considered it, last I heard. Have you? She asked, not looking at him. No, he lied. She didn't need to know he planned on a retirement after her death. Come inside, he said again. No, I need to think, she said, watching the water deepen in the corral. Child, she heard Leonid say from behind her. She turned and saw him smiling at her as the rain drenched his green robe. Emily ran to him and wrapped her arms around him. Please don't go. Look at me, he said, and she pulled away from him and looked into his ancient eyes. He smiled. This is what I want. I am ready for it. She shook her head. You can be ready for this. I can, it's something I have thought about for thousands of years. Thousands of tiring years. I've been through wars and plagues and disasters. It wears on a Heku to watch loved ones die and enemies fall. It's my time for peace, he said, brushing her wet hair away from her face. Peace, she asked, frowning. Yes, peace. I think V.E. earned it, he said to her. Emily hugged him again and pressed her face into the robes on his chest. Nothing I can do will make you stay. No, dear. He touched the back of her head gently. Leonid nodded at Chevalier and turned Emily around. She went into Chevalier's arms and cried against his chest. He picked her up and carried her into the palace as she cried in his arms. Emily spent the rest of the day curled up in bed. Chevalier felt helpless as he watched her struggle with the pain of the impending loss. She saw Leonid's stasis as a death and nothing anyone could say would change that. Chevalier had only seen her in such a low place once before, and it scared him to see her fierce passion gone. The fire in her eyes was drenched with tears, and she looked at the world coldly. Chevalier curled up with her again once she'd gone to sleep. He kept her close to him until he heard the ceremony starting. Emily was still asleep and he slipped out of her room. Kyle was waiting by the door with his long blue robe. He put it on, looked back at Emily's door, and then made his way down the stairs. Leonid chose to spend his rest in the Council City underground. He was talking happily to the gathered Heku when Chevalier arrived at his side. Malith soon joined them. The coffin was set out for everyone to see, its golden inlaid runes shone brightly in the morning sun. The inside was dark green velvet and looked warm and comfortable. It was sitting on a platform above a hole in the ground. Chevalier stepped forward and called the others into their places. Over 800 Heku in dark blue robes lined up in rows to say goodbye to their elder. Leonid was smiling brightly as he caught up with old friends and said goodbye to them. Once the Equities settled down, they all turned to face the coffin. Leonid stepped toward the coffin as Malith and Chevalier stood beside it. He crawled into the gold-inlaid coffin and laid back, crossing his arms over his chest. He shut his eyes as Malith and Chevalier placed their hands above his head and recited ancient incantations, sending his mind into rest and his body into stasis. The two remaining Equities elders then picked up the coffin, lid and covered Leonid. They performed the incantation to seal the tomb for 500 years, the time Leonid chose. Kyle turned from his place when a commotion sounded behind him. He quickly headed toward the source of the sound. Emily was pushing frantically through the robed figures, her face filled with horror. She was fighting to get to Leonid as Kyle took her arm and she spun to face him. "Stop him, Kyle," she yelled. Kyle picked her up gently, and she wrestled to get out of his grasp. He carried her back into the palace as she struggled. He knew that Leonid was already at rest, nothing she could do would bring him out. The ancient invocation sealed his fate for 500 years. Kyle carried her to her room and by the time he arrived, she was crying angrily against his shoulder. "Let me stop him," she begged. "It's too late, he's gone," Kyle said, holding her as her body shook. "No," Emily yelled, and pounded her fists into his chest, "but he didn't, let go." Kyle held her tightly as her anger turned to pain and anguish. Emily felt that she couldn't take the pain of losing someone else. Her heart ached and shriveled in her chest, and she could hear the light chatting from down by the burial site. Emily felt panicked that it was going to be too late, they would bury him and he would be gone. She wasn't used to being so out of control, unable to help those who needed it. Her mind began to whirl with a mixture of emotions and she found it hard to breathe. She pushed against Kyle, but he wouldn't let go of her. The air in the room was thin and her lungs couldn't pull in enough to sustain her. She felt darkness creeping in on her. Kyle picked Emily up when she collapsed. He laid her down on the bed and pulled the covers over her, then watched her until the festivities were over and the crowd began to disperse. "What happened?" Chevalier asked, stepping into the room. "She tried to save him," Kyle said, upset by the pain it had put her though. "How bad was it?" Chevalier asked as he slipped off his blue robe and sat down on the bed beside her. "She fought me until she passed out," Kyle said. Chevalier could hear the tense way he spoke and could only glimpse what happened. "From her dreams, she's afraid I am going to do it, too," Chevalier told him. Kyle nodded, "I can see that." Chapter 16, Coronation. "Let me see the list again," Chevalier said, taking the papers from Malith. He went over the names slowly. Malith glanced over at Emily, asleep in her bed. "Tell me again, is she sick?" Malith asked Chevalier. He glanced at Emily and back to Malith. "No. She hasn't gotten out of bed since Leonid was put to rest." "Is that healthy?" Malith frowned. Chevalier shrugged, "I honestly don't know. Sam said she did the same thing when her father died. But Leonid isn't dead. We know that, but to her, he is." "Poor child, should I talk to her?" Malith asked, looking back across the table. "No," Sam suggested, "we just let her be." "I appreciate you coming in here for this though, I hesitate to leave," Chevalier said, turning back to his files. "What do you think?" Malith asked as Chevalier frowned. I really don't think Damon is ready. I wish I knew Tormund more. V.E. only met him a few times, and moving one from a coven into eldership without a spot on the council makes me nervous, he said, his eyes still on the list. What about Quinn then? He's been our chief interrogator for close to 400 years. Right now, he's the one that's standing out in my mind, Chevalier said. Malith nodded. I agree. Shall we make the announcement? We should swear him in as soon as possible, tomorrow night even. Chevalier nodded. Yes, let's announce it today. It's been 3 days, and that's too long. Malith nodded and glanced at Emily once more before leaving. Chevalier sat on the bed by Emily and brushed her hair away from her face. She opened her eyes slowly and looked up at him. Hi, he said, smiling. She shut her eyes and pulled the covers up over her shoulder. V.E. picked a new elder, he said. She opened her eyes and looked out the window. That was fast, she whispered. We can't go without full leadership for too long, he explained. So easily replaced. She turned away from him and shut her eyes again. Today is the last day, he said, watching her. I know, she whispered, not opening her eyes. Have you decided against it then? Chevalier hated to even consider it. I am just tired. I know you are, but I also need to know you, reawake enough to make a decision. She opened her eyes and sat up in the bed, then held her hand out to him. Put it on. Are you sure? He asked, digging in his pocket for the essence ring. She nodded and watched as he slipped it back on her finger. Emily felt the familiar pull as the ring sealed itself to her finger. She laid back down and pulled the covers up. It seemed cold in her room. We need a fire, she said, shutting her eyes. She felt Chevalier's hand against the back of her neck. It's hot in here and over 90 degrees outside. It's so cold. She burrowed deeper into the covers. Okay, I'll get a fire, he said, and watched a servant blur into the room and start the fire. Who is it? She whispered. Chevalier looked down at her and she was watching him. Who is what? The new elder. Quinn. Emily frowned, the quiet guy on the end. Chevalier couldn't help but grin. Quiet? He's one of the meanest chief interrogators I've ever seen. I swear he could get information out of a turnip. He's never said anything to me. He's good at his job. I think he refrains from speaking for fear he may come across as harsh and abrasive, Chevalier said. He suddenly realized what a good choice they made in choosing Quinn. Emily looked back out the window. I don't like him. Chevalier smiled slightly. You're supposed to be at the swearing in. Why? In a roundabout way, part of the council. Emily shut her eyes again. I put on the ring, now stop hovering and go to work. Chevalier nodded. Think about it, okay. She nodded and rolled over. Chevalier went down to his desk. He knew he would have a lot of work as he hadn't been in since Leonid's burial. He could hear preparations being made for the swearing in of the new elder. Chevalier left orders for Mark to wait outside of Emily's room and alert him if she got out of bed. He lost track of time, engrossed in his work, when he heard a knock on his door. Enter. Kyle stepped in and frowned. You Aaron, tea ready? Chevalier glanced up. Is she going? Kyle shook his head. She's not out of bed. Okay, I'll be right there, Chevalier said, and pulled on his green robe, then followed Kyle out of the room and into the great hall. He stepped into the great hall from the back entrance and took his seat by Malith. It didn't slip his notice that the gathered Heku all looked around when he entered, trying to find Emily. He knew that even those Heku that didn't Think a mortal should live in the palace, were still fascinated by her heritage. Rumors also spread of the carnage she left in the Encala palace, and it instantly made her a legend. "Where is she?" Malith asked, smiling and nodding to someone in the audience. "She's not coming." Chevalier sat back in the large throne-like chair. Malith nodded, just in case. V.E. had fans installed to blow air toward the council. Chevalier frowned. "Damn, I should have thought of that." The council all gathered and the audience fell quiet. Malith stood and addressed the Equities. As customary, he gave a brief detail of the roles and responsibilities of an elder. Chevalier heard gasps from the crowd and he turned when he heard footsteps. Emily had come in the back door. She was wearing the dark blue, backless gown from her first meeting with the Equities elders, and her hair was tied up. He was always amazed at her beauty, and the few times she actually dressed up, it made his heart skip a beat to even look at her. Chevalier could see Emily begin to blush, so he turned back to the crowd. He could feel her move to his side and place a gentle hand on his shoulder. He fought to cage his jealousy as he noticed the number of Heku that were watching her, and suddenly, the exposed skin on her waist and back seemed too revealing. The entire room fell silent when the double doors opened and Quinn stepped in. Malith and Chevalier stood and moved to the center of the stage as the new elder walked down the center aisle toward them. Chevalier turned and put his hand out for Emily. He forgot she wasn't aware of the proper proceedings of the swearing-in, but she was also required to greet the new elder. She looked at him with a brief glance of panic, and then stepped forward to his side, taking his hand. Emily kept her eyes on Quinn, to keep from running out of the room screaming. He was a younger-looking Heku with brown curly hair and a strong muscular frame with broad shoulders. He was only a few inches shorter than Chevalier, but towered over Malith. Emily watched as Malith and Chevalier spoke to Quinn in what she could only assume was Latin. The words flowed like a cadence, broken only occasionally when Quinn would say something back to them. At long last, Chevalier and Malith moved back to their chairs and Emily stood by Chevalier's side again. Malith ended the proceedings and turned back to the council gathered. "Shall we go to the reception?" he asked, smiling. The council all stood and Damon nodded toward Emily. "She going?" Emily glared at him. Malith frowned. "She is part of this council, like it or not." "Yeah, well, I don't know if I can defend her against 800 hungry Heku," Damon said bluntly. Emily stepped forward, her heels only helped her height a little. "I don't need protection from you." "Oh, you think? One whiff of you and LLB dinner. Just because you have the control of a wolf, doesn't mean everyone else does," Emily glared at him. "Maybe if you did smell like a cupcake, sweetheart." "Sweetheart?" she asked, pushing him on the chest. Though he didn't move, he glared down at her. "Why don't you crawl back under the rock you came from?" "Mortals," he said, rolling his eyes. "Powder puff. What the hell is that?" Damon asked, narrowing his eyes. "Nothing," Chevalier said, ushering Emily out of the room. "Suck me," she yelled back from the hallway. Chevalier shook his head when he heard a response from the great hall that he hoped Emily hadn't heard. "Let me go. I can find my own way to the bedroom," she growled at him. "You can try to come to the reception," he said, watching her walk up the stairs. She slipped off her heels and continued up the stairs, and give Damon the pleasure of watching the Heku drool. "No thanks." Chevalier walked back into the great hall. "Why do you have to antagonize her?" She started that," Damon said, sounding offended. "You, at least 4,500 years older than she is, acted," Malith snapped at him. "Suck me?" Quinn asked, amused, as they walked toward the reception hall. Chevalier shrugged and they stepped into the reception hall. Kyle walked up to Chevalier. "I hate elder induction nights. The guards make me nervous." Chevalier slapped him on the shoulder. The one night they can all party together, let them have their fun. At least they take it out of the city. Emily stripped off the gown and tossed her shoes into the corner as soon as she got into her room, and then pulled the pins from her hair. She threw on jeans and a t-shirt, then dug through her closet and found her cowboy boots and pulled them on. Grabbing her Stetson and riding gloves, she walked down to the stables and put a bridle and saddle on Putra. She could hear the music from the reception hall as she hoisted herself up on the mare and took off into the night, still fuming over Damon. Emily soon made it to the rolling hills outside of Council City and pulled Putra to a stop. She looked out over the quiet city, and then turned to the trees off to the east. She, never quite ventured that far out, so she decided to go tonight. She kicked Putra into a canter and turned her for the tree line. Emily felt exhilarated as Putra stepped into the dark trees. Something about the freedom of being out of the palace, away from the city, and out where no one knew where she was made her smile. She loved the sound the wind made through the trees and the rhythmic hoofbeats on the forest floor. The full moon emerged from behind a dark cloud and she could see things better. The trees were thinner ahead, and Emily could see a faint light. She slowed Putra down to a slow walk and moved toward it. As she got closer, she started to hear voices. Emily pulled her rifle out of the saddlebag and stepped the mare out into the clearing. She gasped, and Putra reared back as hundreds of Heku eyes fell on them. Emily pulled the reins in for control and turned Putra around, but found herself surrounded by Heku guards. The rifle in her hands gave her little comfort as her path back to the trees was blocked. "What have we here?" she heard a strange voice say. Emily turned and looked at the Heku walking toward her. There was a strong smell of alcohol in the air. "Let the mortal out for the night, did they?" he asked sarcastically. "They done, let me out," she said. Her mind was telling her to ash them and run, but her stubborn streak won out. "Planning on turning us to ash then?" he asked, and the guards all laughed. Emily's eyes scanned the guards. She didn't recognize any of them and she wondered where the cavalry was. The rifle was ripped out of her hands by a Heku, who blurred to her and away, too fast for her to respond. "Going to run back to the elder and tell him we were picking on you?" he asked her, smiling. "Wasn't planning on it, just as I wasn't planning on telling Kyle that you are all drinking," she said, watching him. His smug expression became more serious. "We aren't drinking." Emily smirked. "Whatever, I may not have a Heku's sense of smell, but I sure as hell can smell that." His eyes narrowed. "Well, now we have a problem, mortal. We can risk you running off and telling the council." Emily felt his hands on her waist as he pulled her down off of the mare. She was glad there was a strong wind. She hoped they wouldn't pick up her scent. He set her down a few feet from her horse and looked down at her. "So what are we going to do with you now?" he asked, looking at the other guards. "Now you, V.E. touched her too, you moron," a voice said from the group of guards. The Heku laughed. "Oh, that's right, hands off the elder's property." Emily pushed him hard on the chest and he jerked his head back to her. "You seem to be under the mistaken impression that I am afraid of you." She scowled at him, and put her hands on her hips. He grinned. "You should be." She took a step toward him. "You, also under the mistaken impression that I let Chevalier fight my battles for me." "Are you trying to pick a fight?" he asked her as another guard clapped him on the shoulder, laughing. "Maybe. You are an exquisite creature," he said, running his eyes down her body. "Oh? I was under the impression you all liked boys," she said, grinning. His face fell for a split second and then he leaned his head back and laughed. "You are spirited, Aaron, you." Emily turned and walked through the Heku guards toward where they were partying earlier. They split, unsure if she was as happy to ash guards as the rumors told. The boisterous Heku guard followed her. She went over to a log that had bottles of liquor sitting on top of it and bent down to the CD player sitting on the ground by it. She hit the play button, cringing at the rap music, and then grabbed 2 bottles of vodka. She turned and handed one to the Heku behind her. "Here, S to breaking all the rules," she said, and brought the bottle to her lips and took a long drink. She lowered it and eyed the guard, who was watching her with a smirk. He grinned and took a drink from his bottle. "There, now we, both be in trouble," she said, and set the vodka down. The Heku guards watched them both curiously. The guard she was talking to took another long drink, then looked at her. "Why wouldn't you be allowed to drink? According to Frank, you can put them down." She smiled. "I am pregnant." He laughed. "Damn, child, you would be in more trouble with the elder than we would. Then lighten up, would you? I am disappointed, mortals can put on a better party than this." He grinned and the Heku broke apart. Emily laughed as she watched their idea of a party. There were bloody, violent fights, and someone turned up the music while others began to drink heavily. "Come on, Tiny," the Heku said to her, and took her hand, spinning her out into an open area. He brought her against him and pressed a hand against her lower back. Emily was amazed at how well he danced as they moved gracefully with the music. "Why is it you can dance?" she asked him. "You have to do something when you alive for hundreds of years," he said, and dipped her, looking into her eyes, and then stood her back up quickly. She saw his face change and she knew he had caught her scent. "Hundreds? So you, just a young pup?" She smiled, trying to distract him. Emily's body tensed as he shut his eyes and inhaled. His hands pulled her tighter against him. She watched his face as he opened his eyes and smiled. "Young pup? Compared to you, I am archaic," he said, dancing again. Emily jumped when she heard the crash of glass and the guard she was dancing with laughed. "You always so jumpy?" he asked, and she caught sight of some of the guards smashing empty liquor bottles against a tree as he spun her again. "I am not jumpy," she said to him. "You, not very smart either, you shouldn't be out here," he whispered into her ear. "You, seriously going to tell me what I should and shouldn't be doing?" She frowned. He laughed, "Not at all." Cutting in, she heard from behind her, and she was turned quickly into another guard's arms. As the night drew on, Emily started having fun. The guards loosened up around her and she was able to see them have fun and enjoy themselves. When she saw them, they were normally at full attention and watched her loathingly. Now they were talking to her and she danced so much, her feet were hurting. The few times a real fight broke out, she would move to another part of the clearing. Suddenly, someone cut the music and the silence was eerie. Emily looked around and the guards were all staring off to the end of the clearing. The guard she been dancing with pushed her behind his back with one hand. Emily glanced at the remaining bottles of alcohol and ran to the log. She poured some into her hands and rubbed them on her jeans, then dumped the contents out and tucked the bottles under the log. A few of the Heku standing by the log watched her suspiciously. Emily headed quickly for where all of the Heku were staring. She could hear familiar yelling. "Where is it? Where's the alcohol?" she heard Kyle yell. She took a bottle of whiskey from a Heku as she walked by, and then stepped out in front. Kyle was standing in front of 4 of the guard commanders, and they looked angrily at their guards. "I have it, it's mine," she said. Kyle turned to her with wide furious eyes. "What in God's name are you doing here?" he scowled. "I crashed their party," she said, watching him. "Get back to the palace," he demanded. Emily crossed her arms. "No, I brought a drink. I am the only one drinking. I am not going to let you punish them for my indulgences. Emily, I am not in the mood for your games." Either get back to the palace or I'll have you dragged there, he snapped. I'll go back if you'll let the guards finish their harmless little party. Nothing is going on here that's breaking any rules, she told him. The guards behind her were quiet and motionless as they watched her. Kyle took a step towards her. You retelling me not one rule has been broken? I am, she stood her ground. No guards were drinking. No. Not one of them touched you. No, she said again, glaring at him. Chevalier blurred to Kyle's side and Emily recoiled a bit at his anger. Snitch, she growled at Kyle. Emily stepped back by the crowd of guards. Come, here, Chevalier hissed at her. No, whatever their punishment is, I have to. Don, do this, go with them quietly. We can take it, one of the guards whispered to her. You know I can smell you on them, Emily. If they, V.E. touched you, I'll know it, Kyle snarled at her. Emily spun on her heels and walked through the guards, running her hands along as many as she could before she felt hands on her waist lift her and carry her back toward the palace. Let me go, she yelled at the strange guard commander carrying her. As they passed Putra, Emily kicked hard at the commander's knee and he stumbled to the ground, dropping her. She ran and hoisted herself up onto Putra. The commander heeled and stood up just as she kicked the mare into a gallop through the trees. She saw him heading back to the clearing as she cleared the trees. Emily pulled Putra out of the gallop and stopped her. She was back on the hills overlooking Council City. Her mind whirled. She was in over her head this time. Now all of the commanding officers and Chevalier were angry with her, and she wasn't sure how badly the guards would be in trouble for drinking. Emily kicked Putra into a gallop and headed for the stables. The smell of alcohol was making her stomach turn. She pulled the saddle off and grabbed a brush, anything to keep her from having to walk into the palace. She peered out of Putra's stall when she heard voices pass by the stables. Kyle and his commanders came into view and she ducked back into the stall as their voices trailed off. Emily crouched down in the corner behind Putra when she heard loud footsteps approaching. She saw his boots as he stopped on the other side of the mare. Want to explain that? Chevalier asked her. She was surprised that his voice wasn't angry, more irritated. No, she said. Are you drunk? He asked, kneeling to look under Putra. No, she said again. He sighed and sat down on the straw. We had a spy out there, and we know it all. She frowned. You spied on your own guards. He nodded. That's awful. That's necessary for just such occasions, he said, and smiled slightly. Course, the guards probably hate you so badly now, sounds like you made quite the impression. You Aaron, mad, she asked, looking over at him. Me? No, but I'll deny that if you tell the guard commanders. They are pretty livid over this, he told her. Not the drinking even as much as the dancing. Emily rolled her eyes. I wasn't forced. No, we know that. Our informant made it clear that you were having fun. So why Aaron, you mad? She asked suspiciously. You needed some time away. I wish it hadn't come so close to going badly though. They weren't that happy when you first showed up. He frowned slightly. This was hard for him. He was ready to kill every one of those guards and lock Emily up in her room. The thought of them dancing with her sent his jealous tendencies raging. I could have handled them. She turned back to the wall. Yes, I know. You, just lucky you're sent isn't very strong outside, he said, worried. And Kyle? She asked, looking back at him. You should probably avoid him for a few days. Emily nodded. The guards. Their punishment will be handed down in the morning. The commanders are taking each on a one-on-one basis. Some weren't drinking at all, and some didn't touch you, he explained. He can tell which ones I danced with, Emily said smugly. Heku have photographic memories. We know exactly who you danced with, he chuckled. Well, being's how you aren't mad, tell me how to help them then. It's not fair. He smiled, it's too late. Kyle isn't going to let them get away with so much disobedience. It was my fault, she scowled. Again, not the point. Each guard is meeting with Kyle and Damon in the morning. Why Damon? Emily scowled. He's the main enforcer. This type of punishment is severe. Chevalier caught himself before he went any further. I hate this place, she said, crossing her arms. I know.